And a very warm welcome to you here from Pembrey. You can see the cars already on track. It's been thick and fast, the action this morning with all the practice sessions. We've just got through them all and we're ready for the first races of the day. And we have a lot of action coming your way throughout the course of both today and tomorrow from Pembrey. It is a double-header weekend for the British Rallycross Five Nations Trophy and the BTRDA as well. We're kicking things off, as you can see, with some cars on track. They're all Swifts. They're all the juniors. It's the Five Nations British Rallycross Championship. And the juniors taking to it. It's the 1.3 litre Suzuki Swift in the championship. Well, Caden Harris, he leads the way. Equal points with Teddy McPherson. They're both out on track there. Giving you some numbers so you know. Well, Caden Harris is in the 84 car on the left-hand side of your picture. And that second row, Teddy McPherson 119 is alongside him. Tommy Brown on the outside in the front row, just on the left-hand side, right-hand side of your picture, that grey Suzuki Swift. Number 23 is Will Hands in the centre. And Shesh Abubu on the right-hand side. In the very back of your picture, just wafting the door, you can see. I think that's Harrison Foley just there. So it'll be a four-lapper. We'll move on to the BTRDA Juniors straight after this. It was meant to be to start with these joined grids, but we've separated the grids for this morning. Myself, Bryn Lucas, bringing you the commentary here from Pembrey today and tomorrow. Delighted to be on the far west-hand side of Wales. A nice trip, 4 hours or so yesterday up into the area. Saw quite a few of the cross cars, in fact, on my route as well as they're arriving last night. But the action is going to come thick and fast. 4 laps around here with the mandatory joker. This former RAF airfield turned into a chicken farm before it became a circuit in the first race here back on the 21st of May 1989 when Nigel Petch was a winner in an MGB on the full circuit as opposed to the Rallycross circuit. Around 984 metres, just over 1,000 metres with the joker, 1,034. So it's a fairly short joker here. Full course track runs at 0.666, the devil's in the detail, miles. So, calm before the storm. First race of the day, some nervous expressions out there. The head off, the lights are about to go, head off, they'll turn left, go around ollies onto the main circuit, and they'll do 4 laps of that one, finishing off around the centre's bend. Just a sweeping right-hander. Six cars in the junior class. Such a great performance so far this season from Caden Harris. He's won 3 out of the 4 rounds. This is round 5 for the season. We are ready to race. Here comes the noise. A little creeping there, but they're all away well, and they'll head off around this left-hander. It's on the inside there that Brown has the lead. He goes in, takes it nicely, all coming together there. A bit of heavy contact between Hands . Out ahead, we still see our leader just up there. Bit of door-to-door action. I still in the background be able to hear the TV being called. Still they go. Hands. Bit of contact earlier on, wasn't it, from Hands, but he's managed to keep it nice and together. Shesh Abubu has flown away off the lead though. Great start. These two coming together now. That is the 119 Teddy McPherson fighting it out at the moment with Tommy Brown. Sweeping it around that right-hander. McPherson looks like he's going around on the outside, leaning heavily. There's a bit of contact, a big lock-up. They've changed positions. McPherson goes up ahead of Tommy Brown, so it's McPherson who now takes the race lead. Keeping that back end out, McPherson equal leading the championship. He's been consistently finishing second all the way through this season. victory in that final round at Mondello, with Caden Harris finishing down in 5th in that race. Sorry, 6th in that race, has allowed McPherson to come back in the championship. Bit of a stop there, bit of damage it looks like to me. And he's out of the race. There is Will Hands, that's a shame. Pulling over to the side, but there is our leader, McPherson. 2 laps completed. Goes back into the loose surface, you see it kicking everything up as he goes. Still yet to joker Teddy McPherson, same as Tommy Brown. Will Hands, as we know, is out. They continue one more time. I think it's going to go down to that final time of asking for both of these. Nothing ventured, nothing gained as they head round, gain some decent points for the intermediate classification, but he's still coming back in, isn't he? Brown has closed that gap up once again on McPherson. There's not much between these two. These little 1.3 Swifts nibbling away at the track. Back onto the sealed surface. And flicking that car round to the right-hand side they go. That's Ollie's up round to centres at the far side. As far from us as we can possibly get. Sweeping that car round, getting it nice onto the loose. Carter's hairpin. Through they go, in and out of the joker, flicking it back now nicely onto the tarmac at Ollie's, and it is McPherson who has this one. Some margin ahead, isn't he, of Tommy Brown in the background, who's been caught by Caden Harris. And there goes the checkered flag. The corner of centres just there. There's the line they go, and you can see the back of your shot. Will Hands just stopped out on the grass. So Teddy McPherson takes the first one today. Tommy Brown 2nd, Caden Harris in 3rd. Around 3 seconds off the lead from Caden Harris. So they'll be a bit disappointed. Did get the fastest lap there, the best lap of 46.451. So although not able to get the lead in the intermediate, he was able to get the points. That 3rd place intermediate classification. They'll all go through to the final, of course, as we line up for the next one. The next one involves the BTRDA juniors. The BTRDA juniors all in their little Swifties again, except for one of them in a Micra. You can see it in the back edge of the shot. Bit of recovery going on track, as you can see, just as the truck goes past. You can see there's going to be a bit of a delay. But who do we have lined up on the grid? Well, you see Oscar Cooper in that purple Swift on the right-hand side, far side of the picture there. But right-hand side of the grid is there. Looking in the centre is Aston Brown, alongside the 707 numbered Swift. That's the white and green. That's Elliot Fuster. The 2nd row, on the right-hand side of your picture, left-hand side of that 2nd row, is Jimmy Jenkins. And then it is Hayden Harris, not Caden, Hayden Harris. And that's on the right-hand side, sorry, there's Jimmy Jenkins on the Micra, just in the centre of your shot. That fetching blue Micra just there. So Hayden Harris, and that 999, you can just make sure on the right-hand side, just there in the multicoloured blue and fluorescent yellow coloured Swift. The only non-Swift in the races we've seen so far is that Nissan Micra. Jimmy Jenkins. It is a mixed event this weekend of 5 Nations British Rallycross and the BTRDA. Various stages of all the seasons for all these different classes. A lot coming your way. We've got the BTRDA production up next, and it's the Swifts and the BMW Minis for the BTRDA. Then we have the Super Retros and the Retros and the BTRDA Classics. Moving on to the Super Mods for the BTRDA. Then the Supercars at around about 10:55, a bit later than that. Actually, we are running slightly behind schedule, around 5 past 10 past 11, something like that. And then it is the cross cars and the RX 150. They'll be up, finishing our first run of qualification races, heats. Not all of these having semi-finals. There'll only be 4 semi-finals a little bit later on, but the big finals coming, taking us through a round until about 5:30 this afternoon. So we got action all the way through from 10:15 or so this morning when it all started, through to around 5:30 this evening. There is a lunch break in between, so if you fancy a nibble when we are, that's a good time to go and get it. Of course, keep it on your phones or on your stream anywhere. Computers, whatever it is you're watching. It's lovely to have your company here as they do a bit of a clear up straight away and lift up Will Hans Swift. Didn't get far through that one. There was a coming together early on in that race, and that's probably what caused a slight bit of damage there. I'm sure it'll be simple-ish to fix. Might just be a suspension link or something. I'll just see what happens when they lift it up. Can't see too much, can you? Just a bit of a right-hand side damage, maybe that front right facing the slightly different direction to the front left. So there'll be a linkage when it has to be replaced, you'd imagine. Good bit of advertising there, isn't it, for one of the sponsors, 07943 573 022. Give them a call and find out what they do. Why not? Say you've seen them on the British Rallycross 5 Nations Trophy coverage here today, July the 26th, 2025. Nice crowd here as well at Pembrey this morning. It's cloudy, it's overcast, it's nice and cool. Good temperatures for engines. Bit breezy too in certain directions. And a very, very full paddock of supercars and cross cars and Swifts and retros and super retros and BMW minis. They're all there for us today. So there is the grid then. This is the first time we're seeing out here today the BTRDA Juniors. Quick reminder who's on that grid. Well, front row is Elliot Fuster. On the right hand side, left hand side of the grid, but right hand side as you look, the white and green car. Aston Brown in the centre, number 57, the black one. Oscar Cooper on the left hand side of your shot, the right hand side of the grid in the purple Swift. Rear left or right hand side as we look with 999 emergency services. Also the car of Hayden Harris. That's Swift, and the only non-Swift is the little Nissan Micra, numbered 754 of Jimmy Jeekins. I can see just out of your shot, just to the right hand side of your shot, in fact, that's Will Hand's car being delivered back using the big handler. As the marshal waves his stick, conducting the biggest band ever. But here we go, waves to all the drivers. We are getting ready for the second race of the day, the BTRDA Juniors. And, well, Cooper stayed absolutely static, and I can tell you Cooper's only just got going, so all the way down the order. That's a disappointment there for Cooper, for Oscar Cooper. As we have a look at out ahead. It was a decent start, wasn't it, off the front there. And at the middle of the pack is that Nissan Micra. But it is that white and green that leads the way, and there he is. Fuster leads. Elliot Fuster. Started in a prime position, really, on the inside of turn 1, Fuster. A little bit wide there, kicking up a little bit of sand, a little bit of gravel. Into the Joker, then goes the Micra. And following straight away through goes Hayden Harris. They're getting it done early, aren't they? The Joker's getting it through. Oscar Cooper goes through in the Swift with a decent lead at this stage, but it's early days yet. 4-lap race, remember, and you can see picking up the back. Oscar Cooper, who fell down the order, has got work to do to try and close it up a little bit. So Aston Brown leads the way. There is our leader. Second place, Elliot Fuster is hunting him down, but Fuster has already jokered. Can't tell you the joker time. The joker lap isn't actually much longer than the standard routes, but a bit wide there from Aston Brown. Fuster keeping it a bit neater on the entry and the exit, so closing up the gap even more on Aston Brown. And the Micra Jeekins ahead of Hayden Harris. They both jokered at the same time, so Harris is going to have to get this done out on track, isn't he? Aston Brown 46.982. It's his quickest lap so far, the first proper lap really, not including the extra start section. So Aston Brown staying out. In fact, he has gone in, hasn't he? Gone in and jokered. So they've both now gone through that joker. Aston Brown will register in just a second as going through the joker on his last lap. And through he goes. Fuster has the lead, so the gap is so tight between the two. Not showing on the timing that Aston Brown has gone through the joker. I'm sure I saw him go through the joker just a moment ago. The gap is pretty close. Half a second or so is what we're saying on the timing screens, but it's very close out on track. It would just take a slight error, wouldn't it, from Elliot Fuster to allow Aston Brown back into this one. I'm not sure he's going to allow him back in because, well, it's not job done just yet, but it was a nice exit, nice entrance there too. Little 1.3 litre engines as well. A bit of a tussle going on at the back and a change of position as the Micra succumbs to Harris. So Jeekins goes backwards, Harris moves forwards, and over they go. Elliot Fuster takes the lead, takes the victory. Aston Brown in second. Just trying to give you a difference in time. It's very close between the joker lap and the non-joker lap. Only around about 0.4 of a second to half a second, something like that, between the extra route. So that gap will, of course, mean more when you come to the supercars and things. But you can see there, we are through our 2 races so far this morning. A good victory for Elliot Fuster. Had to fight off Aston Brown at the very end, but did indeed get it done. We're now on to the BTRDA productions. Quite a big grid to get through here as well. I'll bring you that grid. So it's race 1, Alex Fletcher, and the number 1 starts on the inside, the pole position. Neil Brooks in the centre, and Martin Peters makes up the front row. And off we go. Fair bit of noise, a very slow start though from Nathan Jones in the middle of the pack, just on the left-hand side, the grey car on the left-hand side of your shot there. That's Honda Civic Type R. Is managing to get back on it though, isn't he? As he picks it up, you can see alongside the 94 of Finn Voir in that Citroen Saxo VTS. I think VTS would stand for something like variable timing or something like that, but it does not stand for VTS like that. Actually, it stands for a very sporty version. Version très sportive, in fact, is the French for it. As we see through the dust, Voir is there in that very sporty version. Struggling to get my timer screen up and running, but we are there or thereabouts. So Alex Fletcher has this one at the moment. Very, very close though between him and second Neil Brooks. Well, he has started to stretch out the gap, hasn't he? Keeping our eyes now on Voir in P4. This is Finn Voir, and that's Saxo. And there is our race leader, Alex Fletcher, and that Honda Civic Type R. Great start from him, really starting to pull that gap away, isn't he? You can see now it's becoming a bit of a wide line, in fact a very wide line from Neil Brooks. That's allowed Nathan Jones to get right up on the inside now. So Renault Clio against a Honda Civic Type R, and it's a very different line. It's really knocked him all over the place, hasn't it, Brooks? They're just doing all he can to hold off Nathan Jones, compromising his entrance and his exit, and in doing so Nathan Jones compromised himself, and Finn Vore closes up the gap. But you can also see right in the back is Edmund Shepherd in that C2 VTS. So the trim that we're looking at right now, kicking that back end out, so it's a C2 versus a Saxo at the moment for P4. Here is our race leader, Alex Fletcher. 2 laps down on lap 3. This is a 4-lap race. They're all 4-lap races in the heats. Before we move on to the semi-finals and finals, which are laps 5s and 6s respectively, as our leader, Alex Fletcher, looks very, very comfortable out there. And it looks like we now have, change of direction, complete loss there from the Civic Type R, and that's confused and made Edmund Shepherd run wide as well. But it was all going well for Nathan Jones. Got himself a bit all over the place, all tied up, all crossed over, almost went the wrong direction. Is there any damage on the side of the car? Just wondering if it was a little bit of contact is what caused it. But you can see chasing down Vore, he's recovered very nicely. P2, 3 and 4 still need to joker. In fact, P5 needs to joker as well. But Alex Fletcher, you just see him there kicking the back end out. He has jokered, and he's still screaming off ahead of all the others. Neil Brooks in second. In third it is Finn Vore. He stays on the normal line. Brooks goes into the joker, so he's going to lose a position or so as he pops back out, but expect him to make that up again if he can get that pedal to the metal for the last lap as they head around one more time. There is Nathan Jones. At the back of the pack, you can see that Andy Harris is there. Will Noon still also there in the Renault Clio. There is our race leader, Alex Fletcher, and he goes across the line, takes that victory by some margin. 6 seconds or so for Alex Fletcher out ahead. Finn Vore in second. Not showing us completing the joker, but I'm sure that is just an anomaly with my timing screen. Nathan Jones also not showing us joker, but I'm pretty sure they went in and out. They wouldn't have made that mistake, but that is the result. As we see, provisional maybe, or is it full? I imagine it's the full result and just a timing screen glitch. But we are through in the productions. We move on to the Swift and the BTRDA Minis. Looks like we're starting with the Minis then. Slight change to the schedules we see sometimes of the 4 Minis. Ryan Cooper, Wesley Wickens, Lynn Llewellyn, a very strong Welsh name there, and Warren Salter. It lines up with Warren Salter on the outside or the inside really at pole position. Wesley Wickens in the middle, and the 611 is Lynn Llewellyn. The back of your picture is Ryan Cooper. Go to the Minis. We're supposed to have joined grids on this one here, but I think we're separating the grids from these and the Swifts, which will be at the back of the picture just there. So just having a look out the window. Are they in position? Oh, they are in position. I think they are in position. Just started them in different rows of the grid. So you can see there, 6:30. That's Matt Cake in the blue Swift. These are the 1.6 litre Swifts. Then it's Phil Seath and Gary Harvey. I think at the back of the picture, the very back. Just trying to see which the rear car is. Matt Cake in the 6:30. A bit of a move there from Matt Cake there. Maybe going a bit too soon. Just, yeah, false start. And I think it was Matt Cake. You see him move himself back into position in that blue car. Just getting a little bit on the throttle. Just moving out of position just there. So it was a false start. I'm not sure it's going to be classed as a jump start because I don't think technically they've gone through the starting process. Just going to see whether or not there's a penalty going for Matt Cake. Doesn't look like it at this stage. Normally it would be an additional route around the joker. The joker, in fact, you can see there goes that board, and the marshal runs out. It's going over to Matt Cake on the far side of the shot. You just saw him moving slightly. I thought they were at the back of the picture, but they were actually on the grid. They're making up the rows a little bit further back, rows 3 and 4, the Swifts. And you can see the additional board is being shown to Matt Cake. That tells him he has to go do an additional tour around that joker lap. It's not particularly far. It's not going to add very much to your lap time. The joker board gets lobbed brilliantly by the marshal, getting some distance there. Olympic record, I think, might be going his way. So here goes the grid then. Pole position, the 611 Lynn Llewellyn, far side of your picture. Wesley Wickens, Warren Salter make up that front row. Ryan Cooper in row 2. And then you see the cake coming through. There is Matt Cake with the additional tour that he's going to have to take Phil Seath over his shoulder. As off and round they go. Missing one car from the Swifts in the back of the picture. 3 of them coming round now. They're having their own fight between them. There is one of those Swifts missing from this opening race here this morning. But you can see 484. Isn't a number we don't seem to have that number, in fact, on our entry list. So that's going to put the cat amongst the pigeons, isn't it? We have a lot of different cars here, but not that one. Anyway, we are going to just cast that aside as we watch this race going underway. Ryan Cooper. I think that Ryan Cooper has managed to get a jump still on Llewellyn, as Wickens moves up as well. So Lynn Llewellyn having a bit of a problem. Wickens just there, you can see, moved the way up. Oh, and a bit all over the place was Ryan Cooper. All over the place at the timing screen as well. It will sort itself out and I'll be able to give you the proper order. There is Cooper, there is Salter. He's a 3 and 4, fighting it out at the moment for that top 3 position. There is our race leader, Lynn Llewellyn, leads the way. Not that far ahead though, you can see of Wesley Wickens. There's Wickens there coming out of the dust, emerging. Around about a second or so between these. So quite a big margin with the BMW Minis getting to town. It's quite a decent margin to close up in a slightly different line, front wheel drive. So a lot of understeer on the exits of these corners. Oh, and a bit of a coming together, I think, there, because Salter looks like has run wide or run off. Was there a coming together between Cooper and Salter? Not so sure. No real damage shown, so maybe it was just a slight running wide. Maybe there was a little nudge there just out of our shot. Matt Cake, who's already been into the Joker once, we know he's got to take an additional tour around the Joker. He goes in, he goes out, and he's leading still in the Suzuki Swift Sport class, the British Rallycross Suzuki Swift Sports category. BTRDA is the Minis. The BMW Mini class, as off goes car number 80 and is rolling a little bit. That is Phil Seath. So he's now pulled off to the side. That's a disappointment for him. Still Wesley Wickens leads, but has not jokered. So Llewellyn's been in and out, taken the Joker, done that, got that done. The gap, as we knew, was around about a second. Let's have a look now and see how long it's going to take these cars to go in and out of the Joker. We saw around about half a second with the Swifts a little bit earlier on, the 1.3 litre Swifts. There is Wickens, there is the gap. This is the last time round for these, so we're going to see the one go into the Joker, one peel away. There's Llewellyn. And Llewellyn has jumped Wickens on the entrance and the exit of the Joker. So as Wickens popped into that Joker, Llewellyn managed to keep it together and over the line. Very close finish between the two. Not a photo finish, but it was close. Lynn Llewellyn takes the win. Wesley Wickens in second. Very wide line there from Warren Salter. He goes through. Ryan Cooper secures third place. Then comes through Matt Cake, 2 Jokers for him. Didn't seem to cause him any issues though, as he takes that victory by a fairly large margin from Gary Harvey. And Jerry Harvey just there finishing off a couple of DNFs. A DNS in fact for Aeko. We knew there was one missing, didn't we? Just couldn't work out which one that one was. So our next grid then, this is going to be an absolute whopper from my understanding, because it's a combined grid. 2 races. We'll start off with Dan Swayland. So Dan Swayland in the Ford Escort Mark 1 will be starting alongside Mark Jones. There's a bit of recoveries happening out on track. Mark Jones in the Toyota MR2 Turbo. So this is a combination between the Super Retros, the Retros and the Classics. So there is a fair bit of work being done out there on track. Just getting Seath's car out the way. Disappointed, as you can see. A lot of disappointment strewn across his face. But let's go back to the grid then. So Dan Swayland starts in the pole position. Just on the inside there, you can see Dan's Escort Mark 1. Alongside him on the left-hand side is Mark Jones. Mark Jones is in that Toyota MR2 Turbo. A little bit further back we see 53. Should be joining on the inside, on the outside actually, but he's not joined, does he, at the moment? That is Paul Buckmaster. He's not made it onto the grid. So next row back then is Ian Halfhide. Ian Halfhide in that Peugeot 205. Then it is the number 91. Moving across lots of different categories and classes between these. But the 91 is Alan Tapscott in that Escort Mark II as well. Then even further back, there's this 779 car of Alan Crockett. That's the Opel Kadett GTE. Just that white with the red and yellow stripe. And alongside him, we've got Charles French, by the look of it. Charlie French in that Escort Mark II. A couple of cars missing from the grids. Expected to see Charles French, Alan Crockett, Alan Tapscott there in that middle row, with Ray Morgan, Andy Grants, and Joe Luke Eastwood also making their way out. When we have a look at the championship, championship positions this season, well, it's fairly early days still, of course, in these championships, but it's still to play for. Getting a few engines revving up now. So Dan Swayland leads the Retro Rallycross Championship ahead of Joe Luke Eastwood. But then we've got Alan Crockett leading in the Super Retro ahead of Charles French. So here we go. False start there as well. Now, no joker lap in these. It's a DNS for Paul Buckmaster, so no start for him. Didn't make it to the grid. So a real mix between Super Retros lining up first and then Retros. Dan Swayland, as I say, leading the way ahead of Joe Luke Eastwood, and then it is the 5 classic cars from the BTRDA. 2 grids, 2 races in this class. Stuart Emery coming up in the next race in that Volvo. It seems to shift more than your brain thinks it should. Dan Swayland then starts in a strong position in that Escort Mark I alongside Mark Jones in the classic Toyota MR2. Just a slight jump start there at the back of the shot, and just having to move back in that Escort, but putting it back into position. In Halfhide in the yellow Peugeot 205 on that front row. On that second row, sorry. Alan Tapscott there. Alan Crockett. And I think they've moved that Escort to the right hand side. No, pushed him to the back, of course, because that jump starts. It starts at the back of the grid. So 5 rows of cars out on track now, and the noise starts. And the lights are going, and here we go. And it's a good start from the very back of the grid there. So making up some ground, but tucking into the inside. It was the pole sitter, but he's lost the way very early on. to Mark Jones. Nice as they all come through. You see what a leap that was up the order. Pushed right to the very back, but has made his way up the order too. That's Charles French, who was pushed right the way to the back of the grid, started on row number 5, but has worked his way up the order very early on. But there is our race leader, that is Mark Jones, who leads the way. You can see how much up the order he's gone, Charles French. He's really on it, isn't he? Maybe angry that he jump-started and bit between his teeth, but he's worked his way all the way up the order, is now right on the back of Ray Morgan in that Escort Mark III. Alan Crockett doing his best to close up on Alan Tapscott's. It's Opel Kadett GTE against that Escort Mark II, all in the Super Retro. Mark Jones is out ahead early stages of this one. So we see some see some dust kicking up. There is Mark Jones, our leader, but look how close it is now. Charles French right on the back of him, so it's gone from the very back of the grid to the very front of it, pretty much in one lap. Reminds me of Senna at Donington Park in the rain. As around they go. It's a very short lap, as we know, just under, a big spin there. But, no, Morgan there span, and as he was spinning round, just managed to keep on going and comes into contact with Alan Crockett, or rather Alan Crockett comes into contact with him. Bit of body damage there to Crockett's car, but Ray Morgan looks like he can't get his car started. Yes, it's the front right damage. You can see suspension all over the place on the front right of that car, so trying to get his car out the way as our race leader Mark Jones continues on his path to glory. Well, he's got that man chasing him down. That is Charlie French. No joker, so it's got to be done out on the track on this 4-lap race. Kicking up the dust, kicking up that gravel as they go. It's Toyota MR2 Turbo against a Ford Escort Mark II. Bit of bodywork down there from Morgan's car. He's holding him at bay, isn't he? Holding him at arm's length. Doing a great job as around they go for the final time. And that is a great performance from Mark Jones. He's just managed to keep Charles French at bay so far. Still got a bit of work to do, but he's held him off for a couple of laps, hasn't he? There's nothing that Charles French can do. He's been looking left and right, trying to force Jones into an error. And he might have got it done. Look at this on the outside. He has on the outside kink there as they go onto the loose. A brilliant overtake there from Charles French. Late on the brakes, kept it going. Has to tuck it out wide, avoiding that bit of bodywork on the tarmac surface as around he goes for the final time and takes the victory. Charles French went from the very back of the grid after a jump start. He takes the victory ahead of Mark Jones, just on the loose as they were going around the area where the Joker merges back with the tarmac section through the Joker into Hanson's, then to Ollie's where it rejoins from loose or unsealed to sealed surfaces, and that's when the overtake happened on the outside. Great there from Charles French. He would be kicking himself to start with, but he'll be happy with his efforts at the end of that one. We've still got one more of these combined Super Retros and BTRDA Classics to come, and here they are, the cars lining up on the grid right now. And in pole position it is Tony Lynch on the left hand side, right hand side of your picture. In the centre that is Stephen Grant. Alongside there is Helen Crooks. Huge variety of cars out here, as you can see. Helen Crooks in that little classic Mini over the shoulder. You've got the bigger BMW, much bigger BMW. Still waiting for a few more cars to join actually here. That's Vince Bristow, Ian Biaggi alongside. Ian Biaggi, quite flamboyant in his style. Vince Bristow in that BMW 318i. So Ian Biaggi lining up alongside Combination of classes with these retros and super retros and the classics. It's the BMC Mini Clubman for Ian Biaggi, and just over the rear of the shots. Messi Evans, I think. If you look at that collection being done. Peugeot 205 GTI Messi Evans on the back of the shots. And then even further back we have our second part of the grid, which includes the Stratos and the Volvo. So just out of the picture on the left hand side is our second grid. No Pat Duran by the look of it. We definitely have a Stratos though. And that's John Cross and the Stratos. Stuart Emery is there in his BMW. Volvo, sorry, Volvo 242, I should say. Damn, my brain is still in a different time zone, I think. Then we have the number 17 of David Ewan. Just in the picture, in fact, on the right hand side of your picture is David Ewan. In the Fiesta Mark III Evo. Very back of the shot, I think you might be able to make him out. It's Steve Cousins. No, you can't quite see him in the picture just there, but Steve Cousins is there also on the grid. And the Renault 5 Turbo 2. So it's waiting for the car to be moved out of the way. I can tell you it has been picked up. The truck is just moving it on the right hand side of your picture. So we're about ready to go for this one, our second of our Five Nations British Rallycross Super Retro and Retro class, and the BTRDA Classics making up this grid. Next up we have the Super Modified for the BTRDA, then we have the Supercars for the Five Nations Trophy. Following on with that we have the Cross Cars and the RX 150. I think it's just Cross Cars here today. I'm not sure if Steve Jones has made it all the way up, but we shall find out. Start Marshall moves his way off the grid and we are ready to go then. Let's see the engine start to rev. Keep your eyes on the lights. And it was a full start, so a bit more work done for the Start Marshall. He's going to have to show a new position to the offender, pushing them back on the grid with these retros, super retros, classics. They don't have to go through the joker at all, so you can't give them a penalty of going through the joker. You have to push them to the back of the grid. Running a fair bit behind time now. Looking like we're running somewhere around about half an hour behind schedule. Sure, things will speed up as the day goes on, especially as that lunchtime gets nearer and nearer and nearer. We'll get through these. We haven't gone into the full swing of things here at Pembrey. As far west of Wales as you can pretty much go. Get to the end of the M4 and there you are. Just before you fall into the sea, you come to the track. You get pushed right to the back of that grid. Stuart Emery's got his work to do now because he's got a car right on his shoulder, right in front of him that wasn't there before. He was able to drive into space last time, but not this time. It's into position. Goes our offender. In fact, off they go. They're just driven away. I think they're going to go all the way around to the very, very back of the grid, make life a bit more simple. That's what we'd like. That's Stephen Gaunt in the Vauxhall Corsa. So that's all the way out of your shot on the left-hand side. It's very much the front row. So it's going to be a bit nicer now for these two as they launch off at the start of this race, isn't it? If you look at Tony Lynch there in that prime position in that Peugeot 205 GTI, and Crooks alongside. Steve Gaunt has been pushed to the very, very back. Frustrating for him, a little jump start there, and that's all it takes, a little bit eager on the clutch, but they are ready to go. Second time of asking, ready to race. Oh, and another jump start there. You just saw, didn't you? Just saw another jump start. And that was... who was that? That was Biaggi, wasn't it? Ian Biaggi in that BMC Mini Club. And there you go. He's already moving himself voluntarily to the very back of the grid. If this carries on, they'll all be in the car park if we're not too careful. Everyone will have to start from the McDonald's up the way. There's Ian Biaggi moving his car through then, taking the same route as the other one. It's a reverse leapfrog that's what's going on right now. Which means Vince Bristow has got a lovely bit of space to his right-hand side, and it is a tight left kink off the start. Here you go off and then shoot off. It's pretty much a right angle, 90-degree right angle. So that means that Vince Bristow can move somewhat over to the right-hand side and get a better entry into that opening left-hander. Whereas Tony Lynch, who's in prime position, the pole position on the left-hand side, has got a bit of space as well to move slightly right and get a better entry trying to close off crooks. Here we go, ready to race for the third time of asking. No jump starts, and look at Bristow. What a leap he got there on Lynch, and he's already through. He's already jumped ahead there. The power of that BMW forces his way up and through, and into the lead goes Bristow. And here comes the Stratos through as well into third place. Brilliant start there from that Stratos of John Cross, making his way through. Had a torrid time, didn't he, John Cross, at Liddon Hill in the opening round of the season for this class. Real torrid time in that Stratos, but he manages to get himself off and running, and Bristow just stretching his legs and moving his way with that Stratos closing him down, or trying to close him down. Very different line between the two, and off the back end kicking out the Stratos, and it was a terrible entry, terrible exit there, and that enables a position to be gained back, as there is Stuart Emery in that Volvo, absolute lumbering beast, that Volvo 242. Looks like it shouldn't drive well around here, but look at it go as it closes up on the Stratos, and there's a 73. 73 is Messi Evans in the Peugeot 205 GTI in that classic class. Three different classes racing together out here. Stratos leaning so heavily, such soft suspension, just so much body roll as Vince Bristow leads the way. Takes a while for our time screens to catch up, but that is Bristow that leads the way, and he got an absolute leap, didn't he, to start with. A fantastic start as Emery has closed the gap up as well on the Stratos. He's right in the back of the party. There he is there. Huge BMW. Looking that just looms large. Tony Lynch is in second place. He managed to nibble his way back over the Stratos, who's now, rather than attacking, is having to defend Emery. A great battle for first and second, a great battle for third and fourth at the moment. There's battles all the way through the grid. Body roll in that Stratos is pretty extreme. The Volvo looks like it's measured compared to the two, as we decide to look somewhere off to the left-hand side there, as up ahead Bristow, obscured by the gravel, but gets that back end out on that 318. Second place is that 205 GTI. Third place, the Stratos of John Cross. Fourth place, it is Stuart Emery. My timing screen's not playing ball with me this morning, I tell you. Now it's updated. And those are the four in one shot. That Volvo and that Stratos, fair bit of body roll, but less body roll in the BMW than on the Lancia Stratos, which you might think surprising. Certainly would feel going to stiffen it up a little bit, but he knows what he's doing. I certainly don't know what I'm doing, but Bristow leads the way, and he's got a decent 1 second advantage over Tony Lynch in that Peugeot 205 GTI. Currently on lap 3 at the moment. Final time of asking. Oh, and the Stratos runs wide again, manages to gain the position on the inside of that exit. So looked like a wide line from the Stratos, but managed to keep it going and park his car in the middle of the corner. And that means Bristow takes this lead, increases the advantage as the fight behind is still going on. But the Stratos, John Cross, has taken the leap on Tony Lynch. He's now got that huge BMW looming behind, but around they go. big wide line as you watch the rest of the cars find through. Biaggi at the back of your shot there, pushed to the back of the grid and couldn't make his way up the order. And around we go for the final time of asking. Vince Bristow has got a 1.4 second lead now over, is it John Cross? Yes, it is, a 1.4 second lead. It looks like John Cross has closed that gap up. That loose is looking very deep, isn't it? On the outside of that little right-hander. No Joker lap needed at the moment. Remember the retros, the super retros, the classics do not go through the Joker lap, but Bristow secures this one as around he goes. There's a strata to John Cross behind. Great victory for Vince Bristow. Leapt off the line like a scalded cat and off he went through to take the victory. Never in question. But where are the others? That's the question. I think the race may have ended and our time screen hadn't told us that the race had ended, if I'm honest with you, because it is a 4-lap race. I've got an idea that maybe Bristow and Cross decided to go for an additional lap. It seemed like they went on a little bit long, but you can see there is the result. In fact, that would be completely incorrect unless they've been reprimanded for their result. But I think it was Bristow, Cross. I have no idea the result. Let's just say I have no idea on the result because I think they forgot to wave the checkered flags there. Over the line they go. But I think Bristow took the victory. I think it was John Cross in second, and it'll all be worked out at another time. Let's not get too confused with the ins and outs of what's going on. Maybe we don't need to know. Super modified now. BTRDA Super Mods. Great start there on the inside. Time to give you the grid, unfortunately, but I'll try and get you through the race as we go. Stephen Ratu is looking very solid out there at the moment. David Bell, Kieran Curran, Sam Bovell, David Crockett and David Caldwell make up this one. Second place, it is Ratu. As on the outside, looks like a nibble at the line from from Sam Bovell. And Kieran Curran is in strong position, but running ever so wide there and allowing two through, losing 2 places because of that wide line. That's not what you want, but Kieran Curran in the Vauxhall Corsa looking assured. David Bell just trying to get alongside in that BMW Mini Clubman and can't quite get it done. 4 laps, Jokers are needed. Sam Bovell has taken the Joker, so has David Caldwell. This fight is going on. It's going to be a battle of who's going to blink first, really. Curran has the lead. Bell is just so close, 0.1 of a second. You can just see them both in the picture. They're so close. 79 then, that's Stephen Ratu, 3rd in place. 4th place, Sam Bovell has jokered in the green car. That's the Fiesta Mark 6. He has jokered. So is David Crockett and David Caldwell. So 4, 5 and 6 have all jokered at a very wide line. Understeering all over the place, Stephen Ratu. And that enables Sam Bovell to come through. He has already jokered Bovell, so it's all coming towards him. Bovell in 3rd place in this Super Mods. And that Mark 6 Fiesta. 2.8 off the lead. And 2 seconds off of 2nd place as these two fight it through. This might come to help out Sam Bovell, who has jokered, and while these two fight, there he is in the picture now as Curran and Bell were fighting. That's enabled Sam Bovell to really join the party, and seeing as he has jokered, this one could go to him. Curran goes into the Joker and comes out of the Joker, and in doing so loses that position. Around a second or so in the Joker for these cars with the extra route, and off he goes. Kieran Curran has got it all wrong, and he is now missed the exit of the Joker, and I think he's out of the race. Looks like he's totally had to give up there. Not sure if it was damaged, not sure if he just ran wide, but he glanced himself off and couldn't get back on. So David Bell and Sam Bovell are fighting this one through. David Bell, though, has got to Joker, so it's going to go to Sam Bovell. He's closed up that gap. It's been an absolutely perfect drive from Bovell in that Mark 6 Fiesta. As into the Joker goes the countryman of David Bell. And out he comes. We're jumping all over the place here as we try and pick up our race leader. And he's going all over the place, isn't he? Sam Bovell is fighting himself to victory. And he managed to get himself all crossed up. But he's got the exit done. And he is going to go through and take the victory, I'm sure. It is a 4-lap race. So there is the victory. Sam Bovell has taken it. Our timing screens aren't showing that the race has ended, but it has. It was a 4-lap race. We should be having checkered flags showing up on our timing screens, but it's not being done. So whoever's programming the timing screens obviously has programmed it for a 5-lap race. So I do apologise for the earlier call on that one. We just don't have the checkered flag on our timing screens. That is the reason for the confusion out here. Now we go to our second race in the Supermods. We were treated there, weren't we, to something very, very cool indeed. But it's Ricky McAlonen. I'm going to try and say that again. McAlonen, there you go. He is in pole position, Ricky McAlonen. In the Nova, S1600, 1600 Nova. On the inside, or the outside of the corner, 555. That is George Gray in that BMW. Well, it says BMW Mini Compact. It's definitely not a BMW Mini Compact, that is for sure. George Gray, sorry. Second row, we have number 18 on the inside of the corner. Outside as we look, though, Andrew Hawks. The Mini Countryman. Front wheel drive Mini. Here we go, bringing the noise, bringing the revs, and away they go. So stalled start though on the outside of turn 1. That is not what you want in that BMW. That's George Gray. He's saying a BMW Mini Compact, but that doesn't look like a BMW Mini to me. So we'll try and come to terms with why that is shown as a BMW Mini Compact. It was a great result earlier on from Sam Bovell as he goes through, taking that victory. And in this one, well, Ricky McAlonen, prime position for him off the start, wasn't it? Andrew Hawks getting all messed up there, couldn't get away, or George Gray couldn't get away, in fact, off the line. Stalling, managing himself, get himself going again. Andrew Hawks firing himself through. And Richard Moore in the Mercedes SLK, the V8. A huge variety out on track. Not often you see a Mercedes SLK against a Mini, is it? But there you go. We're getting to see it here in Pembrey. There's Hawks chasing him down. Going toe to toe, aren't they? Still that SLK that leads the way. Great start from Ricky McAlonen in that Nova. Yeah, 1600. Hawks, though, the gap is pretty big between them. Over 2 seconds, the gap between first and second. And the SLK has managed to move his way through. So I think they may have lost a car out on track. There was a decent fight, wasn't there, going on? That fight has now ended. Is it a bit of bodywork lifting? No, it's just an optical illusion from the livery of Ricky McAlonen's Nova. There is Hawks, Andrew Hawks, in second place in that Countryman. And it was the SLK that was fighting him through, but you can see the gap has really grown as in and out the Joker. There you go. 3 cars in, 3 cars still to Joker. That's the Corsa of Dale Ford. Philip McLaughlin in that MG Metro, and George Gray in the BMW. Still all need Joker, the top 3 that have Jokered, and so you'd suspect with the gaps they are right now, bar any damage, it would end in this way, because you can see the gaps between are pretty massive, around 3 seconds in fact, almost 4 seconds between second and third, between Andrew Hawks and the SLK. Richard Moore. Here's our race leader, Ricky McAlonen. Around he goes. Holding it together, no drama there. Front wheel drive, just having to battle his way through. Across the line. And completing the race, there's the SLK to complete it. Still a few more out on track. Just our final three. Here we go. 704. That's Dale Ford coming home in fourth, followed by Philip McLaughlin and George Gray, home and host, rounding out the top six. Next up then we have the noise, the big noise, the supercars. I'll give you the grid in just a few seconds. So supercars all lining up, 4 in a row. Colin Anson on the pole position, alongside Derek Tohill. Then it is Gary Donoghue and Tristan Ovenden. Derek Tohill, great performance so far for him in the championship, sits equal in the championship with Patrick O'Donovan. Both of them secured 2 victories each. 2 victories for Patrick O'Donovan in Linden Hill, and 2 victories for Derek Tohill. Last time out over in Ireland. So here we go then, the first time we've seen these today. And a little hold at the moment, as we can see, but yeah, 74 points each for Patrick O'Donovan and Derek Tohill. Tristan Ovenden sitting down in 5th place in the championship. It's a false start. So I'm not sure who the jump start was, but it is a 4-lap race, including the Joker. So the Joker is going to be, the Joker board is going to be shown to one of the drivers, whoever the jump start was. So I can't tell you who that was, as much as I'd like to. It's being shown, it's being shown to car number 8, Gary Donoghue. Be frustrating for Donoghue. 7th in the championship at the moment. A couple of good results last time out. And Mondello. And off we go then. It's a very good start from Tohill in 2nd place. He's moved his way out the order, but on the outside there, well, that was a decent start, wasn't it, from Tristan Ovenden in the very familiar red and yellow Citroen DS3. There is Tohill, though. He needs what he can get. He needs as many points as he can get here in the intermediate classification, Tohill, to work his way out of the order for the final a little bit later on. He's got his eye on the prize, isn't he? Really trying to take the game to Patrick O'Donovan, who'll be coming up next, the reigning champion. We've got champions throughout this. Tohill, O'Donovan, Godfrey, all there in this Supercar classification this weekend. And Tohill can't close the gap on Ovenden, who's certainly got the measure of him at the moment. Ovenden goes about 1.5 seconds ahead. A very wide line, as you see on the exit there. Oh, and it's a very, very sideways from Tohill. 2 sideways. Had to correct that one. Has lost a huge amount of time, but luckily for him, the cars behind, the Mitsubishi Mirage of Anson and the Ford Fiesta of Gary Donoghue, are nowhere near them. So he was able to make that mistake and keep himself in that 2nd place by some margin. They're around 6 seconds up, Tohill and Ovenden, from P3 and P4. You see a rear end of a cameraman there, just taking over the entire shot. But there is our race leader, Tristan Ovenden, in that Citroen DS3 in this supercar class. There is Derek Tohill, drifting that car out, round he goes. Flicking the car left, and then round Brooklands hairpin, off he goes. Derek Tohill down the speedway straight before tucking it right into Carter's hairpin, which is where Ovenden is now. There you go. Into the other surface around Hanson's and into Ollie's. There's Ollie's, there you go. So Ovenden and Tohill still yet to joke us over. There's Ollie's, that's the Ollie's corner, up to Senna's. And there is Tohill. And Derek Tohill has jokered. You could tell the different line that he took there, the exit and all that dust that was being kicked up from the unsealed surface. Tohill trying to hunt down Ovenden, but the gap is way too large for anyone's liking, really, if you are in the Towhill camp in that Peugeot 208 WRX. So Ovenden's going to take the Joker, has to take the Joker at this time of asking, but it's got such a big margin. I'm not sure he's going to care too much. We want to keep the time looking good, though, for the classification in a little while. As many points as you can get are going to help you. This track is evolving, as we know it always does throughout the course of the day. There will be a bit of maintenance done after the cross cars, which are coming next. Around they go. Ovenden takes the victory. Derek Towhill second. Gary Donoghue in third place. In fact, it's Anson rounding them out. Across they go. So that's our first supercar action of the day. Ovenden took the victory. Gary Donoghue in third place. Towhill sandwiching them. He'll be fairly disappointed with that one exit there, but into position we have our next row, and it starts looking a little bit like this. Julian Godfrey. The car should be nearest to us on the pole position. There you go, Julian Godfrey. Black with the blue stripes. Then it's Patrick O'Donovan alongside him. So two champions, the reigning champion Patrick O'Donovan. Ollie O'Donovan, his dad, is alongside him in that yellow and green Proton Iris. John McCluskey had a decent result last time out. John McCluskey, Mondello. So Godfrey currently sitting fifth in the championship. McCluskey second. This was last year, sorry. Finishing second in the championship, John McCluskey last year. So he's got his work to be done this year as he sits way down the order in the championship. McCluskey third in the championship, but 50 points, so it's 24 points off the lead at this stage. So McCluskey needs to work his way up the order. Godfrey, Patrick O'Donovan, Ollie O'Donovan, John McCluskey. And we have a full start just there. So I think that is Ollie O'Donovan. Yeah, Ollie O'Donovan rolls his way back. He's going to have to move himself back into position, and he will have to do an additional route around the Joker. So two Jokers for Ollie O'Donovan. Now, we know Ollie O'Donovan's so good at working with his son and helping to protect Patrick when it comes down to the championship, very much working as a team. The team's championship being brought in this season. Patrick O'Donovan in that blue, very familiar blue and orange Peugeot 208 WRX. Raced in Hungary last weekend in the World Rally Cross Championship. Didn't make it into the final, but is trying his luck against the very best in the world, Johan Kristoffersens, the Hansen brothers. Gronholm, Veiby, people like that. And off he goes this time out. It's a good start, though, from Patrick O'Donovan, really scorching himself away. Godfrey's on the inside, nudges the back of Ollie O'Donovan, but look, Ollie O'Donovan's moved into a position now where he can protect, but he's hit the tyres, and that'll be a bit of a penalty, I think, for Ollie O'Donovan just there. You can't go clouting into these tyres there. So Ollie O'Donovan in second place there, protecting his son, Patrick O'Donovan, who doesn't really need protecting because he's stretching that lead already. Then it's Godfrey in third place, went from that lovely pole position down, but it was a great start from Patrick O'Donovan as he took that lead. And when Patrick gets into these positions now, still got young head on those shoulders of his, but he has got so much experience now racing at the very, very highest level and taking it to the very, very highest level as well, though this season hasn't all gone to his liking, with only one appearance in the final so far. Ollie O'Donovan doing his best to protect his son to keep that gap. He's now got a race on his own, though, hasn't he, with Julian Godfrey, and Julian Godfrey knows a fair bit. These are two former champions, of course, Ollie O'Donovan and Godfrey, racing front to tail, really, front bumper to rear bumper, as there is the race leader, Patrick O'Donovan, about 4.5 seconds up from his dad, Ollie O'Donovan. And there is Godfrey. John McCluskey at the very back of the field. Patrick O'Donovan's time, though, well, it's really, really fast at the moment when it comes down to the intermediate classification. Remember, we do look at all the times, put them together to work out the order. Into the Joker goes Ollie O'Donovan for the first time and the second time. He's completed 2 Joker laps now. Ollie O'Donovan has fallen down somewhat down the order, just by 1 position over Julian Godfrey, who's still got to Joker, so you suspect that Ollie O'Donovan will have done enough to secure that second place, even with those 2 Jokers. There goes Patrick in and out of the Joker himself. Around Ollie's, around Senna's as well, just drifting the car around there. Beautiful car control, as we expect from the reigning champion. Oh, Ollie O'Donovan's done it again. Ollie O'Donovan clouts the tyres, and does that coming together between Ollie O'Donovan and Godfrey? I'm not sure, because McCluskey's moved his way up the order into 3rd place. Ollie O'Donovan is in 2nd. I don't know if he's going to get a penalty coming his way. I suspect there will be a trip to the stewards, though, because the amount of times he's come into contact with that tyre. Patrick O'Donovan, though, assured, controlled from the very, very start of this one. Has to take a much wider line so he doesn't take the barrier that his dad's created. And round he goes, over the line. Patrick O'Donovan secures that victory. And Ollie O'Donovan has done it again. And through goes McCluskey. And although Ollie O'Donovan had the inside line and essentially took 2nd place, he's hit that tyre barrier about 3 or 4 times that I've seen, and Ollie O'Donovan may be finding himself a trip to the stewards and working his way down the order with a time penalty added on. That may push him even down to the very bottom of the pile after that one. So not perfect for Ollie O'Donovan. It was perfect, though, for his son Patrick, who took the first victory of his races here today. You've only got a little bit of action before a slight break on track. It's going to be down to the track maintenance. Sorry, there will be some tyre maintenance, of course. Tyre maintenance being the barriers being pushed back into position. But this is all about the cross cars and the RX 150s. Let's have a look at the grids for you as we see the cars out there. There will be a little bit of a hold. Cross cars and the RX 150s. We have 2 races. Well, actually, yes, there are cars at the back. There are 2 races coming your way. I thought they might be combining it into one because of the sheer number of cars. Benjamin Bartlett starts in pole position in the Mygale XC04. Then it is Bradley Turner, James Constantine on the outside of the turn 1. Near McCullen, there's Stephen Jones in the number 19. Stephen Jones in the RX 150, the only RX 150. Passed that one on the motorway yesterday as I was coming up. Saw that on the back of the trailer. And Stephen Burke in the number 32. The Car SXC. Just waiting for a bit of maintenance still to go out on track. You know, Steve Jones is the only RX 150, so he leads that RX 150 class, as you'd expect. In the other championship, although they are amalgamated grids, they are still separate championships when it comes down to the cross cars and the RX 150. A bit of track work being done now, in fact. So Max Weatherly leads the way in the Cross Car Championship. It's taken a very, very impressive 4 victories out of 6 races so far this season. They've got 5 more rounds, 6 more rounds, including these 2 this weekend. Ben Bartlett in 2nd place, 86 points. So quick maths, 21-point gap between 1st and 2nd. Will Ovenden, who will be out there, is in 3rd place, and Brad Turner in P4 in the championship. Brad Turner starting in the middle of the picture in that white cross car with the red and blue. Benjamin Bartlett, we mentioned him a few moments ago in the championship. Ben Bartlett sits second in the championship, and he sits in that pole position here in the opening race. And Start Marshall just moving himself into position. 4-lap race, includes a joker in these cross cars. We are ready to go. The big wave to them all, thumbs up from them all. We are ready to race. We have the noise. And it's a great start right through the middle, but oh no, off the gas. Looks like he may have missed a gear there, and that drops him right back. That's not what he needed. That is definitely not what he needed. It's into the lead. Well, goes our pole sitter. There is Steve Jones there in the only RX 150 out on track, but it is car number 44. That's Ben Bartlett that leads the way. James Constantine in second place. There is Steve Jones. Right on the straights, isn't it, that RX 150? 44. Ben Bartlett. We're working through the order. That was an absolute disastrous start though for our second place driver off the grid. Really didn't want to start that way, did he? Brad Turner, but that's what happened. Just couldn't get away, could he? And I think he may have, yeah, he's DNF'd early on. Brad Turner, absolute disaster from him. You can see him parked up just there, in fact, on the back of the shot. So when it comes down to the championship, where Brad Turner needs a decent result now, he needs to work his way up through the order. There he is, stuck on track, Brad Turner. I think he's out of the way though. Looks like it's going to be a red flag. Looks like they're still fairly happy to keep going. There is Ben Bartlett. Benjamin Bartlett leads the way. James Constantine second. There's Steve Jones, worked his way up to third place. That's a great performance from him so far. Stephen Burke is in fourth in that Yaka Cross SXC. Bit of a wide line though, and Steve Jones is able to close that gap down. Much nicer entrance and exit for Steve Jones. And Stephen Burke, well, he's got his work cut out, hasn't he, with Steve Jones breathing down his neck. There's our race leader though. What a lead it is. Ben Bartlett is leading by around 3 seconds over James Constantine. Liam McMullen and Steve Jones have both jokered. That's how come Steve Jones worked his way down the order a little bit just there, falling back. James Constantine is here, in and out the joker. There's Stephen Burke, and that allows Steve Jones to get back through and close the door, slowing up Burke as he was trying to push his way through. Very different looking things, aren't they, the RX 150s from the cross cars. They are running together on the grids, but there's only one RX 150 nowadays at the moment in the championship, so Steve Jones is guaranteed to be the champion. He keeps winning his own races, of course. He comes first, second, third and fourth. Ben Bartlett goes through. Constantine can't get any closer than around 3.5 seconds. There's 3 cross cars, the RX 150 fight it out together. They're all going together. As in and out the joker goes Constantine and exits. Where's he exited? Has he exited ahead? Not sure if he has. There is our race leader though, Benjamin Bartlett has gone through and takes the victory, and over we go there. Yes, Constantine managed to emerge ahead, just ahead, in second place. There was a fight for the rest, wasn't it? There we go. Bartlett, Constantine, McMullen, Burke, Steve Jones. I'm not sure if that was the order in the end though. We shall get confirmation on that one. Steve Jones, I thought was in the middle of the pack there, but my eyes may have deceived me. Next grid for you then. Pole position it is Max Langmaid. Alongside him in the middle is Max Weatherly in that white and blue cross car. Then it's Kevin Sharkey on the outside of turn 1, the bottom of your picture in the black fluorescent kart. There's Gareth Jones in the all black kart. 581 is David Kane in the white and grey, and over the back it's the familiar red and yellow. It must be in Ovenden. It's Will Ovenden. So Max Weatherly will be a name we'll recognise for sure. Ben Bartlett, by the way, was Max Langmaid was racing in British Rallycross Supercar class. He's moved back into his cross car for now, whereas Max Weatherly and Will Ovenden in familiar territory. Bit of a hold at the moment. Weatherly is the reigning cross-car champion and starts in a very, very good position. Right in the centre, so it could get squished if he's not too careful. Max Langmaid in that optimal position. Another bit of a hold here. Should be some track maintenance being done after this one. I know we had some track repair, but there we see the reason. That's Brad Turner's Life-Live TN5 cross car being dragged away by the Pembrey team. And it shouldn't take too much longer as it's just moving away. It'll be on the top of your shot in just a few moments' time. In fact, you'll see the yellow truck. There it is. That's moving Brad Turner's car out the way. There it is. Unfortunately for Brad, that's the quickest it's gone so far today in the races, but we've got these 5 cars lined up. And in pole position, Max Langmaid. Alongside him in the centre, Max Weatherly. And then it's Kevin Sharkey in that speed car wonder. Gareth Jones and David Kane make up that second row. What a great start it is through the centre. We did say it was going to be a great position to be in. There's a bit of a lock up there, but through they go. Second place on the grid to start with. Falling away a little bit down the order. There we go. Bit of a fight between the two. Is straight away into the Joker. No, I thought it was into the Joker, but of course not just yet. A bit too early there, Bryn. Putting the trigger on that one. As Max Langmaid has got his work cut out, as Max Weatherly has worked his way well and truly up the order. Max Weatherly very, very happy with his start, the reigning champion. He's also sitting top of the pile at the moment in the championships, Max Weatherly, so not only reigning champion, but in a very, very good position to retain that championship. Very early to be saying that, with there's still quite a few numbers of races to go, but there is an Ovenden. That's Will Ovenden with a bit of a flappy bodywork just there, sticking out. In fact, it's really flapping away, isn't it? Got to be careful that thing doesn't take off. Huge amount of leaning just there from Will Ovenden's Miguel XC04 cross car. Max Weatherly, though, he is well and truly up ahead. He's almost 2 seconds up the road there from Ovenden. And you see over his shoulder, well, that is very, very tight, isn't it? It's David Kane, the speed car wonder, is really putting the pressure on Ovenden. The gap is around 0.4 of a second, less than that, in fact, getting closer and closer. Tight, close racing, frenetic racing, frantic at all times. Gareth Jones and Kevin Sharkey really going for it as Max Langmaid has worked his way well down the order. And is, I think, oh no, he's still going. Looked like he was retiring, but it says he's still going, but he's so far off the pace, Langmaid. Surprisingly so, clearly has an issue going on. David Kane doesn't have an issue, does he? The only issue he's got is he can't get past Ovenden, so let's see what he does. Takes the additional route there this time to get it done, David Kane, so he will open up that gap a little bit more. Now he's got to just try and keep himself nice and neat, get as perfect a race, or perfect a lap as he possibly can, as Ovenden will need to joker this time out. So will Max Weatherly. So the race leader in second place still needs to go into the joker. Keep your eyes on that white card. David Kane, though, he has jokered. Will he be able to take that place back over Ovenden? Max Weatherly has got the lead. Max Weatherly has got this one pretty much done. You can't see Max Weatherly putting a foot wrong, can you? There is second place, Will Ovenden. Let's look at the gap. Well, David Kane just out of the picture just there has really closed up the gap on Ovenden. As round he goes, you could see David Kane taking the different route. Max Weatherly's got this one done, but where is Ovenden going to pop out? Is Ovenden going to pop out in second or third? Well, there you go. David Kane has jumped him in the Joker, with Ovenden going into the Joker. What perfect lap there from David Kane. Moves his way up to second and takes second place. So Weatherly took the victory, David Kane second, and Will Ovenden in third place. And that was all down to a fantastic Joker strategy from David Kane and getting the job done when Will Ovenden went in and out of the Joker. So we are done with our first session of the day. Every single one of these cars has been out at least once on track, or once on track is a required number for the first round of qualifiers. We've got the second qualifiers coming very, very soon. I'm looking out there, the cars are already on track, so I'm guessing we're going to carry straight on then without any track prep being done. So if you needed to stop and go to a little wee break or anything like that, take your phones with you, because we're carrying on through, and we're carrying on through with the juniors. Tommy Brown just moving himself into position, in pole position. That's Teddy McPherson, and Caden Harris is joining him there. This is a very, very interesting lineup there in the championship. It's interesting because of how tight it is in the championship. In the juniors, Caden Harris and Teddy McPherson splitting that front row, with McPherson in the pole position on the far side of your picture. They're both on 71 points. Tommy Brown in the middle. Well, Tommy Brown in the middle, he is third in the championship. 15 points off. Came second last time out in Mondello. McPherson took the win at Mondello. McPherson has only had seconds and first places so far this season. 3 second places in a row. Second for the first 3 races of the season. Won the final round at Mondello Park last time out, and is equal on points with Caden Harris. At the back of the picture, one other car, 273, that's Harrison Foley, and it is a jump start. So Harrison Foley is in the back of the picture as well. Sits 4th in the championship, Harrison. And with that jump start there, means that Tommy Brown is going to have to take an additional tour around the Joker. We're on to our second round of qualifying races. Qualifying 2. Getting points in the intermediate category to set the grid for the finals a little bit later on. 3 qualifiers to go. We are ready to race. Tommy Brown needs to get ahead because he's got to take 2 Joker tours. He's got a good start, and McPherson has fallen back, and Caden Harris has slipped his way up into second place. Tommy Brown got the start he needed though, and we'll hope that it'll be a fight between the 2 behind, McPherson and Harris. If those 2 can occupy each other, that will give Tommy Brown, the race leader, the chance to get in and out of the Joker twice, which he's going to need to do after that jump start. So let's see what happens. Are they going to work together? Harris and McPherson going to work together? It doesn't look like it, no, because now, as you see, onto the back foot goes Caden Harris. He's now having to defend from Teddy McPherson, and that's going to give Brown the perfect opportunity to move his way up the order. Let's see here. He's leading the way, but he needs to advance his way up the track as best he can. There is the 23 of Hands. But it is Tommy Brown. Has he gone into the Joker? I think he's jokered early. So that's, well, maybe all he could do, really. He's jokered early, gets one of them done. Hands goes very, very wide there through the right-hander at Ollie's. As these 2 are fighting it out, Brown needs to close it up again, doesn't he? And hope that he can close it up with these 2 battling and defending each other. Let's see where we are, though, because it's all going to come down to the strategy between Caden Harris and McPherson. Both equal in the championship. This might flip-flop all the way through the season. Caden Harris is holding him up, just parking his car in the way. Brown needs to take advantage of this, doesn't he? Is he going to go in at the Joker and get it done a second time? He's got 2 Jokers to do, remember. I think Let's have a look. He's got hands behind. I think he has, you know. I think he's gone in and out of the Joker. Let's have a look, see the attitude of the car on the exit. That will tell us all. Only showing us one Joker so far for me on the timing screen from Brown, so he's opted to stay out and put pressure on Caden Harris and Teddy McPherson. The gap between Tommy Brown and Will Hands, though, well, that's around 3 seconds. It's very close between these two, and there's a big gap between the rest. As around the outside, McPherson's going to try to go, just giving Caden Harris something to think about as they get onto the loose. Brooklands Speedway straight onto the Carter's hairpin to get onto the loose stuff into the Joker area, Hanson's and the Joker. So they're still staying out here, as you can see. Neither of them have jokered, and so it's going to be both together, I think, as McPherson, I'm surprised he didn't do the opposite. Tommy Brown has gone into the Joker now. I thought that you might see a change in strategy. McPherson maybe should have stayed out just there, or gone into the Joker, doing exactly the opposite of what Caden Harris has done. And they haven't done anything, so a slight mistake maybe from the team. Maybe should have got that call to Teddy McPherson to do exactly the opposite of Caden Harris. Bit of experience maybe. Got to learn that on there. Do the opposite, because at the moment you're just stuck in a train. You can't get through. It's in and out they go through this Joker. Now they do it. They get it done together. They emerge in P1, P2, but great drive there from Tommy Brown. He really did close up that gap, didn't he? 2 Jokers required for Tommy Brown. You suspect, though, if he hadn't had to do these 2 Jokers, he may have been able to close the gap even more. In fact, in and out the Joker he went, and he lost the position. As I was just giving him great credit, in and out he went and fell back down the order. So Will Hands taking advantage of Tommy Brown's unfortunate additional route through the Joker. Cheshire Boober didn't make it to the start. Unfortunately, Harrison Foley there. 1 lap down as he comes round at the top of the picture. There is Harrison Foley. Getting it done at the very end. Our next grid then, we're going to see Swift and a Micra. So it's Elliot Fuster starts in the pole position. Then it's Aston Brown in the centre in the black Swift. Nearest to 999 is Hayden Harris. Jimmy Jenkins in the Micra, and Oscar Cooper on the near side in the purple car. 1.3 litre Swifts, the BTRDA Juniors. Heat number 2. The result earlier, it was Fuster, Aston Brown, Hayden Harris taking the top 3 last time out. And they're off and running this time. And a great start through the middle, wasn't it, there from Aston Brown. As Fuster drops back a little bit. There was a fight between these two last time, if you remember, about a second between them, in fact, last time out. Fuster being victorious last time. He's dropped his way back by 1 position, holding off Hayden Harris in P3. But you can throw a beach towel over these 3. They're so closely linked together at the moment on this opening tour, this opening lap. Break after they've all gone around one more time through all the cars. We've got the productions up next, then the Swifts and the BTRDA Minis. Combined retros, super retros and the classics, the modified supercars and the cross cars again, as the fight continues out on track. Aston Brown. Harris, oh, and he's gone off wide there, a bit of a mistake, a big mistake even there from Aston Brown, and that is not the way to do it, unfortunately for him. Fuster went in and out of the Joker, and as you can see, he's at the back of the shot there, but he has already jokered and is stuck behind Oscar Cooper. As up ahead, Hayden Harris is fighting it out with Jimmy Jenkins, and Aston Brown went off unceremoniously. It has rejoined. Not sure quite went wrong there as he got a little bit sideways, but in and out of the Joker goes Hayden Harris. Let's see where he's going to emerge. Oh, and there is, I thought we were going to see that that Fuster would emerge ahead. It's a very wide line, though, from Hayden Harris, and that's allowed Fuster to close up the gap. A really wide line again, though, from Oscar Cooper. So one going a little bit wide, that caused a bit of a concertina, and they all seem to follow suit. There goes Jimmy Jenkins, currently in the lead, but has still got to Joker in P2. Hayden Harris around 2 seconds down on Jimmy Jenkins, who's got that additional tour to go. It's quite an additional amount of time actually into that Joker. Earlier on I think we thought it was about half a second, but it's definitely adding more than half a second on to your tour time, to your lap time. There you go, in and out of the Joker goes Jimmy Jenkins, and he emerges in P2. As Fuster is up ahead, P3, sorry, because it's Harris that is leading the way. It's a bit of a fight, isn't it, as Fuster holds him off, holds off that fight. One more tour to go, one more lap to go. Hayden Harris has the lead. Elliot Fuster did a great job there, really good job of holding off Jenkins as he came out of that Joker, just parked the car right in the middle, forgot about the race he was having with this man, Hayden Harris. So it's Harris, Fuster, Jenkins. There's Jenkins in the back of the shot just there now. Oscar Cooper and Aston Brown, who was looking so strong, falling foul to the exit of the corner. So here he comes. Hayden Harris takes the victory. Fuster in second. Jenkins in third, and still fighting out at the back. You can see almost making his way up position was Aston Brown, but he couldn't quite get it done. Oscar Cooper takes fourth. Moving on to the production class now, the BTRDA production. Is Alex Fletcher in pole position. Neil Brooks in second. Edmund Shepherd making up that front row. Over the shoulder then, 187. On the far side you see is William Noon, Andy Harris alongside, and just out of the picture of Finn Vore. What an exciting race he had last time out, Finn, alongside Nathan Jones. Not sure if Kezia Dawn is also there, but Martin Peters should also be at the very back. Kezia Dawn is there. And off they go. So Fletcher had a great position to start with and is absolutely scorching out ahead now as the few behind start to fight. These Neil Brooks and Evan Shepherd fighting it between them and joining the party, joining the fray. Well, that is William Noon. And the Civic as well. Alex Fletcher then, pole position, and a decent margin between him and second place as the others file through. There's Finn Vore. Oh, bumping over there. It's very bumpy on that entrance, isn't it? That left-hander might have to change a line there. He put a lot of strain on the car. But Fletcher has the lead. No problems with him so far. That's Will Noon. Will Noon's fallen down to fourth place. Started in fourth place actually, but can't get any closer. Neil Brooks has fallen down into third place, so finally getting the job done is Edmund Shepherd and being able to creep his way ahead a little bit more than he was. No time showing on the timing screen, which is a bit strange, but there we go. In and out the Joker goes Andy Harris and Finn Vore. Opening laps done then, and you can see the gaps starting to open up in some places, but Finn Vore is really having a fight now with Will Noon. There's in fact overtaken Will Noon. Joker's done by both. Finn Vore is looking very strong in fourth place. A very lively first race earlier on today in that sector. And in the lead, that's Alex Fletcher. There he is. He's, what, 2.8 seconds up the road from these two fighting out between themselves. That's Edmund Shepherd and Neil Brooks into the Joker goes Brooks, getting that one done. Fletcher's gone in and out of the Joker as well on the rejoin, on the merge. Very, very close between him and Edmund Shepherd. Edmund Shepherd's going to be forced out very wide there. And what Edmund Shepherd really needed from this was a clean lap. He needed to emerge into clean air ahead of Alex Fletcher. The race isn't with Fletcher, but he needed to emerge ahead of Fletcher to get that gap between him and Brooks, who'd already just jokered. So this may come into the hands of Brooks. And what can Finvor do? Because Finvor has also jokered. So the only car out there on track is the 45. That is Edmund Shepherd, the Citroen C2 VTS. There is our race leader, Fletcher. You should just see into the picture there, that's other Citroen, the C2 VTS, not the Saxo, the C2 VTS, that's Edmund Shepherd. He's got to Joker. Finvor, who's in third place now, I think may emerge in second place. Oh, look at that scampering through. That was Edmund Shepherd. He's managed to emerge ahead of most, but not ahead of Finvor. So he's jumped ahead of Neil Brooks. There's a bit sideways go a few of the cars. Finvor worked his way up. Brilliant performance into second place. Edmund Shepherd emerging into third place there. And Neil Brooks in fourth. So Shepherd really needed that clean exit, didn't he? But got held up by Alex Fletcher, who went on to win. And that enabled Finvor to work his way up through the order to take the victory. Great work in the productions. We move on now onto the Swifts and the Minis. It's a combined grid between the Swifts and the Minis. The grid looks like this. Llewellyn has the pole position. Wesley Wickens in P2. Ryan Cooper P3 on the nearest side to us, that white Mini. Then Warren Salter in P4. The second row, or the second bank of cars, you can see the Swifts. Well, it's Matt Cake in the pole position in that 630 car, the blue Swift that you can see with Phoebe written on the side. That's his daughter. Gary Harvey will start alongside. You can see just there in the grey Swift with the black bonnets. Phil Seath not made it out after the issue last time. Trying to glance through our pretty dark, scratched up windows here to see if I can see if it is Neftali Ayeko. But here we go, off and running. It's a great start from the inside from Llewellyn, wasn't it? Brilliant start there. Pole position, gets a fast entry but a slow exit, and that's enabled Ryan Cooper to shoot his way up through into the race lead. And you can see as well different classes racing together. There is a Cake. Oh, big lock up on the front left. Cake there, but manages to get the car stopped and turned. And into the lead goes Ryan Cooper off the start. It was a brilliant start from Cooper. Llewellyn got it a little bit too hot onto the entrance there, that first left-hander, the very tight left-hander, compromising the exit. And there was Ryan Cooper waiting to dive through. There's Cake. And there is Salter. So different races, different classes racing together out on track. The Minis, the BMW Minis for the BTRDA. And the British Rallycross Five Nations Trophy, the British Rallycross Suzuki Swift Sports Championship. Bit of a hold up just there at the back of the shot between the two different classes. The Swift holding up the Mini. But Ryan Cooper looking so assured after the start, and it is on the entrance there that the Mini managed to take the position. There is our race leader though, Cooper. Llewellyn really pushing all the way. Into the Joker goes Llewellyn. Wants a decent exit. Those front wheels doing the steering and the driving, the pulling of the car. A lot of work to be done, which means understeer is a big thing. There you see having to control that car on the entrance, not compromising the exit at all, which is what happened on the start there for that car there, Llewellyn. Falling down to P3 at the moment, but Joker has been done. In fact, Wickens has also jokered. So Wickens, as you're looking at there, may even inherit this race win. Started Wickens in the centre of that front row. Bit of a slow start for Wickens, but it's holding a decent position now. The gap around 2 seconds between Wickens and Cooper, who leads. There is Cooper. bouncing all over the place. Around we go now. Cooper's going to have to joker. He's going to have to joker on this lap as well. So sweeping around to the left-hand side. Here we go. Far side right-hander. It's pretty hot down here before you enter the unsealed surface. Here's Carter's hairpin. Here it is. Race leader onto Carter's hairpin, then goes onto the loose right about now. The gap has closed right up, hasn't it? Wickens and Llewellyn really closing down. So there into the joker goes our race leader, Cooper. That allows Wickens to jump through and Llewellyn following suit. So a great start for Cooper, but couldn't get it done after that. They started to close the gap up more. And a very, very hot exit of the joker lap there. As over the line, taking the victory was Wesley Wickens. Lynn Llewellyn in second, Ryan Cooper in third. Matt Cake takes the victory though in the Swifts. Finishing ahead of that Mini Cooper S of Warren Salter that you're looking at right now. So some way back there for Salter. Aeko comes through in second. Decent performance from Aeko, starting on the back row to come through in P2. This rounds out the combined race. A combined class though. Big combined grid now being formed. Here on the Super Retros, the Retros and the Classics all moving into position. Ian Biaggi just moving up there into his position right now. Front row then, David Ewan starts on that pole position in that Fiesta Mark III. Messi Evans alongside the Peugeot 205 GTI, then the very familiar number 50 Steve Cousins. Steve Cousins in the Renault 5 Turbo 2, the return. Stephen Gaunt starts on the inside of the second row in the Corsa. Then it's Ian Biaggi in car 55, and that's the BMC Mini Clubman. Two more rows after that, but a couple of cars missing from those rows. But I believe it's the first time we're going to see Pat Duran out here as well today. Pat Duran moving his way into position in his Escort Mark II. In fact, it's been pushed back to the correct row. A couple of cars are missing. 422, that's Helen Crooks. There's Pat Duran just there. So you're going to start to see a bit of David and Goliath out on track, aren't you? You're going to see the Super Retro of Pat Duran and that Ford Escort Mark II against the Classic Mini of Helen Crooks. Expect to see Pat Duran leap all over Helen Crooks, so to speak, on the start. His front row is mouth-watering. Cousins on the outside, flamboyant as ever in the Renault 5. Ready to race. 4-lap races, no jokers, and all over the place off the line. Cousins got a lot of wheel spin, didn't he? Got a bit of traction, got himself away, and he's gone very, very wide, hot off the start. And that's thrown a cat among the pigeons everywhere. As Liam Duran now on the outside, Pat Duran, sorry, takes Helen Crooks. Finally, took him a while to get around, but there you go. Pandemonium off the start. That tight left-hander. Cousins getting all over the place, lighting up those tyres, and maybe just not being able to get the car stopped. But he is off and running. He is away, and there you can see the 17. That is David Ewan. Started in the pole position, but he's not in pole, or not is in the lead position now. Cousins has fallen his way back. That was pandemonium off the start, all caused by Cousins going wide, and that's sending Ewan off as well, following suit. Sometimes happens, doesn't it, that wheel sort of concertina effect as everyone follows what the other one's done. But it's Gaunt who has now moved his way up into the lead. There's Cousins, and there is Ewan. Such a leaning car, isn't it? Looks like a boat as it travels along the front end right up in the air. 73. There is Evans. There is our race leader, and the gap, well, it's not a huge gap, just over a second or so. Steve Gaunt. There is the gap between him and Cousins. Managed to recover quite well, Cousins, but he did take a fair bit of the track on the grass. So see if there are any ramifications from that one as he drops back down the order. Pat Duran, just seeing where he is currently on track, and Pat Duran is down in P7, it says, closest to Ian Biaggi, who's now stopped on track just there. Ian Biaggi, curse of the commentator. Wow, real curse of the commentator as Ian Biaggi stops out on track, and look at that. It does look like a power boat, doesn't it? Pitching wildly up into the air under the full throttle. Look at the gap there. That front wheel to wheel arch. Steve Gaunt has the lead though. Gap of around 2 seconds now over Cousins, as he's fending off the attack of David Ewan in the Fiesta Mark III behind him. No jokers, 4 laps in this combined Retro, Super Retro and BTRDA Classic. Cousins running a little bit wide there, allowing Ewan to close it up a little bit more, but that allows Gaunt as well just to eke out the lead up ahead, and he's already crossed over to start his final lap. There is our race leader. You do see the gap, it is pretty large between first and second. See what this gap is as he comes around this little right-hander tickling the car. Well, it looks to me like Cousins has closed it up a little bit, but he can't really get much done because he can't really take any risks, can he, with Ewan all over the back of him. As we move our attention to our race leader again, you can see that in the back, Ewan, different line to Cousins as the car delivers the power in a different way. And over they go, and that is the result. Gaunt takes the victory. Cousins, great start from Cousins off the line, but threw it away, didn't he, pretty much? On that first corner, the left-hander, the tight left-hander. They only do that left-hander once in each race off the start, but there is the result for you. There are a few cars still to finish or have given up the ghost, because you can see they aren't showing out on track. As here is Crook still going. There we go. Crook still out on track, as you'd expect. Biaggi, we had quite a few retirements. DNFs for Biaggi, for Duran, for Ian Halfhide, Ray Morgan and Andy Grant. There goes Helen Crooks. There you go. Lots of DNFs. Not quite showing on the screen. In fact, Messi Evans is now a DNF as well, retiring from the race. So our next grid then is formed up, and it looks like this. Charles French starts in pole position, Mark Jones alongside, and Vince Bristow. Great result for Vince in that first race. Really, really strong performance from Vince. Then Alan Tapscott in the 91 Escort. The 99 is John Cross in the Stratos. Emery, the Volvo 242. Very left-hand side of your picture, and just flapping the door alongside is Tony Lynch in that Peugeot 205 GTI. So it's waiting for a few cars to be cleared now. I know that there'll be a bit of a delay because we had so many different retirements from that previous race for these mixed classes. We've still got the Super Modified to go, the Supercars and the Cross Cars to come as well. Their second qualifying round of the day. Double header here at Pembrey this weekend for the Five Nations Trophy, the British Rallycross Five Nations Trophy, giving it its full title, a Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship Five Nations Trophy, delivering all the things to keep everybody happy. Lots of championships going on at the moment throughout the course of this this season and these events with these double headers and mixed grids. And I'll try and keep you across it all as we go today. The Stratos, it was leaning so much, wasn't it, on that first race of Stratos? If you cast your minds back to it, it was like a boat wallowing in the corners, so much so that the Volvo on the right hand side, Stuart Emery's Volvo on the right hand side, well, that wasn't seeming to be anywhere near as much on the leany front, which was rather surprising. Charles French topped the pile last time out on the intermediates. Mark Jones taking a decent haul as well. Vince Bristow third, which is why he's in his start position, and Tapscott fourth on 40 points, Cross on 39. So all the intermediate points that will determine the grids for the semi-finals and finals. Super Retro, remember, does have a semi-final. A little bit later on, we are splitting up the finals to Super Mods, to Retros, to Super Retros, because we want to combine those to get us to that stage. We are combining the grids. There is no semi-final for the Mods and the Retros, as I say, but the Super Retro does have a semi-final a little bit later as Biaggi's car is wheeled away. And will be underway in just a few moments' time. Well, as Biaggi's car has moved away, we are going racing, and it's a brilliant start there from Mark Jones in the centre of the shot. Big lock up there on the inside from Charles French. Oh, we have Mark Jones now sideways, facing the wrong way. He should be able to get going again, but that's disaster for him from first to last, or second to last. Anyway, pushing his way through. There is the Stratos sort of swimming his way through. Up ahead, you can see the 779. That's Alan Crockett. He's worked his way up the order. I think he's on the back of Bristow now. What a great performance from Crockett as he moves his way up the order. Big lock up once again from French. Rear wheel drive leading his way through the corner. There's Bristow. There's Emery. Bristow just getting that power down. Slightly different line to Emery. But how about that? Alan Crockett is well up in the mix. There is Bristow. No jokers in these, remember. These go straight through. 4 laps. Got to get it done out on track without the use of the joker. Tony Lynch in the shot just there in the Peugeot 205 GTI. The Stratos looks like he's retired, limping away there on the far side. That's a shame for John Cross. Is he going to get in the way there? Is he going to move his car? You can see our race leader, Charles French, then in P2. Is Tapscott, followed by Alan Crockett in the cadet. What a fight between these. Fighting the championship too. Let's have a look at the championship points in just a few moments' time. It is obviously going to be ebbing and flowing throughout the course of this weekend. There's so many different classes out on track as well, but Alan Crockett leads the Super Retro ahead of Charles French at the moment. Stuart Emery's in third in the championship, Vince Bristow in fourth, with Alan Tapscott in P5 in the championship, but only 15 points separate the top 5 in the Super Retro. We'll give you more meaning to that a little bit later on, I think, when we get down to the semi-finals and the finals with the split grids again, when we separate them. But there is our race leader, Charles French, ahead of Tapscott and Alan Crockett. Has Alan Crockett jumped him? I think he has. There you go. He has indeed. Yes, so Alan Crockett has moved his way up into P2. And bear in mind that Alan Crockett started on the back row of the grid. That is a great performance from him. Maybe taking advantage a little bit of Mark Jones spinning earlier on ahead of him on that opening corner. But Stuart Emery and Vince Bristow now having to fight between themselves. A bit of a gap emerging between those. The fight continues back a little bit further on down the grid. This is Dan Swayland. Surprised to see him so far back, but Swayland fighting it out with Tony Lynch at the moment. Swayland in the Mark 1 Escort and Lynch in the 205 GTI. Retro against a classic. And they're fighting it out. Look at the gap now. Charles French has got no breathing space. Crockett, well, if he'd started even a little bit further up the grid, I wonder where he would have finished. It's been a fantastic performance from Crockett. And over they go to complete the race. French takes the victory. Crockett in second. Tapscott's going to come through in third place. Is it going to be Bristow? Is it going to be Emery? Well, over they go. It's Bristow, it's Emery. And then a big fight there too between those. And it was Dan Swayland just getting the jump on Tony Lynch as they crossed the line. What a race that one was until the very end, taking that position. It does mean something, doesn't it, Swayland? Okay, he finished down the order, Dan Swayland, in P6, in fact. But he finished ahead of Tony Lynch on the track. And that means a whole amount to him. We move on to the Super Modified now. just waiting for a bit of a clear up here. But the super mods, let me tell you the grid in just a few moments when my computer loads. Well, it's David Caldwell starts in pole position. On the right hand side of your picture, the yellow. That's the Citroen Saxo S160. And centre of the picture, 79 is Stephen Ratu. He's the slowest of the first heats, remember. He's in the MG ZR Turbo. And then it's Dale Ford in the Corsa C. Philip McLaughlin in the MG Metro starts in the second row, on the inside of the second row. Followed by George Gray in that BMW in the Super Mod class. All these are Super Mods, remember. It's the BTRDA Super Modified classification. There's Luke Eastwood being removed from the track. Just got to tow him away using the fire car. As the spectators look on. Look at those spectators. That is premium position, isn't it? Grass banking, you've got your mobile home there. The bows are chucking water down on that unsealed surface in the background, so conditions are going to change somewhat out on track for these super mods. We have the supercars coming after this. 2 races in super modified, by the way, then 2 races in the supercars, or 2 heats anyway. And then we have the cross cars, 2 of those before we take a little break here on track, and you can turn me off in your ears, which is something to be rejoiced by all. Around an hour will be the track time, the downtime, but we are running a bit behind schedule. This race is supposed to start at 2:16. They've closed it up a little bit, about 10 minutes or so behind schedule now, so about a half-hour delay earlier on, what with all the stoppages and the collections of cars and things, but they have managed to close up the gap, so well done to all the marshals and the team here to do so. Just waiting still for this car to be removed. You can see it now being towed away. Once that's done, I get the okay and we'll go racing once again. So, qualifying heat 2, race 1. Thumbs up all round. Have to close that door before we get going. There we are. The door is closed. That's David Caldwell. These are the slowest from the previous heats, from heat 1. 37 points for David Caldwell. He could do with a maximum here, but remember it's going to go down to the time. So you have the 2 races, then you amalgamate all the times, and you see out of those 2 races, the quickest to get the most points. It comes back down to points for intermediates. The intermediate points will set the grids for the next set of races, and that will set the grid for the final. And the 8-car finals, so you will lose some of these. There's 2 of them anyway, at the very least. Waiting for some noise to indicate that everyone is all ready. It's taken a bit of a hold here, isn't it? Look at the top left of your screen. You should see the start light, and the ready to race will hopefully be coming on in the next few moments. I can hear some revving going on. Oh, hang on, the start marshal's back on the grid. Had no jokers in the last races, but we do have jokers this time out in the super modified class. The noise, I can hear it building, and we are ready to go, and the lights went green. There was no ready to race indicator, but we are off and running, and you can see it was a decent start, a very decent start in fact, from Stephen Ratu, who's gone into the lead, leaping over the poles here to David Caldwell, who's moved down into 2nd place. And then it is the 555 George Gray, who's moved his way up into 3rd. Started on the 2nd row in P5, did George Gray. He's all over the back, straight away all over the back of David Caldwell. Who can forget about this man? The race leader, Ratu, has got clear track ahead and almost clear track behind because the fight is going on behind. Yes, it's close, but there's a lot of defending to be required. So if you're in the lead, Stephen Ratu must be looking at us thinking, okay, you guys fight it through. I'll just keep trying to eke out the gap. As up ahead, look at that, leaping another position up the order is George Gray. And it's been a bit of misery, isn't it, for a few of the cars out there. In fact, if we lost one, that is 704 of Dale Ford. But where's Caldwell gone? Did Caldwell go into the Joker? Yes, he did. So Caldwell jokered out of shots. I wonder where he gone. I wonder why he dropped when he got a car all over the back of him. So I'm guessing he wanted to get in, get out, get into some clear air so he could just concentrate on trying to close up those gaps. And you can see how it's worked to his advantage now, because 717, that is David Caldwell, who's gone into the Joker, and it looks like we may have a problem for George Gray, who's really slowing down on the far side. That's a real shame. It was a great performance from him off the start. There is our race leader, Dale Ford. Ratu's gone into the Joker as well, so Ford has the lead, but it's not really got the lead because Caldwell in second place there, all over the place, isn't he? As I mentioned him in that Saxo S160, 1600, sorry, in second place. So he has jokered, Ratu has jokered, but fallen back down to P3. Dale Ford has got the lead, but it won't last long because he's still got to Joker. He's got to do it this time round or the next. Now, whether he jokers now or not, it doesn't really seem to matter to him because he's going to emerge in P3, as I'm pretty sure we have Stephen Ratu coming through as well. Very wide there from Dale Ford, from Caldwell, sorry. Dale Ford re-emerges. That was a hugely wide line. That has really compromised Caldwell. All he had to do was keep it neat, and he compromised himself on the exit there. He got himself so sideways that Ratu almost came through but couldn't quite get it done. He's managed to leap back up into second place, Ratu, ahead of Dale Ford, but that was terrible from Caldwell. Had to keep it neat. He's got lucky more than anything, I would say, David Caldwell. He is up ahead there. He's got the gap at the moment, so he goes round for the final time. He's going to be nervous as he goes round here into the unsealed area. It's unsealed surface. Keep it nice and neat though if you're Caldwell. Just keep it neat, this race is yours. It was around here he struggled last time. Got very squiffy, didn't he, on the exit, and that caused a huge problem through ollies. Oh, have we got a bit wide again there? We do have wide. Oh, and on the inside, no, not enough legs. I thought we had it just there, but Caldwell takes the win. Ratu in second. Dale Ford couldn't quite capitalise on the wide line there from Ratu. And it goes down to David Caldwell, Ratu, Ford, and there is Gray limping around a fair bit off the pace, but he did get it done, so he will secure at least a time, which is decent for the intermediate classification. The DNS of Philip McLaughlin and Kieran Curran, they did not make it to the start line. Next up then, our qualifying Heat 2, race number 2 in the super modified, and it is Ricky McAlolan, who starts in pole position, left-hand side of the grid, right-hand side of your picture. Andrew Hawkes in the centre. Sam Bovell, great performance from Sam Bovell last time out. Then David Bell on the inside of the second row. David Crockett's nearest to you. In the back, you can just see him, Richard Moore. Quickest from the first race, or first round of races, Ricky McAlolan taking the full points there. He actually finished 2.49 seconds up on Andrew Hawkes. So if Ricky can do what he did last time out, he'll leap ahead of Andrew Hawkes on the start line. So it's Nova, Mini, Fiesta. McAlolan, sorry, Hawkes, Bovell. Then it's Mini Countryman, Corsa, David Bell and David Crockett. And Richard Moore in the Mercedes SLK V8. Bit of a hold, and that's the reason. There's a jump start there on the back of the grid. So, well, pouring salt into the wounds there for Richard Moore, who starts on the back row. He's now got to joker twice because of a jump start. In fact, yeah. Confirmation of that. track. I think they'll probably still go quicker. Richard Moore will still go quicker than the fastest time from the first race, David Caldwell. So okay, good to go. And we are ready to race. And they're off and running. It's a very good start on the inside by McAlonan. And Hawks just sort of getting a bit stuck. But look at that, leaping through from the inside. It shouldn't do that really, is Sam Bovell. It was on the outside of turn 1, so it was in the worst position, but coming through on the inside of turn 2, getting the job done very early doors, taking the leap on both Hawks and McAlonan is Sam Bovell. Had a great performance in that first race, Sam Bovell. It all starts to clear its way through, so Hawks is just there. Look at that, really nice shot to see Crockett trying to close up the gap. Crockett started on the second row, on the outside of the second row, and it's really starting to force the issue as falling back. Ricky McAlonan, great performance first time out. McAlonan is way down the order early on, down to P4 I think in fact. Here's our race leader. There is Sam Bovell. Oh, and sideways there on the exit, getting a bit too much power down and turning that car in. That was the car that did so well before. That's Ricky McAlonan. Did so well last time out in the Nova S1600, but there is our only V8 on the track, that SLK of Richard Moore. There is our race leader in the Ford Fiesta Mark 6, sublime to the ridiculous, ridiculous to the sublime. Not sure which way around it goes, but you can see how hard that car is having to work. Andrew Hawks, it's a bit taller, isn't it, that Mini? The Countryman doesn't look quite so planted around the corners. Just like that huge hulk of a body wrestling it around the unsealed surface here at Pembrey. And those front wheels trying to get a lot of the car done as he twitches it into the corner. Brilliantly done, brilliantly held. There comes the Nova. And there comes the Corsa. Has Crockett fallen down a little bit further? He has, yes. He was doing so well, Crockett, but he's fallen back. He's been in and out of the Joker. Hawks and Bovell not jokered yet. The gap between second and third is 3.5 seconds. The gap between first and second is 2.1. So you suspect whatever Hawks or whatever Bovell does, Hawks will do the opposite. Will Bovell blink now, or will he stay out? Or well, you see Hawks goes into the Joker because Bovell did not. So Hawks now goes in. Where's Hawks going to come out though? Will he emerge in P2? Quick glance at the top. Yes, he does. In P2, out in P2. Now has to get the job done and close up the gap and put the pressure on Sam Bovell, who's going to have to Joker on this lap. So let's keep our eyes further back. 77, that's McAlonan. He's worked his way back up the order, considering he started in pole position, fell back to P4. He's climbed his way back up the order to P3 at this stage. Here's Bovell. He's going to have to Joker. Where's Hawks going to come out though? There is Crockett down in P5. Here is our race leader, in and out of the Joker, gets it done. A huge gap, isn't it, really, between him and Hawks. So no real issues between them all in this super modified Heat 2, Race 2. And over the line goes Sam Bovell with a time of 2:25. .310, there you go. The time screen's updated. So he was 15 seconds up from the earlier race victor in Caldwell. Much quicker race than the previous one, but well done there to Bovell, the Hawks to McAlonan. We are moving on to our next race. They are coming thick and fast here today. It will be lunch soon though. Supercars, that's where we're at. 3 cars on this one. Wondering where the 4th car is. I can see we have Julian Godfrey, Gary Donoghue and Colin Anston. No McCluskey though. Wonder why there's no McCluskey. So they're just waiting for the track to clear. No McCluskey. It's a shame if McCluskey's not made it. Looking backwards to see if he has. They are looking backwards, but I can see Patrick O'Donovan's car out there in the pre-grid. But it looks like it's just these three making it to the grid. So yeah, McCluskey is missing, was supposed to be on there. There is Julian Godfrey, former champion. Gary Donoghue is there. And Colin Anston on this near side in the Mitsubishi Mirage. So Citroen DS3, Ford Fiesta, Mitsubishi Mirage. Technically these are the slowest from the previous qualifying classification. Looks like maybe, there we go, he has joined the party, that's good to see. So yes, John McCluskey now joins the party as well in his Ford Fiesta. We know it's a very different surface last time out, it has been watered since then. Here we go then, so it is qualifying heat 2, race 1 in the supercar class. British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy, and it's a great start from McCluskey. He joined the party very late, didn't he, taking up that pole position. He's made fair use of that one as Godfrey forces the issue, and he's darting his car around, just running wide and out onto the grass. That's going to do him no favours. That's Colin Anston as the others fight between it. It's McCluskey, it's Godfrey, it's Donoghue. They're all going for it, but at the top of the pile it is John McCluskey. Joined the party very late, but leapt off the line there, and all Godfrey could do was try and force the issue, but couldn't quite get it done. And it is this one, this man leading the way, McCluskey, and that Ford Fiesta. There's Godfrey just over over his side and running a bit wide and getting a bit of an issue on the traction, as I'd say. That was McCluskey. And that's really allowed these two to join him. This is so close between, nothing between them. Wide again there, ever so slightly from McCluskey. Godfrey holding the line. He looks in his mirrors and he sees Donoghue dancing all over the back of his car. On that far side now, going around the tight right-hander, the Brooklands hairpin, down the Speedway straight into Carter's hairpin, which takes you onto the loose. McCluskey has looked a little bit wild in some of these corners on the loose, particularly around here, and Godfrey is pushing him, but it's very nicely done that time, McCluskey. He's got the measure of it now. Finding the surface has changed, and into the Joker goes Godfrey. So these two are now going to fight it through. McCluskey is going to have to put down a decent time now, gets it very wide. The back of that car working really hard. Godfrey gets very attacky too, as Donoghue lost a bit of time on the entrance of that corner. Godfrey's closed up the gap, so with a Joker still to go, McCluskey and Donoghue, you'd feel like Godfrey's got the measure of Donoghue already on the back there. McCluskey needs something. He needs something big here on this lap if he's going to get this time through, if he's going to take the victory in this heat. Donoghue has got to try and hold off Godfrey, but with a Joker to go, it's a sitting duck, isn't he? It's this man, though, McCluskey, who goes into the Joker, clips the barrier, clips it again, the tyres. That slows it up enough, and that allows Godfrey to go through. McCluskey is there in third place now. Donoghue is still in second, but still has to Joker. So the way you think now, it looks to me like it's going to be Godfrey and then McCluskey, with Donoghue still having to Joker, and Godfrey has driven an absolute peach of a race, hasn't he? Holding this one perfectly there. The lines he's taken look so neat and tidy on every single turn, whereas McCluskey's looked a little bit wild at times. Donoghue has the lead, but don't let that fool you. Into the Joker he is about to go. These two will dance their way through into P2 and P3, up into P1 and P2 respectively. Here they go. There is our new race leader, Julian Godfrey. Keeps it nice and neat, flicking the car wide. And Donoghue with a slightly different entrance to the corner after coming out the Joker goes through to take P3. Colin Anston, who went wild and off the track to start with, he comes through to take his fourth place with a time 3:10.153. You suspect those times will be beaten, with Patrick O'Donovan taking up his pole position. On the right-hand side, left-hand side, the inside line. Next to him is Tristan Ovenden, Derek Tohill, and Ollie O'Donovan. top 4 quickest from the last one. If you remember Ollie O'Donovan there clipping the tyres a fair bit. 3 or 4 times he collected a tyre, didn't he? A tyre stack. Let's see if we have any reason for this slight delay. Say Patrick O'Donovan has come straight here from Hungary, from Nierad, the Red Cauldron in Hungary, a fantastic place to race, where he was in the World Rallycross Championship just last weekend against the likes of Gronholm and Johansson, Clara Anderson, both the Hansen brothers, Timmy and Kevin. It's a bit of a delay, a bit of a hold for this second race. Heat 2, race 2, looking out the way. I'm not sure what the delay is, because maybe it's just a bit of track prep needed. Can't see what the cause is. You'll see the start marshal is just having a look across the way to our right hand side, so he must be spotting something, he must be doing something out on track, but can't for the life of you tell you what it is, so we're just holding off for a few moments. Ollie O'Donovan is on the outside of turn 1. Patrick on the inside of turn 1. It will work as a team, remember, it's a team championship as well. Ready to race, and we're good to go, and off they go. It's a brilliant start from Derek Tohill, and you imagine these two are going to come together. Yeah, a bit of bodywork rubbing, but they kept it clean. Tohill and Patrick O'Donovan in a real ding-dong title fight at the moment. This championship has been going one way or the other. 2 victories each, 2 second places each so far for them in the 4 races this season. Patrick O'Donovan has the lead though. Tohill is chasing him down. Ovenden has got the other O'Donovan, Ollie O'Donovan, the champion from quite a while ago. 2008 champion British Rallycross, Ollie O'Donovan. Also races in European Rallycross as well. Keeps his eye in as much as he can, but likes to bring the fight for his son as well, likes to work as a wingman as well as racing in his own right. And Ollie O'Donovan, as you see in the back of the picture, goes in and out of the Joker to get that job done. He'll be hoping that these two fighting between themselves allow him to fight his way up the order in that Proton Iris, but it is Patrick O'Donovan who leads. He's so far ahead you can't see him. You'll see a flash just there of Patrick O'Donovan as these two, Tohill and Ovenden, are really going for it, these two. It's all about these intermediate points to set up the grid a little bit later on for the final. Big moment for Patrick O'Donovan. Got to keep his cool as he goes around. Just hold it nicely. No real issues for him. There into the Joker goes Derek Tohill. Where's he going to emerge? I think he may have emerged behind Ollie O'Donovan. There is Will Ovenden that we're looking at now. Oh no, there is Tohill. He has emerged ahead of Ollie O'Donovan, who takes another slice of tyre with him. P3, P4 is what we're looking at the moment. There is our race leader. Keep your eyes at the back of the shot. There is second place. The gap is massive, isn't it? Patrick O'Donovan will have to Joker. So will Tristan Ovenden. But he has got around about a 4-second gap. Or is it only a 2-second gap? It's only a 2-second gap, in fact, now. It's a 2-second gap between Ovenden and Tohill. And Patrick O'Donovan's got his Joker done. So nicely done from Patrick O'Donovan. Gets that handbrake on, locking that car, just rotating the car in and out the corner, keeping the power down, and it keeps on going. There is Ovenden, there is Tohill, and if Tohill doesn't watch out, he might have Oliver O'Donovan dancing all over the back of him, but he's got Ovenden ahead, and if Ovenden doesn't look out, he's going to have Derek Tohill taking him on the Joker lap. There's Ovenden, there's Tohill. Tohill's looking like a real menace as he closes up the gap now to just 3 seconds, in fact 2 seconds, 1.8 seconds is the gap now between these two. He's really closed it up in the last couple of laps, Derek Tohill, the Irishman. And in and out of the Joker goes Tristan Ovenden, and through will go Tohill. Patrick O'Donovan crosses the line, round he goes, in fact, crosses the line now. At the top of your picture, there's Tohill. Tohill comes through in second place, Ovenden in third, Ollie O'Donovan in fourth, and that is it done for these supercars before we go on to Q3 after lunch. But there you have it, Patrick O'Donovan, Derek Tohill. You feel like those two are going to have a fight through the rest of this season. There's still a long way to go this championship season, but they've got a fight between them. P1, P2s, that's all they've had all season so far. What excitement. And we have more to come today. More to come right now, in fact, because we're looking at the cross cars and the RX 150. Tell you the grid in just a few moments once my laptop's loaded. So we have 2 races. Race 1 is Liam McCullum. It starts on the outside in pole position. Stephen Burke starts alongside in P2. Then on the outside of turn 1 is Stephen Jones in the only RX 150. Behind is Gareth Jones. On the inside of row 2, Max Langmaid starts on the outside of row 2 in that blue and orange striped Live Live TN5. On the back row is Brad Turner. Brad Turner had a bit of a nightmare last time out, didn't he? Great off the start and then fell backwards really, really swiftly, being towed away in the end. So these are the slowest to remember from the previous heat. Brad Turner being there by virtue of that DNF, but he was looking rapid for the moment we saw him, which wasn't long, unfortunately. Another slight hold. Just so you know, timing-wise, this was supposed to start at 12:44, so we're only a few minutes behind now. They've done a really good job to close up the gaps. We're about 4 minutes behind now. We were half an hour back earlier on. But here we go. We are ready to race. The noise comes. Is it going to be McCullum, Burke, or will it be Jones off the start? It's a great start from McCullum on the inside. A great start, a brilliant start, in fact, from McCullum on the inside as Jones and Burke fight it out between, and that's going to allow a little bit further back. Yeah, that's Gareth Jones now. Forced his way forward, in fact, and then was pushed all the way back there. A brilliant bit of driving by Max Langmaid, forcing the issue and pushing those cars backwards. He's got Steve Jones now in his sights. Steve Jones looked really good, didn't he, in that first race, and the only RX 150 out there. This is the cross car. It's qualifying Heat 2, Race 1. Final action before a short lunch break here in Pembrey. And a very wide line there, very wide indeed from Gareth Jones. His teeth would be juddering around inside his head there on that corner. Have to reset his new dentures in when he gets back out that cross car. Up ahead though, McCullum, what a great start he had off the launch. Brilliantly done, held it from the inside. And then 2 behind, fighting it out. So that was Burke and Jones. And that just allows Liam McCullum to move his way up the order. Only half a second or so ahead of Stephen Burke. There is Bradley Turner. Good to see him getting some laps in, and a very wide line once again. Max Langmaid, that has allowed him through. He's got the job done there. Brilliant job by Bradley Turner. He's cocking a leg, these cars, as they go round. They do look fantastic, don't they? Steve Jones, very slow off the entrance and a bit wild once again is Gareth Jones, and up through the order goes Brad Turner. And now it's Langmaid who's got to try and get the job done on Gareth Jones, who seems to be finding himself out there. A couple of cars, 3 cars have jokered. Steve Jones, Brad Turner and Max Langmaid have all been in and out of the joker. It's a 4-lap race, remember. You must take that mandatory extra part, the joker lap, the extended route, extended tour around the track. Doesn't extend it by much. It's not a particularly long circuit here, this Pembrey Rallycross circuit, but a brilliant one, running the clockwise lap this time, whereas tomorrow we'll be doing the anti-clockwise route. Keep on going. Steve Jones really forcing the issue, trying to make Burke make an error, but no error done. Liam McCullum in and out of the joker, so he gets it done. So it's only now Steve Burke, our new inherited race leader, who's got to joker. Although we have Steve Burke out ahead, it is this one, 29, Liam McCullum, who's definitely going to take this lead. In fact, he goes now, is into and out of the joker goes Stephen Burke, but well, will he come out? Will he come down behind Jones? Yes, he does. He's got the legs on him, though, on the exit and on this very wide line. Is he going to be able to keep it going? It's a very different line for Jones. He keeps it neat, doesn't he? And he manages to tuck himself back in. A brilliant piece of driving. And over they go, and Stephen Jones, what a brilliant exit for him. The final time around Senna's and Ollie's. That's what really did it for him, Steve Jones, taking that P2. Wrestling it back off of Burke, who exited that Joker so quickly. It was a real hot exit, wasn't it? But nicely done. And the race winner was Liam McCullen with a 3:02.945, and that could be significant. Much quicker than they raced earlier on with Max Weatherly taking a 3:03. And it's Max Weatherly who has pole position this time out. David Kane and the very white-looking speed car wonder. That's the cross car. Will Ovenden on the outside of turn 1. Then it's Ben Bartlett takes the inside of row 2. Far side of your screen, and the black, yellow and blue. Constantine and Kevin Sharkey. And they're off and running, and it's the inside that looks like he's got it done. Max Weatherly, very experienced Max Weatherly, keeps it going. Bit of contact there between Ovenden and David Kane. But Max Weatherly, well, he looks so strong, doesn't he, Max Weatherly, the reigning champion. Keeping it nice and tight there is Ovenden. Another great start from him. Fighting with David Kane, who's fallen his way back a little bit behind Benjamin Bartlett now. Trying to keep it neat and tidy as he goes in and out of the Joker. He's going to get it done as early as he can then. Get it done. See where you come out. Hopefully come out in clear air. That's the idea. David Kane and James Constantine have all jokered, or both jokered. Still got 4 cross cars out there that still need to go in and out of the Joker. Max Weatherly has the lead. Oh, and this is a big one. This is a big one. So the wheel came off. So that was a big one there, big one. The wheel came off and a big leap over the top. Wheel on wheel contact, and they haven't red flagged. Yes, they have red flagged this one now. I thought they would. That was a big moment. So the wheel came off. That caused one kart to leap over the other one. And this is going to take some time to clear up and find out what the outcome is. It was a very big moment. Max Weatherly, David Kane, Will Ovenden, Ben Bartlett there. So we'll bring you as much news as we can when we have it. just waiting for a moment for the clear up after that pretty big incident in that last cross-car crash. Can't give you any update on the drivers except that it doesn't look like the clear up is happening out on track. So hopefully all the drivers are okay. Once I know more on the condition of the drivers and what's happening with this race, I will let you know. But they are getting the cars ready and out the way. You can see the shot just there. That is Kevin Sharkey's car just being flipped back onto its wheels. So they'll move that clear. I'm not sure if we're going to have a restart on this race. There's only one full lap completed, and so in theory we'd have to have a restart because it wouldn't be enough of the race completed for the result to stand. So just bear with us on this one here. We'll bring you more of an update as soon as we know anything. As soon as I know anything at all, anything at all in life, in fact, I'll let you know what's going on. But just bear with us. Well, I've just heard that what we're going to do is going to rerun that race straight after lunch. So now's a good time to go and make your sandwiches. We'll be back in about 1 hour's time. So get back in your seats at 1:55 and you won't miss any of the action here from Pembrey. See you then.
Sorry I asked you to remove.
I have to say, doing most circuits now, so
can. They're not much on it, but you can.
Oh no, there is. There's still red. There's honestly the flag down. There wasn't a flag there.
That shows the flag there.
There wasn't a flag there, but there was a flag here and there was a flag here.
Yeah.
When you just
Yeah, so the time we called it, you should have seen that flag. Flag there and the finish flag. You should have seen three before you get back to the action. Okay, I can't see where you wouldn't be different with the car.
Yeah, definitely. The base flag.
Okay.
There's flag there.
Yeah.
I have sorted that out.
I know that.
Then there's flag there.
Right. What we're going to do is we're going to let you run your race. There will be a penalty. You have to decide what you're going to do about it. Run your race, only the four of you, nobody else can join the race. There's no touching the cars, no fueling, no checking anything, unless there's something that you can prove shares with on the stuff here. And then if that's the case, then you won't do it. Because you can't touch them, that's it. So, if you have a problem, you can't race. If you have a problem, so, usually the first race will be here ready to go. I didn't see it.
So worried.
All I'll say is, I'll go and do your race. Oh, all right. All I'll say is, if you have another one, I'll swap it. Because the problem you have now is, because that one didn't work, and you come back to me again with it. Yeah. Well, I will change it to another camera and make sure the car's clean. All right? Right. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. So on the phone, you come up with them. Can't do anything. If they have a problem and they think they're probably out, they are the risk as well. So that's it. If you have a problem, think you're probably out, and then the practice you come back. So you think there's enough now. Okay? They asked me, what was the score, and I said, we're having a lunch now, and I said, we have a decision after the race. So both of you come back to us after.
I'd say it's the first time in a long time that the live stream was all I needed to watch it because of it.
It was simple, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, sort of. But no one knows.
Yeah. But as long as there's a regulation, you could find that how quick it happened. In all the years, you're like Supercars now, what, 15 years? We've never had that.
Have you gotten the script notes in a written report?
Where they should go, they were asked to. They were asked to take the public through the script.
With the coffee there. No, it's fine. You don't actually need it, but it's good information.
Yeah. Well, we did ask the question, was it just a wheel fell off, or was it just a wheel down? And basically said there was no wheel down division. So it must mean the wheel down disintegrated.
For me, it's just literally was like the whole bit and the wire. You couldn't really see that. I tried to zoom it.
Yeah, no, we tried that too. You can't actually see got which?
And I was like double the next one. Really good news double. Yeah.
No, we'll get something in the restaurant. Yeah, okay.
And I was stored on most of it as well.
That's fine. I might have it later, but no, I didn't even have breakfast, so we'll have something in the restaurant.
I had to do one for the World Cup.
Have you really spoiled on this? Do you want something in the restaurant? You sure? All right. Yeah. Lovely. Good. I have no idea. What really is? There isn't. We don't even have enough.
No, I was going to say, if there is one.
She's in the dark. Well, I did ask Jardine to come up here. I don't know why she's done that, but
Well, she's a point of contact.
she's secretary of the meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah. And secretary of the meeting at Legends over in the big tower. So what's the difference from walking from there to here or the tower to... That's my opinion.
This is just going up a couple of months.
Get it?
No, I disagree. Oh, that's what just came through.
Yeah, I think that you're on your
Thank you.
an email download.
Anyway. Go and have your dinner. Go and have your dinner. your radio. You are, no? That's good block here. Right. What's your opinion? But I still worry about them guys looking on the red flag and following. That's a big deal. I'll ring you in 5 minutes. Yeah, but I think we have to go for speed. Or the qualification in that case. So I'm just wondering, do we tell them in that other 10 minutes? Rather than wasting time? Or that's a long time to wait? Can't see them at the moment. The ground of the red flag at them. So we'll let them, yeah, we'll let them run and then disqualify them after. We can have the paperwork done, so it's ready for them. Again, I just think the red flag is the most serious flag out there. Yeah, and I don't think a fisherman's stand is good enough for them. I didn't want to see the 2 phone back now. No, 1 phone back now. Well, often the camera shows 3, one there and one over there. They've showed us the 3 for the pass. But he's holding his hands up, he's admitting that it's fucking another young boy, McPherson. But I excluded him. Yeah. Well, I can tell you these shirts won't overcome that red flag decision. If they did appeal it, I think they didn't lift it on the road anyway. You want to see what's on that thing? No, go and have your lunch. Because I need to have lunch, eh? No, I've had mine. You had yours? I did. What did fella say?
No problem, I'll get it checked. What time are we starting again, Lee?
Isn't it 10 to do? Yeah, we'll go back to the ad for attention. No, so you have an aardvar or a bit together from the spare down there, keep it coming and I'll come down around. Right. Give you an idea of what the young man did. Because the red flag incident, it's the most serious flag on the race. You only let them race because if then they appeal my decision, they have the result. And if the stewards overturn my decision, they will talk to me. But I'm going to disqualify. You cannot race. Northern for Company British Rallycross. No. Denver. Yeah. Yeah. Oven down the Pole Street and the man that he was following Oven and was infecting with it. Yeah, we'll come down. Yeah, go and come down with me.
Yeah.
We'll go in the van.
We're going
Thanks, Phil. But thanks for bringing us 4 coffees.
Yeah, I want to get plenty.
Yeah, more than plenty.
Yeah.
No wonder why you're running out of ink.
No, we're not running out of ink.
You did this morning. Oh no, you did run out this morning. There just wasn't any in there.
Yeah, you drive it all, get to the gate and we're on. We are one.
Yeah.
We've seen the driver 5, 8 with 1.
There's no change on the grid for this rerun, is there?
Yeah, we're only running parts, but it's on the screen.
Yeah, what cars are turning up then?
Yeah,
So,
that's a more where we're racing at.
okay, just want to put it to sanity check, right? Original grid. Okay, original grid. They could be anywhere at the circuit we've got on it, so normally they're in the bus. If they've been told to do a review, maybe if they're inside. Oh, start straight off, is it? Yeah, come that one in. Wait till it comes late, you do a race start, that's even better. And do what the last guy done.
Hello and welcome back to Pembrey for the UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy, linked as well with the BTRDA as well this weekend. So lots of action coming your way. We've got 25 races all lined up for you this afternoon, but 26 because we're starting off with the race that was abandoned, the red flag race from just before lunch. This is the cross car and the RX 150s. This is race number 2 from Heat qualifying 2 as well. So all that's happening today. We've got a double header for you this weekend, so make sure you stay tuned tomorrow for more action here from as far into Wales as you can possibly get. West Wales in Pembrey. Keep on going and you fall off the edge into the sea. So we've got Q3 coming up for the juniors, for the 5 Nations British Rallycross Juniors and the BTRDA, I should say. Then we have production, and we have the Swifts and the Minis up next. Then we have the Super Retro, the Retro and the Classics all going together. 4-lap races for each of these. Then the Super Cool Super Modifieds from the BTRDA. Then we move on to the 5 Nations British Rallycross Championship Supercars Q3. 2 rounds or 2 races coming for you in that area. Moving on to the cross cars and the RX 150s before we have a little break and then move to the semi-finals for the Super Retro and the cross car and the RX 150s, and then it's final time, seeing out the rest of the afternoon from around about 4 p.m, 4:10, something like that, taking us through to the end at around about 5:30. So make sure you stay tuned for all the action. A bit of a rerun, as we say, a few cars missing. So it starts this one with Will Ovenden, the outside of row 1. Lost 2 cars from that previous round after the incident. Just waiting for the ready to race. This is the first race back. It's a rerun, as we say, from that red flag race from earlier on. We have lost 2 other cars from that one, Kevin Sharkey being one of them. But Will Ovenden is sitting pretty on the outside of row 1. But he's essentially the pole sitter because he's on the outside of row 1. He's got quite a leap ahead of the other 2 on track. We've also got James Constantine. He starts on the inside, sorry, on the outside of row 2. And we see the final car. That's Bartlett on the inside. Here we go then. Starting to rev on here with another one coming through too. This is good. So the 4th car has made it through, made its way there. So we're now sitting pretty with 4 cars out of the original 6. So we've definitely lost Kevin Sharkey. But it looks to me like we've got David Kane back. That's good. Good to see. So 4 cars out of the 6 have made it from that red flag race earlier on. Hopefully they'll get the other ones fixed up. Kevin Sharkey's one had a bit of a battering. But the revs happened. Will Ovenden and David Kane on the front row. David Kane in the white cross car. And we're off and running. He's got the advantage going into turn 1. That door still flapping away from Ovenden. That happened earlier on. That managed to sort that little problem out, but they're still going pretty. And around they go. And it is Benjamin Bartlett in P3. He started on the inside on row 2, so had that advantage. Slight advantage over James Constantine. 4-lap race, remember, with a joker. 4 laps are all the way through until we get to the semi-finals, where it turns to 5 laps, and the finals are all 6-lap races, apart from a couple, the retros and the super retros, but I'll keep you across that as we get round to it later on. The back of the pack then, James Constantine starting to fall away from these 3. But it is David Kane who started in that prime position, didn't he, on the centre of the first row, essentially in the pole position of row 1, because he was on the left-hand side, or closest to the left-hand side, as Will Ovenden's door keeps flapping away there. Not great for aero when that happens. Looks like it's trying to take off, doesn't it? Round they go, keeping it nice and neat, Dave Kane, as he heads up along that tarmac section, quite a long tarmac section. There's only about 40%, if that's the loose surface here. It's a very short lap as well, just about 1 kilometre, as into the joker goes Will Ovenden, slipping himself out of that position, hoping to get some free, clean air to get that hammer down and push on. There he is now. He's come through very nicely, in fact. He's not lost too much time at all on these 2. David Kane leads the way. He's around 0.3 of a second up. In fact, that gap has grown to around a second now. It doesn't look like a second, does it? But around a second. And then we're talking 2 seconds or so between Benjamin Bartlett and Will Ovenden. But they're still fighting, these 2. Mandatory joker. They're going to have to take that joker lap. Where are we going? There we are. There's a car there somewhere. We knew it. There it is. There's Bartlett going in and out. And there is Will Ovenden. There you see David Kane has just taken his mandatory joker. So now we're looking at those 2 drivers that have taken the jokers. They've got advantage over our man who's leading the way. Pretty sure David Kane just took the joker as he goes across the line in a second. We'll see if it updates. It should update and tell me. It's not showing at the moment. Pretty sure we saw him flash in there into the joker. Otherwise I need my eyes testing, which could be true, could be a bit of both. But there's Ovenden looking strong ahead of David Kane. Benjamin Bartlett is out front. And there he goes in and out of the joker. It's a bit messy from Kane, wasn't it, on the exit, and he's been spun around. Oh, he's lost all grip and off he goes. Can he rejoin in 3rd place, or has he lost that P3? He can rejoin, I think. Oh, has he got a breakage? I don't know. He's stopped out on track, David Kane, as he goes across the line. And the win goes to Will Ovenden. Bartlett in 2nd, and Kane is just sitting there, not able to move his car anywhere. So David Kane stranded out on track. The final corner, it was on that joker merge, wasn't it, just there? David Kane still way down the order. Now, I mentioned action is coming thick and fast here today, and it certainly will do. We'll rattle through quite a lot of races. Now, I'm going to try and bring you updates on where we are in the championship and things like that too, but bear with me on all of this. We have got up next the juniors, the Five Nations BRX juniors. Teddy McPherson with the most points in the intermediate classification, ahead of Caden Harris, Tommy Brown and Will Hands. And the grid, we have you see Will Hands there leading the way. These are the slowest ones, remember, so Will Hands is on the outside of the opening row, front row. So it's Caden Harris who has that pole position alongside Teddy McPherson. And the championship is oh so tight between these two. You can't get any closer. In fact, they're equal pegging in the championship, both with 2 wins and 2... Oh, I say for 2 wins and 2 second places, that's not actually accurate at all, but they've got equal points, both on 71 points. The reason they've got those is because McPherson has had a fantastic season of finishing mostly seconds. He came second in the first 3 rounds and then won last time out at Mondello Park, whereas Caden Harris has had 3 wins, but his result at Mondello in that final round of the season that they've just been at was not fantastic. He finished down in 6th place in Mondello Park, gaining 11 points. So his 3 wins and 1 6th give him 71 points, where Teddy McPherson's 3 second places and 1 victory, but him on equal 71 points. Tommy Brown sits 3rd in the championship on 56, Harrison Foley on 54, and Will Hands is on 50. Bit of track work being done while we wait. So Teddy McPherson and Caden Harris tied on points in the championship. It's a double header this weekend, so it could be that we leave Pembrey tomorrow evening with them both still on the same number of points, but you'd fancy one of them taking a slight advantage. It's a long way to go in this season. Still got a number of rounds to go even after this. So for example, if you look at, it's not all the same with all the championships, but it does change between one championship and another, how many rounds they have left. But there are 9 rounds in the juniors, 4 complete so far, 2 being completed this weekend. So after this, there are only 3 more rounds to go. That's the way it works. And I'll give you the calendar in a little bit, but we're about to go racing, so we'll turn our attention to the track. You can find out all details, by the way, on the rallycrossbrx.com website. Put in rallycrossbrx.com. There's a round in Lyddon in September. There's a double header in Mondello Park still to come for the Supercars, and the final round at Lyddon. Double header in November for the fireworks event, the big fireworks one. Well worth popping to Lyddon for that. Fireworks spectacular and rallycross, what's not to love? Quick glance over from the start, Marshall, and he's just taking a little wander off to make sure everything is to his liking, and I think he's going to wander back very quickly and get these proceedings underway. The water bowser is just going to disappear past your shot in a second. They just chuck a load of water down on that unsealed surface to make it nice and slippy, to change the conditions up somewhat, as they remove that car as well, that cross cart. So that's now clear. And he seems relatively happy, still standing there, in fact, with his stick. It's like he's conducting a circus, isn't it? Maybe he is. Here we go. Right. Hands in the air. We are ready to race. It is the juniors. And it's going to be a great start. It needs to be a great start from Will Hands, really, as he heads on down there. But it is tucked in on the inside. It's Caden Harris who comes through and been spun at the back. I was spinning right round. Teddy McPherson's got himself going again. Will Hands has made contact with the tyres. So terrible for Teddy McPherson. That is not what he wanted at all. Tommy Brown's taken huge advantage from that as he moves his way up from that second row into second place. But way up ahead, it's going to be Caden Harris. Look at the top of the picture. There he is. Look at that. A good stretch, 2-3 seconds, maybe even more. Caden Harris, as alongside at the back of the pack, is a lot of work to be done from Teddy McPherson. Leads the way in the intermediate classification after 2 qualifying rounds. 2 heats have happened so far in the juniors, and Teddy McPherson, well, there's nothing lost in this one, but you can see the water down there has just pushed him out wide. First time over that, very greasy, very slippery. These front wheel drive 1.3 litre Suzuki Swifts trying to nibble away at the ground and get some traction as they drift wide with all that understeer, sending them round a little bit further there. That was Will Hand struggling to get himself into prime position, but Teddy McPherson is now chasing down Tommy Brown and has really closed that gap. Look how much he's closed the gap. He's right in the back of him now, and he'll look up ahead and you can see that Caden Harris is not too far up the road. Not too much up the road, but certainly quite a long way when it comes down to this track. It's around about 3.5 seconds up from Teddy McPherson, but right on the back of Tommy Brown. Tommy Brown's lost so much time after moving from that second row up to the lead, and into the Joker goes Teddy McPherson. So he obviously felt like he was being held up by Tommy Brown and decides he wants to go into that Joker and get it done. So Tommy Brown still has the Joker, so does Caden Harris, the race leader. There is Teddy McPherson, started on that front row, centre of the front row, got turned in that first corner, that tight 90-degree left-hander into Ollie's before they head to Senna, which is where he's heading right now. Round to Senna, then he'll head from Senna's along that long straight towards Toyo's, which is a quick left flick. And then he'll turn right to Brooklands hairpin. This is Senna's. There he goes, keeps it on going. From Senna's they go onto the Brooklands hairpin on the speedway, straight into Carter's hairpin, which is what he's just gone onto. And in and out of the Joker comes our race leader, Caden Harris, and behind goes Tommy Brown, and into the race lead. How about that then? From the back of the grid, really, after that spin, it is Teddy McPherson. Teddy McPherson had a nightmare off the start, but he's back into the lead, took an early Joker, got that free air, and was able to put in some really, really nice laps. And so Teddy McPherson has the lead with just 1 and a bit laps to go. Around here he heads, this right-hander at Ollie's, a right-hander at Senna's. Around they go, disappearing off into the back distance just there. On towards Toyo's and the Brooklands hairpin. From the hairpin they go down the speedway straight and hooker right just here into Carter's hairpin and towards the Joker. And Brown runs a little bit wide just there around Hanson's, and it looks like McPherson's got the measure of Caden Harris. The championship in juniors, there may not be many of them, but it is absolutely fascinating to see how this championship is developing over the course of this very long season. 9 rounds this season, and over they go, crossing the line. There is Foley, Harrison Foley, who struggled, but Teddy McPherson with the win. Caden Harris second, Tommy Brown in third. Harrison Foley comes home fourth, and Will Hands bring it in 5th place. But what a drive, what a result there from this man, Teddy McPherson. He needed the result, he needs to keep the pressure on Caden Harris. And he's keeping the pressure on Caden Harris, isn't he? He's got the lead in the intermediate classification. That's exactly where he would like to be, exactly where he needs to be. And next up, we go from one race to another. They look very similar apart from the Micra. This is the BTRDA Juniors. And Hayden Harris featuring in this one in car 999. So the grid looks very much like this. Hayden Harris on pole position. Next to him, 707 Elliot Fuster. Then Jimmy Jeekins in the Nissan, in the Micra. Second row of the grid on the left-hand side of your picture, car 57, that's Aston Brown, actually in P5 because it's the purple 42 of Oscar Cooper. There you go, on the right-hand side of your shot now with the ROC written on this car, the big purple thing. That one there is in P4 on the inside of turn 1. BTRDA Juniors, mostly Swifts apart from that one little Micra, so 1.3 front-wheel drive Swifties. Elliot Fuster currently leads the way after the 2 qualifying heats. 95 points for him, 92 for Hayden Harris, 84 points so far for Aston Brown. Remember, these intermediate classifications, the points don't mean anything once you get out of these qualifiers. It sets the grids for the semi-finals and the finals. No semi-finals for these guys, not enough cars out there, but still great racing. Goes straight to the finals. So the intermediate classification, which will be decided after this entire race, this one here will decide the grid for the final for the BTRDA Juniors. Hayden Harris in that optimum position on the inside of turn 1. Keep your eye in the centre, that white and green striped car belonging to Elliot Fuster. He leads the way in the championship, in the intermediate classification, sorry. Aston Brown is starting way back. P5, third overall, came 5th in the final, in the last race. That's what makes up this grid, by the way. It's where you finished the previous race, so that's why Hayden Harris is where he has won the Q2 race. And if used to second in the Q2 race, which is why he starts in P2 for the third race. A new marshal in training by the look of it, holding the stick. He looks happy. The stick of destiny. Here we go, and we're off and running. The driver's all off away. The great start through the centre, though, for Elliot Fuster. But is he going to have it on the inside? Looks to me like Hayden Harris is going to have it. He does. Just managed to have the advantage through. But where will he be on the exit here? Great positioning on the inside there from Fuster. Just letting the car run a little bit wide, forcing Hayden Harris out wide too as it sweeps around to the right-hander here. And then we have a little left at Toyo before we go around the Brooklands hairpin just now. And on the inside there, on that hairpin, leaning on him, beautifully leaning on him, is Fuster. Totally fair, just leaning. The door mirror has just been pushed in, just tucked in, just to show there was the contact as they head around Carter's hairpin and onto the loose surface, the loose area here. And that's just pushed Hayden wide and got a little bit squiffy, didn't he? Couldn't quite get the grip down, and straight into the Joker goes Hayden Harris, and behind him goes Jimmy Jeekins. And also at the back as well, we have the 3 cars. Oscar Cooper also going through. So that's 3 out of the 5 have jokered very early on in this 4-lapper. Elliot Fuster leads the way. But you can see Jimmy Jeekins right over the back now of Harris, not going to let him go. They've all 3 jokered at the back, so it is the top 2, Elliot Fuster and Aston Brown, still yet to joker. And Elliot Fuster has just put in a very fast first lap, some 2 seconds up, bound to be, because they've all jokered obviously other than him, but it tells me that the joker here takes somewhere around about 2 seconds, just under 2 seconds in fact, for the Swifts to get through that joker. It's not particularly far, the additional distance, but it is enough to make a difference. Fuster leads, 1.8 seconds up on Aston Brown. He is 2.5 up on Hayden Harris. So it looks good if you can keep that gap the way it is, but the gap has come down. Harris has pulled that gap down to 1.3. 1.3 seconds is not enough to get in and out of the joker and retain that position. It's going to be enough for Fuster though, because the gap is 3.3 seconds for him. You can now see Hayden Harris all over the back. That gap was 1.8 seconds, jumped down to 1.3, and now the gap is barely anything at all. 0.2, 1/10, something along that. As into the joker goes Aston Brown, and also into the joker, and out of the joker comes our race leader, Elliot Fuster. Went in, came out, and has the advantage, has the lead, with 1 more lap to go. Elliot Fuster, 95 points so far accumulated from the first 2 qualifiers. Hayden Harris, 92 points accumulated. So looking at this one, it's going to be Fuster on pole position come the final, and Hayden Harris will be taking up that 2nd place in the final just alongside. All to play for here in the championship for the BTRDA Juniors. Great racing, great action as always. They've all completed their jokers. In fact, Aston Brown hasn't completed his joker. I'm sure he has, but it's not showing as they go around for the final time. Onto the loose. Is he going to go to the joker? No, he did joker. I thought he had. And around he goes to maintain his position. I believe, at the back of the pack. There's our race leader. Round he goes, tucking it through centres, and over he goes, taking the victory. Hayden Harris 2nd. Jeekins third, Brown in fourth, and Oscar Cooper just managing to finish it all up in fifth. So we know the way the grid's going to look for the final, but I'll tell you more about that one as we get to it a little bit later on, because we keep coming on more races. We move on to the BTRDA production class now. Here is that grid set for you. It's Alex Fletcher starts in pole position on the right-hand side, the left-hand side of the track. Right-hand side as you look. Alongside is Finn Voer. Brilliant performance from Finn. And Edmund Shepherd is on the outside of turn 1 in the 45, car 45, the Citroen. That's C2 VTS version Très Sporty. It's the very sporty version, the VTS, as opposed to the VTR, which stands for Version Très Rapide, so the rapid version. Oh yes, you think VTS and VTR might stand for something a bit more sexy than very sporty version, but there you go. They're off and running, the lights go green. It's a brilliant start on the inside from Alex Fletcher, look at that. And Finn Voer is left standing, as on the outside, taking the inside into turn 2 and 3 is Edmund Shepherd. Around he goes around Ollie's as they head up to Senna's. A lot of action at the back there, a lot of smoke being kicked up as cars come together, but they're all still ready to go, all keep on track and keep making it as they head towards Toyo's into Brooklands Hairpin now. 1, 2, 3 finding through. So Finn Voer was left standing on the line. A brilliant start there from Edmund Shepherd, taking the advantage over Alex Fletcher, who wrestled it back from him, and he has the lead early stages of this one. Onto the loose for the first time. Will anybody dive into the Joker? Is anyone feeling brave? No, they're all staying out at the moment into the main part of the track. Is anybody? Yes, one car at the very back of the field going into the Joker. Don't blame them on that one. That one car that went into the Joker was Andy Harris in the Suzuki Swift, the 1.6cc, 1.6 litre I should say, 1.6cc, be tiny, 1.6 litre Suzuki Swift. Still front engine, still front wheel drive, same as the juniors, but they're in the 1.3s. Finn Voer then in third place in the Saxo. Try to close up that gap and find a way past Edmund Shepherd, but he's got to be alert because William Noon in the Clio is riding right in the boot space of that car, isn't it? Or where the boot would be anyway. As we go in there, into the Joker goes Will Noon. So Will deciding to get out the way. Oh, it takes a big old hit of the tyre stack. Won't slow him down too much, but it will slow him down a little bit. Where's it going to bring him back out? Brings him back out in 5th place, you can see there. But has Joker, we have 4 cars through the Joker now. Our top 3 and our 5th place still need to Joker. And our 4th place, sorry, still need to Joker. So that's Fletcher, Shepherd, Voer and Brooks. Top 4 need to head into the Joker, and the gap is not massive at all. In fact, Will Noon, looking here, is only 5.5 seconds off of 1st place. That might sound like a lot, but he's closing the gap up now. As these 3 are battling, that's going to play into the hands of Will Noon, you'd suspect. But in and out of the Joker goes our race leader. No, he doesn't stay on the normal route. As in and out of the Joker goes Neil Brooks. Where will he emerge? Does Noon take Brooks? The gap was around 3 seconds. We know it's around 2 seconds to go in and out of the Joker, so I suspect that Brooks will have emerged. In fact, it looked like there's a bit of damage to the car in the background, a big lock-up, a tyre smoke, and there'd be no reason why we'd see any tyre smoke there, because there would be no brakes in that right-hander using the momentum from the corner at Ollie's. Let's have a look. Have we still got Will Noon and Neil Brooks? Back of the shot, I thought I just saw them. There is Edmund Shepherd, he's in 2nd place. Fletcher leads, the margin 1.9 into the Joker. No, rejoining, there you go. 1 goes into the Joker, Fletcher comes out and he has the advantage. Well, the other 2 have fallen back, haven't they? They've got momentum going through, and Edmund Shepherd manages to regain a position or so in and out the Joker. And around the corner they go, Fletcher gets it on the inside, they cross the line. And there we have it, Alex Fletcher. Did Alex Fletcher take the victory? Yes, he did. Neil Brooks come home second. Edmund Shepherd managed to make his way back up to third. Looked to me like he may have lost down to fourth, but he did gain back on Will Noon at the very end. So Fletcher, Neil Brooks, Edmund Shepherd, Will Noon and Finn Vore from second to fifth. Won't be too happy, Finn, with that performance, I'm sure. Just got stuck on the line. That was a story from Finn Vore, and then pounced upon by a few drivers off the start. But there you have it. Q3 done for the production. That sets the grid for the final as we turn our attention next to the BTRDA Minis and the Five Nations Swifts. So two grids, one in front of the other. You see the Swifts in the background just there, and the BTRDA Minis ahead of them. They'll be the quicker ones out on track. It is Wesley Wickens in the pole position on the right hand side of your shot, that orange and white Mini. In the middle is Lynn Llewellyn. On the right hand side, or right hand side of the track anyway, there's Ryan Cooper in the white Mini with the orange roof and the red wheel arches. That is Ryan Cooper, and just behind them that black with the fluorescent or the yellow wheels, the alloys, is Warren Salter. Sorry, Walter Salter would be a very cool name, but it isn't his. Then we have Matt Cake starting in pole position for the Swifts, the 1.6 litre Swifts, front wheel drive, a bit more power than the juniors get with the 1.3s. In the centre would be Neftali Ayeko. There's Gary Harvey there, just having a quick look. Yeah, Gary Harvey is in position, just out of shot there, Gary Harvey in the 484 car. It's grey with a black bonnet, or silver with a black bonnet, and Philip Seath has managed to make it back out. Philip Seath had the issue earlier on and couldn't take part in one of the races, so it's down the order. A DNF followed by a DNS for Phil Seath, so he will make the final, obviously. Ready to race. BTRDA BMW Minis and the British Five Nations Swifts. See at the back of the shot just there, Matt Cake's got a great start and he's well and truly in the lead, but up ahead in the Minis it's Wickens has fallen back, hasn't he? Salter is there, he's dropped back a bit too, so he got pounced on there, Salter, by Ayeko. He takes a big chunk of grass as he heads over there, forced a little bit wide. Wickens has fallen back though, down to P3. Not great for Wickens, as up ahead Llewellyn takes the lead. It is Cooper in second. Wesley Wickens, who started in that pole position, is down in P3. So it's a complete reversal. 3-2-1 is now 1-2-3. Bit of a gap being pulled there by our race leader. It's Llewellyn. Lynn Llewellyn, with a name like that, you'd imagine Lynn Llewellyn knows this place very well. Very fast lap, 1:01. A full second up, in fact, or 7/10 of a second up on Ryan Cooper into the Joker. No, just a very different line from Ayeko. Maybe allowing Warren Salter to get through. They were bickering, weren't they? And there was no need to do so, racing in completely different classes, not even close to each other, different championship tables. There's no point in slowing each other up. There is Matt Cake, very much having his cake and eating it. I've done that joke every time I've done this championship, and I'm going to continue to do it until the end of my days. Matt Cake is looking assured out there. Leads the championship with wins in every single race so far. 4 from 4 for Matt Cake over the course of this season. And it's Samuel Peterson, who isn't here this weekend, is in P2. No drop scores as well this season, as well in the championship. So rewards for doing all the rounds, as you'd expect. So, Lynn Llewellyn still not jokered. Ryan Cooper not jokered. Wesley Wickens has jokered. Now they have. In and out they come, and we had a change of the lead, except we haven't, because, or will we get it under the braking? Wickens holds the line, forces Llewellyn out wide, but it has the inside on the exit there. Brilliant driving from Wickens there, kept the hammer down, and although Llewellyn had the better exit because of the slightly longer run out of that Joker, it was Wickens who kept the foot buried and planted the car and stuck it right in the middle of the track, forcing Llewellyn to stay wide and then using the right-hand bend at centres to keep the lead. Great driving there from Wesley Wickens. Started on pole position, was obviously not happy about the way it all started. but they're now back as they began this race. Wickens, Llewellyn, Cooper, that was 1, 2, 3 on track as they go around for the final time. Just rotating that car. And across they go. 1, 2, 3. It is Wickens, Llewellyn, Cooper. Just taking the joker and disappearing off. Here is our race leader in the Swifts. It is Matt Cake. I say Matt Cake has won every single race this season, every single round this season, I should say. Leads the championship over a driver who isn't here this weekend. No semi-finals for these, so this will set the grid for the finals happening a little bit later on. Remember, all the action from the finals starts at around about 4 o'clock. If you tuned in at 4 o'clock, you may have to wait 10 minutes or so. We're due to start at 10 past 4 for the finals. Still got a lot of racing to come between now and then with the Q3s in the Super Retros, the Retros and the Classics, the Modifieds, the Supercars and the Cross Cars and the RX 150s. And then the semi-finals for the Retros, or the Super Retros I should say, and the Cross Cars happening at around about 3:30. Now though, it is the Super Retros, this big amalgamated grid. And it's Mark Jones on the prime position, pole position there. Mark Jones, Helen Crooks in the Mini, and Joe Luke Eastwood on the outside of turn 1. Then we have the Stratos of John Cross, the big 99 on it, you can see. No sign of Ian Biaggi, so he did limp out the last one, wasn't he? Limped out and towed back to the pits. Pat Duran, car 46. And 226, that's Ian Halfhide lining up alongside him. And the back row, you could just see the car 45, that's Andy Grant just there. There you are. And alongside is Morgan. Ray Morgan. There's Ray Morgan just there. In the Ford Escort Mark III. So a few cars missing from this one. That's what happens though. You get some of these older cars limping out. So this is the Retros, the Super Retros, and the BTRDA Classics. The slower cars from classification. Just a bit of a hold here at the moment. In fact, is the Mini's door open? Are we still? Is that an optical illusion? Looks like the Mini's door is still open, so clearly not ready to go just yet. Not sure what the hold is, but I'm sure the marshal's got a very good reason for it. Just trying to find out what the reason for the delay is here. It might be a timing thing. Ah, that'd be the reason. There you go. That doesn't look like a rallycross car, does it? Just clearing the way. Ah, you see a stricken car at the top. Is that? Looks like a Mini at the back, doesn't it? Not even sure which Mini that is. Shouldn't take long to clear this. Hasn't taken long to clear it. We are ready to go. 4 laps. No jokers. Straight through. The track is the track. No additional loop needed. And good start. A great start. A brilliant start from Mark Jones. He came foul to a bit of an incident on the first corner last time. Was flipped round and didn't help. But the Stratos goes through as well. The unwieldy Stratos. It looks so hard to control, doesn't it? But Pat Duran, what about that from start? From Pat Duran, right from the very middle of the pack. He comes through up into P3. And look at that. This Stratos, it moves around so much, doesn't it? It's like a boat. Look at the angle that leans at. So wallowy in the corners of Stratos. The 57, you can see the 57 there on the right hand side. It's left hand side of the track, Joe Luke Eastwood. He's alongside Grant. And clips a big old bit of tyre up into the air. That's not optimum line for him. Pat Duran looks comfortable as he leaps overhead of the Stratos into P2. And ahead though, it's Mark Jones. Mark Jones in the classics in that Toyota MR2. Brilliant drive from Pat Duran so far. Ray Morgan a bit further back, quite a long way further back. In fact, you see the time code, the difference just there. Duran is what, just over 2 seconds off our race leader, Mark Jones, at the moment. But great start from Pat, leaping his way up from that third row into P2. The Stratos looks so unwieldy, doesn't it? It looks like it should be neat and planted, and then it rolls so much around the corners. That back end kicks out all the way. The gap hasn't closed up though. Oh, and Pat Duran clips the tyre and then gets a bit of a spin on there, and that's allowing the Stratos back through. Can he rejoin? He can. Where's he going to rejoin? P3. He's managed to rejoin the track at P3, and Joe Luke Eastwood there has closed him up a little bit. Pat Duran there, I'm not sure if he did clip the tyres or just if he got his foot on the throttle a bit too early and ended up spinning that car around, but he managed to get it going and back on the track as quickly as he can, as Mark Jones well out ahead. 4.2 seconds up the road. No joker, remember, here, so it is what stays on track. You'd imagine that gap will stay roughly as it is without any issues for Mark Jones, and he's looked really good all weekend out on track. He's currently 5th in the intermediate classifications overall, with all the different classes going on, so he's holding his own in the classic, isn't he? Fight really between P2 and P3, or P3 and P4. Pat Duran, Joe Luke Eastwood, the gap some second or so as Grant takes a bit of a detour. Gets back on his way. Puff of tyre smoke in the background from somebody locking up in the back of the shop. Joe Luke Eastwood in that MG Metro. He's got Pat Duran in his sights. You wouldn't imagine this sort of fight, would you? A Ford Escort Mark II Super Retro against MG Metro Retro. There's our race leader though, Mark Jones. He comes round and crosses to take the victory. Mark Jones, brilliant performance, as I say, from him this weekend. And across goes John Cross, very happy with his work. Duran looked good for second, but got his foot planted a bit early on the exit of the corner and resulted in spinning his own car round. Joe Luke Eastwood coming home in 4th and Ray Morgan in P5. Time of 3:12 for Mark Jones, 5 seconds up on John Cross. A huge gap, wasn't it, between those? This is going to set the grid for some and not for others, because the Super Retro have got a semi-final. Our second race, Charlie French leads the way. He's in pole position on the left-hand side of the track, the right-hand side of your picture, the number 42. That's Charlie French. He leads the way at the moment in the intermediate classification. Really strong performance from him all weekend. Maximum points for him over the 2 races so far. Alan Crockett in the middle of the pack with 779, and then on the right-hand side in the outside line is Alan Tapscott. Second row, 97. That's Vince Bristow, the BMW. Alongside him in the 49 is Stephen Gaunt, P5. Stuart Emery, Steve Cousins and David Ewan make up row 3. Dan Swayland, Tony Lynch make up the back row of the grid. We are ready to race. Charlie French looks so good. He's on the right side of your picture on the inside line for turn 1. Here he comes in that white and blue Escort. Around he goes. What about that from a start though from Cousins? Steve Cousins, great off the start, isn't he? Always great off the start, but a big battle between the top 3 at the moment, and it is Alan Crockett who has the lead going into this right-hander around Senna's and onto the Speedway straight after they head up towards Toyos. They go the Brooklands hairpin, then the Speedway straight heading right now, and it is Tapscott who's jumped his way from P3 to P1, and Charlie French had a great start off the line, but just bogged down a little bit, didn't he, on that first corner, and you wouldn't bet against him managing to find his way back past Crockett. Cousins has made his way up to P4. Bristow struggling a little bit for traction, you can see out there, but look at this fight between these two. This is going to be an exciting one to the very end, you'd expect, with Alan Crockett leading, Charles French in P2, Tapscott in P3, Gaunt in 4, Bristow in 5, and Stuart Emery in that Volvo 242. I want to keep calling it a BMW for some reason. The Volvo 242 is in the fray as well when we look for a top 5 or 6. In fact, he's worked his way back, hasn't he, Bristow there, coming a little bit wide, and behind him is Emery, just trying to force the issue. Stephen Gaunt is battling his way out too. Not sure how Steve Gaunt in that classic Oxford Corsa is able to maintain the same pace as some of these, but he's doing a great job. Has the lead changed hands? No, we still have got, using the full width of the track, a very wide Alan Crockett in that Opel Kadett GTE. He's keeping Charles French at bay in the Escort Mark II. That gap between 2 and 3 is a fairly large now. Alan Tapscott is 3.264 off of the lead. 3 seconds off of P2, but no joker lap, remember, so they just use the same loop each time. It's a big traffic jam, isn't it? Cousins is the head of that traffic jam, with Vince Bristow trying to find his way through Cousins, who got a brilliant start. Cousins was way down the order. Cousins was in P7, the centre of the 3rd row, and he leapt way up the order. He's in P5 now. Bristow is still trying to force his way through, but as they're fighting, this is allowing Gaunt to stay up ahead in P4. And these two, Crockett and French, still fighting. Alan Crockett spearheading this one. As they get on the loose, bit of bodywork flapping at the back there. There has been some contact, but it's not causing him any issues at all as he heads around for the final time on this loose stuff. He'll be happy when he gets onto the more grippy Ollie's tarmac, and it's another spin from French. Oh, he lights up the rear tyres. He keeps the car going, faces the right way, but that keeps it good for Alan Crockett. He goes through. Brilliant driving there for Charles French, though. Buried the throttle, got a bit of a moment for him, but he buried the throttle, brought the car back round, kept those rear tyres lit up until he was facing the right way, and somehow Charlie French managed to recover it and keep it going. And it was Crockett who took the victory. Charlie French in 2nd. What a fight to the end, with Alan Tapscott coming home in P3. As we see for a few different classes there, Super Retros, we know they've got their semi-final coming up. That'll be happening at around about 3:30 this afternoon. But for the others, the classics and the retros, that'll be setting their grid all ready for a little bit later on. Moving on to the Super Modified now. Here is the grid. Race 1, this is Heat 3, Race 1. Stephen Ratu starts on the right-hand side in that SLK. Then we have 704 in the centre of his shot, Dale Ford. Sorry, Stephen Ratu is in pole position, not in the SLK, he's in the MG. Dale Ford is in P2. Richard Moore in the SLK on the right-hand side of your shot. Behind we have George Gray, Phil McLaughlin and Kieran Curran. So a bit of a missed gear there in the centre, wasn't it, from Dale Ford? That's a bit unlike him. He's been really strong so far this weekend, but the SLK, the only V8 that we've seen out there on this grid, is in the lead at this stage, but he's been a bit rocky out there at SLK. Sam Povell that's looked so assured so far, but Stephen Ratu currently 8th overall in the classifications after 2 races, 2 rounds. That's 117. That's Kieran Curran, who's had a DNF and a DNS so far, looking to work his way up the order. So Ratu leads. Dale Ford looking good. Will Moore. Richard Moore, sorry. Very wide on the exit there, 2, 3, 4. That's Phil McLaughlin, different line, as you can see, as he tries to fight as much as he can with Stephen Ratu, but Stephen Ratu has got the measure of him just there, hasn't he? Perfectly held on the inside. Great overtaking as he hooks it around the top end at Toyos. A gaggle of cars spearheaded by Stephen Ratu. A bit of coming together just there, 2, 3, 4, that's Phil McLaughlin. A bit of a squabble, and into the Joker they go. 4 laps, Jokers required in super modifieds, so some of them getting it done, trying to come out in some clean air. You see the difference between some of these front wheels and the rear wheels as they go. We're just forcing the issue, pushing their way through. So 2, 3, 4 have Jokered now. It's only Richard Moore and Stephen Ratu out ahead that have not yet Jokered. We've not even seen Richard Moore. He leads the way in that Mercedes SLK V8. He leads the way by 4.4 seconds over Stephen Ratu. Kieran Curran is sitting in P3, and he's quite some margin down on Ratu. So here's our race leader then in the SLK. In and out the Joker goes Richard Moore. Brilliant performance from him in this one. He has struggled so far this weekend in the SLK. Gets a bit wobbly there too. Richard Moore 7th overall in the classifications, with a 6 and a 9 in his times. As they start their final lap then. Richard Moore leads the way in the SLK. Then it's Kieran Curran now in that Corsa. He's made his way up to 2nd ahead of Stephen Ratu in and out of the Joker, so a bit of a delay in and out of the Joker. About 4 seconds in fact. 3.5, 4 seconds in and out of the Joker for these cars, these super modifieds. Harder to get the traction down with these in some ways because of the rear wheel drive and the split. But there is the SLK. That is Richard Moore. He goes in, gets it done. Here is our race leader for the final time he goes round. He'll be delighted with that 50 points if it is going to be 50. It'll all be done the intermediate classifications on the time. Remember, this will be the slower of the times because it's the slower of the groups. So Moore's time 3:13.297 is the benchmark for Sam Bovell, Andrew Hawks and Moore. Dale Ford is a DNF in this one, so he did lose one car DNF off the start. Unfortunately, Dale Ford coming a cropper. But there's your results. Richard Moore taking the win. Kieran Curran taking 2nd place. Stephen Ratu with the 3rd. Then it's the BMW Mini Compact and George Gray. It's like a compact cup, isn't it? And then it's the MG Metro 6R4 of Phil McLaughlin in P5. Here's our next grid then. Sam Bovell, he's looked so strong this weekend. He starts in that prime position. 92 points accumulated so far with a P3 and a P1 in the classifications. Sam Bovell. Pole position, Andrew Hawks in the centre, and Ricky Makalonen on the outside of turn number 1 in the Vauxhall Nova. 2nd row is David Bell on the left-hand side with the inside line, and David Crockett nearest to us in that Corsa. At the very back of the shot, you can just make it out. In the yellow is David Caldwell. That's the Citroen Saxo 1600. It's probably the RX3 category now, the 1600 class. In these modifieds, ready to race. Sam Bovell was looked assured all weekend so far. Well, today anyway. Can't speak for yesterday, and it's a great start from him, but Hawks gets stuck on the line. In fact, looks like he's have to do a complete reboot of the car, get it all running, find the keys, plug it back in, and off he goes. But out ahead, is he even going to get going? He has not started yet. In fact, Hawks just sat where he is. He's not going anywhere at all, so I think it might be game, set, and match for him. The DNF for Hawks, that's a real shame, because for Hawks it's been a really good weekend of racing, a really good day's worth of racing, starting 3rd overall in the classification. He's got himself going, so he's rejoined the track, but got a lot of work to do if he's going to get anywhere. Just suspect it's just a job of getting out and getting some experience on the track again now. As we look ahead then, Sam Bovell has the lead. Andrew Hawks started so well so far, but he's way down the order as they go across the line for the first time, and it's Sam Bovell with the lead, as we say. There's the 77 of Ricky Makalonen in P3, I think it is. Just waiting for the time screens to update. There's David Crockett, P2 for Ricky Makalonen. It's P3 for David Crockett. There's our race leader, the flash of that Fiesta, that green Fiesta, the race lead, Sam Bovell. McAlonan. That car a bit sideways under braking, wasn't it? It's that front wheel drive just trying to get it going. And has he got a breakage? He's pulled off. Oh, disaster for Ricky McAlonan in the Nova. He's pulled off the track there, the back of the shot. What a shame for him. That's his race done. So Hawks is going to move up the order, but time is what it all comes down to. So Sam Bovell is the race lead. Some huge margin, 5.5 seconds up the road from Bell. Ahead of Crockett, as we're looking at right now, the battle for second. There is our race leader, Sam Bovell. Now, Mark 6 Ford Fiesta. There's a Marshall. He's still the Marshall. Trying to crash our shot. But into the Joker goes our race lead, Sam Bovell just there, as the Marshall watches on, I suspect. Will Bell go into the Joker? No, Bell stays out and takes a big chunk of tyre as he goes as well, clattering into one of the tyre stacks. In the BMW Mini Countryman. In and out of the Joker went David Crockett. They've all done the Joker now. So, all by the shouting, you think it would stay something like this. The margins are pretty big. Sam Bovell has a 2-second lead over David Bell. David Bell has a 2.6 second lead over David Crockett. Crockett has a huge margin of 5 seconds over David Caldwell. So, just one couple of corners to go for Sam Bovell, but the gap has really closed up. Look at that. Sam Bovell had a huge margin. And somehow Derek Bell has driven like an absolute crazy person and closed it up to pretty much nothing as they go across the line. Maybe it was just easing up a little bit from Sam Bovell, knowing that he got the time and got the lead with a 3.06. That's a huge difference between the race time and the previous race time there in that class. Modifieds go straight through to finals, so we'll know what their grid will look like for their final coming up a little bit later on. Just approaching 3 o'clock here in Pembrey, 3 o'clock here in the UK. Supercars are up next. Speaking to Patrick O'Donovan just a few moments ago in the little lunch break, and he seemed to be disappointed with his performance. Dave Mansfield, his spotter, and him working on how they can improve their times and get around a bit quicker. Which you may think is unnecessary, seeing as Patrick O'Donovan's taken so far maximum points in the intermediate classification. Which means, as this car has to be recovered, there'll be a bit of downtime. And we're waiting for the cars to get into position for the Supercars, but it's Julian Godfrey's going to be in that prime position inside of turn 1 as they all line up, line astern. Godfrey, John McCluskey. Great performance from him last time out in Mondello. Gary Donoghue and Colin Anston. In fact, let's just wait for a few moments as they get this recovery underway. I'll tell you about the championship points and how it all stands after the first couple of rounds in British Rallycross 5 Nations Trophy. Patrick O'Donovan leads the way, but equal points as they lead the way. Equal points with Derek Tohill. Both of them shared the spoils. 2 victories, 2 second places. Derek Tohill will be the form driver, though, with 2 victories at Mondello Park last time out. John McCluskey is in P3. Took a really, really nice 3rd place on home soil, John McCluskey, last time at Mondello. He's on 50 points, so some 24 off the lead. Julian Godfrey is on 47. Mixed bag of results for Julian Godfrey so far this season, but got his elbows out last time. They're just putting some water down on the track just to make it a bit more lively, sort of dust kicking up. It's not raining here in Wales, it's been dry all day, but you can see from the shot there, just it is white, it's clouds everywhere. So nice breeze. See the petals there fluttering in the wind, in the breeze here. Pembrey. So Julian Godfrey starts on that optimum pole position, as far away from us as you can see, left-hand side of the track. Then it's John McCluskey stands alongside him. McCluskey in the Ford Fiesta, Godfrey in the Citroen DS3. Then it's Gary Donoghue alongside in the Fiesta, and Colin Anson in the Mitsubishi Mirage. Starts on the outside of turn 1. It's tight 90-degree left-hander which takes you onto the full circuit. It's qualifying Heat 3, Race 1. 4 laps including the Joker. This will set the grid for the final. So these supercars go straight from Q1, Q2, Q3 heats into the final. One more bite of the cherry for these guys. Getting himself ready for the final. Supercar Final will be kicking off the finals proceedings later on at around about 10 past 4. So if you are disappearing off between now and then, you don't have long. Be back here for around 4 o'clock. You don't want to miss the Supercar Final. It's very, very tight between Tohill and Patrick O'Donovan. Just seeing what they're doing here. This car. "17 races still to come this afternoon before we round out our activities in Pembrey. Disappear off, I'm sure, to some public house somewhere in Wales. So, So 8 cars in the supercar class here this weekend. Julian Godfrey, John McCluskey, Gary Donoghue and Colin Anson all lined up just there. Patrick O'Donovan and Derek Tohill, Tristan Ovenden and Ollie O'Donovan, who made his point very expressly to me that he is racing for himself this weekend. He's not there to be a blocker, a cork in the bottle or anything like that for Patrick. He's racing for himself. And I'll tell you what, he's looking very, very trim as well, is Ollie O'Donovan. I'll give you more about him in just a bit, though, as I still remove the stricken car from the track. Ollie O'Donovan hasn't raced in that Proton for quite some time as well. The Proton Iris is the car he's in now, but last year he was racing, well, in fact this season, earlier on in the season, he was racing in a totally different car at Liddon Hill. So in the Proton, is very new to it, or it's the car he knows extremely well, but very new to it this season. He's had a couple of 4th places. I asked him if he got a penalty in that first race. He kept smacking into the tyres. I think he hit the tyres 3 or 4 times. Ollie O'Donovan said to me he didn't get any penalty because there's a lot of dust out there, and he kept having to restart his car as he was going around, so he was looking down at the start switch and things, which is what was taking his eye off a little bit. Reminds me a little bit of how Fernando Alonso got the F duct removed from Formula 1 by taking his hand off the wheel and covering the F duct of his car while making adjustments to the steering wheel, and the FIA deemed it dangerous to be driving at 200 miles per hour when you weren't actually holding the steering wheel. Ollie O'Donovan multitasking and proving, if we need proof, that men are no good at multitasking. As he was touching the start button, he was driving into the tyre stack. So thanks very much there, Ollie, for ruining it for us men. Confirming to our partners, our wives out there, that we are indeed useless at multitasking. There goes the low loader. We're going to see now the hold up, the reason for the hold up. And that's why. Hopefully that car can be restored and serviced and made work. Not sure what the issue was, just pulled off the track in a really good race position as well when that happened. So disappointing to see. Where's he going? Well, now the car's been recovered, we are off and running very quickly, I'm sure, here. So the slowest 4 from the intermediate classification, 77 points for Godfrey, and for McCluskey, 74 for Gary Donoghue so far. And Colin Anson's on 72. That is the grid. We are ready to race, and we had a false start. Oh, I didn't see who it was, though. False start from someone. Blink and you miss. One of them is going to get an additional route around the Joker. Is it Colin Anson? I think it is. Yeah, Colin Anson's going to be shown the board, is he? I'm not sure. No one's been shown the board, so let's see. Maybe they just weren't quite set to start with. Well, Start Marshal seems happy. No one's been shown the board that I could tell. No board shown, so it's just a minor issue, but it's all been started. We're ready to race. No additional laps from the Jokers, just one tour around the Joker, the mandatory extra part of the track, and we're off and running. It's a great start on the inside by Godfrey, but neck and neck with John McCluskey. A thorn in his side over here. Godfrey gets the inside there for turn 1. He'll have the outside for turn 2 and manages to park his car in the middle. So it is Godfrey who has the lead. McCluskey, the Irishman, in second place. Third place is Gary Donoghue. Colin Anson makes up the back of the pack just there, but Godfrey needs to really get this down, doesn't he? Get a decent time in there to move his way up the order. As you see, well, McCluskey got all sideways, just blocking the route for Donoghue. I wonder if Donoghue will go into the Joker early here, get it done. He'll probably do the opposite to whatever John McCluskey does. Donoghue, oh, he doesn't. He stays out on track for the normal route just there. I thought you might see him go into the Joker, but he didn't. Maybe we'll see him do the Joker on this next lap here. 4 laps, remember, as into the back end he goes. Takes a much different line, just heavy on the brakes, and had to really react to what John McCluskey just did. Up ahead, though, it is Julian Godfrey, leads by 1.2 seconds. Round we go, the top end there, onto the Speedway straight. Godfrey has eked out his advantage onto the loose stuff from Carter's hairpin. There you go, round Hanson's. Anybody going into the Joker? No one going into the Joker. Wow, still no Jokers. Yes, at the back of the shot, Colin Anson went into the Joker, decided to take it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Julian Godfrey sticking the car out very wide, rotating it early, getting that power down, just forcing it really, his 4-wheel drive. Supercars getting as much of that traction down as they can. Huge amounts of power in these things. 600 brake horsepower plus. McCluskey in P2, Godfrey leads the way. The gap is 1.4. It looks like it's come down a little bit though. Gary Donoghue in P3 can't seem to get any closer though to the back of John McCluskey, and into the Joker goes Gary Donoghue. Gets that done. So 2 out of the 4 have Jokered. Wow, Godfrey took a really wide line there. I wonder what happened. He was so wide, wasn't he, on the exit of that Ollie's turn right, that right hand, very steep right hander on the exit of the loose onto the tarmac. Godfrey's lead 1.5 seconds. He has eked it out over John McCluskey. So we're going to see a Joker happen now. Yeah, oh, they both go into the Joker there. So Godfrey and McCluskey, the gap is enough for both to get in and out. There's Donoghue, the back of the shot, so you'll get through, clips the tyres on the way through. No damage done though. Godfrey, McCluskey, hugely overcooking that one, but he gets it straight finally, and that actually put Donoghue off by the look of it, because Donoghue then ran wide as well. So Godfrey, McCluskey, Donoghue and Anson, they go round for the final time, and there is the result. That's how it stood. Godfrey, McCluskey, Donoghue and Anson is exactly how it started with a time of 2:59.6. That may be significant. Godfrey needs a few more points in the intermediate to work his way up the order for the final. It will be an 8-car final. There are 8 cars in this one, so we will see them all in the final. It's just determining the order for the final, and we'll know that order from what happens after this final race. Qualifying Heat 3, race number 2. Patrick O'Donovan in that pole position. GB1 written on his card, the reigning champion, European champion. Podium finisher in World Rallycross, competing in World Rallycross at the moment as well, although results haven't gone his way. Derek Tohill alongside him. This is a real battle for the championship between these two. Tristan Ovenden, he's in the fight as well when it comes down to the championship, but he is there or thereabouts. Ovenden sits in 5th place in the championship, 45 points so far for Tristan Ovenden. And Ollie O'Donovan only took part at Lydden Hill so far this season. I said to you, he has lost a lot of weight, looking very trim. A diet, change of eating and drinking habits, no small snacks, he said to me. He's just smaller plates of food, doesn't drink very much now. He's lost a huge weight, 25 kilos, which is very impressive. Lighter in the car, feeling better about himself as well, which is good to hear. So well done to Ollie for that one. But he wanted me to make it clear that he's not a wingman for Patrick. He's racing his own race. Well, we are ready to race. The revs built. Ready to race comes back on again as the marshal is now clear. Keep your eyes on Patrick O'Donovan, right hand side of the picture. Derek Tohill alongside him, green to go. It's a great start from Patrick and Derek as well. Ollie moves across there, closes the door, doesn't he? Closes the door brilliantly on Ovenden. Ovenden's got it back. He's opened the door again. The door is opening and closing. Ollie O'Donovan pushing, leaning very nicely. Great driving, forces the issue, forces Ovenden wide, and it is Patrick O'Donovan who has the lead. Tohill in 2nd. O'Donovan, that's Ollie in P3, and Ovenden just couldn't quite get it done. Big lock up though for Ollie O'Donovan. I think that's allowed Ovenden back on the inside. They go side by side, but it is Ollie O'Donovan who just keeps his nose ahead of Ovenden. And onto the loose they go for the first time of 4. And they do have the Joker. Will Ovenden go into the Joker first time of asking? He does. Late dive in. He goes in. Ollie O'Donovan stayed out, so Ovenden knew the best thing to do, get that Joker done. And around he goes. So P1 is Patrick O'Donovan. P2 is Derek Tohill, the championship fighter with Patrick, both on equal points so far this season. Very, very tight between those two. Ollie O'Donovan P3, Tristan Ovenden in P4, but he has jokered, and Patrick was frustrated earlier on. Those kids playing in the background, Patrick was frustrated earlier on about his pace. He's had a fantastic performances so far with 2 victories, but Dave Mansfield and he working on it. How can they get up the order a little bit quicker? They had no radio in that last race. It was all done by feel for Patrick, not knowing what was going on. I'm not sure the reason, some joking and jesting that maybe the radio hadn't been plugged in, so Patrick making that mistake. Ollie O'Donovan snatches back P3 though, in and out of the Joker, and Ovenden couldn't quite get it done when there was no car ahead of him, so Patrick has the lead, 2.7 seconds up. Can it be 2.7 seconds up? Seems a big margin to me. There's Ollie O'Donovan. He has got Ovenden on his shoulder. That's a huge margin, isn't it? Patrick O'Donovan leads by a huge margin from Derek Tohill. 2.7 seconds is the gap. He is 3.6 seconds ahead of Ollie O'Donovan. Suspected that Derek Tohill has got enough in the bank to get in and out of the Joker. And in he goes. Didn't feel like doing one more tour around. Gives him a chance in case Ollie nibbles back, but no, Ollie is too far off of him. So Tohill goes into the Joker, rotates that car. Bit of bodywork sitting there on the exits of the turn, and Ollie collects it or nudges it. No major damage done. No damage done, in fact, to the car as it just nudged it out the way. There's Patrick O'Donovan, leads the way. Still has the Joker. Will have to take the Joker on this lap. Swinging that car out, though. Very aggressive, isn't it, Derek Tohill? Patrick O'Donovan takes it around prime time. There is his Joker done. Just keep it neat, Patrick. The time to beat 2:59.6 was the total time of that race 1 from Heat 3, and over he goes with a 2:53. 2:58.3. Total 2:58, so that was quicker as well. Ollie O'Donnell just a little bit off the pace there. You see him just below Julian Godfrey. So Julian Godfrey with the timing secures 3rd place. So that'll all go into the Mincer, work it all out from the numbers, and that will set the grid for the final for the Supercars. Starting, kicking things off at 4:10 this afternoon. But we go to now the Cross Cars and the RX 150. There is an amended result for this one, so that will change things a little bit. Let's see if we can find the new grid. Okay, so the grid then for race 1. This is the amended grid for race 1. Crosscar and RX 150s. There was the issue earlier on with the coming together. Had to rejig the order of the events here today to get that second race from qualifier 2 done at the start of this session. Race 1, James Constantine starts in the pole position there, number 8. In the middle is David Kane in the white crosscar. On the outside, number 7 is Max Weatherly. No Kevin Sharkey, unfortunately, but Will Ovenden is there in the familiar red and yellow. And Benjamin Bartlett at the very back in the number 44, the black, blue and almost fluorescent yellow. Just waiting to see if any more cars are coming, but I don't think they are. Start Marshall takes up his position, just crossing the track to make sure everyone's happy. So what should be 6 is 5, or is it 4? It's 4. No, it is 5, there you go. I knew that was 5, I was just testing. So, race 1, heat 3. The cross cars do have a semi-final. Cross cars in the RX 150s. There are 12 of these cars, so we should be getting these down to 8 for the final. So we will lose a few. We've already lost a couple. Sets the intermediate positions for the semi-finals. Here we go then, we are off and we are running, and it's a really good start, a fantastic start from David Kane. Occupies the middle of the track, forces the issue on all of the others and keeps it clean through. He has the lead, David Kane. David Kane was struggling a little bit earlier on. David Kane has the lead. Keeps it neat, doesn't he? There is our pole sitter, number 8, James Constantine. He's fallen back a little bit. There is Ovenden, still in P4. So Max Weatherly is in P2, is in and out of the Joker goes Will Ovenden, struggling to find a way through, so deciding on the clean air being the best way to go. And oh, David Kane snatched to the gear. I think he lost a gear. These sequential gearboxes, these. I think he snatched the gear, missed the gear, and just managed to recover it. But in that moment, he'd lost 2 positions. A disaster for him as James Constantine moves up to P2. Here is our race leader. Oh, disaster for David Kane, but good he managed to get that cross-cart back up and running again. And over his shoulder, he's now got Ben Bartlett looming large. Max Weatherly is out ahead. In and out of the Joker he goes. Good decision there for David Kane. Really the only decision really was when to make that Joker. He's got a Joker, and I think getting it done early was probably the best thing to do. There's our race leader, Weatherly. Oh, and David Kane does it again. Oh, it seems like off that, he's lost a gear, it seems, doesn't it? Every time he goes to snatch whatever gear, gear 2, second gear, third gear, I don't know. He's just struggling out of it, and I think that might be the end of the race for David Kane. He's not emerging in the back of the shot, and he was slowing, wasn't he? Absolute disaster for him, real shame. So snatched the gear the first time, lost it the second time, and decides to call it a day in this race. Hopefully they can fix it for the semi-finals. As into the Joker goes Benjamin Bartlett. There's our race leader, Max Weatherly. Kicks that back end out. These look fantastic fun, don't they? These little cross cars. They look brilliant out there on track. Fancy giving it a go? Well, there are tester days. You can go to Linden Hill if you get interested and give it a try. You can test yourselves in the rallycross environment. back of the shot. There was David Kane at the back of the shot. So Max Weatherly and James Constantine still yet to joker. The other three have been in and out. So lead in P2, not jokered, but the gaps are pretty big. So you'd imagine that James Constantine, oh no, he definitely can't get in and out, can he? There's no way Constantine's going to get in and out of the joker with Ovenden not overtaking him. There you have it, a little change of position coming with Will Ovenden moving his way up the order, and around they go. They've all been in and out, and Ovenden moved himself up to P2 as Constantine went into the joker and comes out falling down the order. Constantine. So Ben Bartlett comes home P3, Max Weatherly P1, Will Ovenden P2, Ben Bartlett P3, James Constantine P4, and David Kane with 2 laps complete. So not ideal for him, suboptimal as we say. Once again, another 4-lapper with a joker before we go on to our semi-finals. Super Retros start our semi-final action before the return of these. The Cross Cars semi-finals due to start around 1:30, so it should come pretty soon. A quick turnaround for the Cross Cars. It's Liam McMullen on the inside of turn 1, kart 29. Then it's Steve Jones in the RX 150, Stephen Burke on the outside of turn 1 in the number 32, nearest to you in the picture. Then the second row, furthest from us, kart 61, that's Bradley Turner. He's had an up and down weekend or day so far, hasn't he? Max Langmaid starts alongside him, number 15 in P5, and it's Gareth Jones on the back row of the grid. Max Weatherly, the reigning champion, looked assured in that first one. Max Langmaid, who took part in the supercar race rounds at Lydden Hill in the season opener. Building the revs. Here we go, thumbs up, we are ready to race. We build the noise. And it's green and lights out and they're off and running. It's a brilliant start on the inside there for Liam McMullen, but on the exit, has he got the traction? He has indeed, keeps it neat and tidy through there too. Brilliant drive from him, a great drive from Stephen Burke, and a big spin, and any damage? No, he's got himself going again. Oh, that was a bit of a disaster at the back of the field. But up ahead, Steve Jones there occupies P3. There's Bradley Turner in P4. The race leader, though, is Liam McMullen. 4 laps, including a little visit to the joker. There's Gareth Jones, and in and out of the joker, wobbling his way through is Bradley Turner there under the braking. A little bit sideways as he was going. Just drift out wide. Oh, a terrible, terrible cornering there, says me, from Stephen Burke. He was sort of got a bit heavy, a bit sideways, couldn't quite get the traction. But there is a big tyre stack in the middle of that exit, so maybe he was taking evasive action, maybe saw it from the corner of his eye. Langmaid ahead of Turner. Steve Jones is now hunting down Stephen Burke. As we have a look at our race lead, there they go, 1, 2, 3, coming through, filing through, but the jokers, well, Brad Turner's jokered. These two are fighting it out between them as well. That's Max Langmaid fighting it with Gareth Jones, who's just gone in and out of the joker. So Langmaid has closed up the gap a little bit. Steve Burke fighting for P1. Up ahead there is our race leader, cocking his front wheel in the air, Liam McMullen in Speedcar Wonder. The cross car is the Yakar Cross SXC cross car of Stephen Burke in P2 that you're looking at right now. And there's the picture now just coming in is Stephen Jones, the only one in the RX 150, so leads the RX 150 championship. He's the only one entered at the moment, fighting it out with the others as they go in and out the joker. Steve Jones takes the race lead, but he's not the race leader really, because he has got to joker, and they go either side of that tyre stack. Fantastic action Either side of the tyre stack there, P2 and P3 of McMullen and Burke. Very nicely done. Steve Jones knows he's not going to have the race win, but will he have a P3? He's got to keep it clean as he goes round. He's going to joker on this final lap as they head up around this little kink at the top. And they go into the loose. And Steve Jones for the final time. He will joker this time, Steve Jones, as he heads in. There you go, he's jokered. And Liam McMullen takes the race lead. Steve Burke is second. Just keep it neat here, Liam, and you've got yourself a decent amount of points in the intermediate classification. It's been quite a quick overall race time here. And across the line he goes, taking the victory. Liam McMullen. Burke is second. Jones crosses 2. So Max Weatherly, the quickest of all. Will Ovenden, second quickest of all with the 3:04. Benjamin Bartlett, James Constantine, and then you had a few differences showing different lap times. Ignore those lap times, the graphic just hasn't updated, but you can see the rough running order of how the race went. So we're ready for semi-finals then for Super Retro and for the cross cars. There's nothing out on track though, so we'll take a little bit of downtime here before those semi-finals start, due to start at around 3:32, which is 5 minutes from now. So I'll shut up for a few minutes, see us back here in just a few moments time. Keep your eyes on the screen. semi-final time here in Pembrey for the Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy and the BTRDA as well. We're kicking things off with semi-finals for Super Retro, and we've been treated to some really exciting racing throughout the course of the day, as you'd expect. Semi-final 1 starts with Charles French in pole position, and that is important because he is second in the championship to Alan Crockett. Alan Crockett will be making an appearance in semi-final 2. Alan Tapscott starts in the centre of your picture. Car number 91. Then Stuart Emery in the Volvo 242. Second row, John Cross in the Stratos alongside Pat Duran. And the back of the grid is Andy Grant. We have 6 cars in this semi-final. We have 5 in the next. 11 cars, reducing them down to 8 for the final, coming a little bit later on today. But semi-final 1 is about ready to go. We are ready to race. Charles French has looked great so far here today. Keep your eyes on him, that white and blue Escort Mark II. It's been a great start from him, bogging down in the middle though for Tapscott, and round the inside goes our pole sitter, and the Stratos leaning there, leaning on Duran, and he's going to lean back. No, clean driving on the rejoin there, Duran. Well done to him. He rejoined, and I thought he was going to take out the Stratos, but kept it clean. Pat Duran has now got a bit of clean air ahead of him, and the Stratos behind him, and he's going to be hunting down the race leader, who's this man, number 42, Charles French, who's got Stuart Emery behind him. So Pat Duran has in P4 after all of that, the way it all worked out. Our race lead though, Charles French, he's got his work cut out with Stuart Emery behind him. There is Pat Duran, number 46 in P4. But the gap's starting to grow, as you see. This is a 5-lap semi-final. No joker tours around here. Pat getting the rear end kicked out and getting the car straighter again as he goes through. But French has got the lead. Tapscott has worked his way down the order. Emery up to P2. Tapscott is in P3. Pat Duran P4. Andy Grant P5. And a DNF for John Cross in the Stratos has had to retire from the race. He will not be making it across the line, therefore no chance of getting to the final for him. We know we are going to get 4 from each semi-final through into the final this afternoon, taking place when it comes down to this class, the Super Retros, ending the proceedings here around 5:25 this afternoon. So there you go. Charles French leads the way. Stuart Emery still P2. Then it is Alan Tapscott. Oh, Stuart Emery's gone off. He spins the car down. It's a bit greasy around there. Full 360. Can he rejoin? P4 is important here for Emery. He needs to rejoin in P4. A quick look over his shoulder, and he's got Andy Grant just looking at that one. Andy Grant just lost the opportunity of sneaking up into P4, and Emery is going to be a bit nervous as he keeps it going. Lock up there as he goes around that right-hander. This is where the action's at. Becomes up ahead. Charles French, Alan Tapscott and Pat Duran look like they may be settled for the final, but Emery has got it all back into gear as he needs to. He's got his head back in the game. No joker lap for these cars. No joker laps for these Super Retros. And a big lock up there as well, trying to contain that car, get it round the corner for Tapscott. He's got Pat Duran looming in his shoulders over his mirror. Oh, and Pat Duran gets a little bit wide as well, takes the grass again too. Rough and ready as Charles French extends the lead now. Almost 6 seconds the gap between him and Alan Tapscott in P2. Pat Duran is falling away to about 1.5 seconds off the back of Tapscott. They can now start to relieve themselves of any stress as they go around for the final time. The penultimate time, I should say, because it's a 5-lap race. There is our race leader still going. 1 more lap to go. There he goes, Charles French. Charles French carries on round. That right-hander, he goes. Here we go. A little hook at the top, going on to the speedway straight and towards the Carter's hairpin, where he's emerging now. Look at this gap between P1 and P2. There is Tapscott. 7 seconds is the gap now between P1 and P2. 3.5 between P2 and P3. And 7 seconds between P3 and P4. 1.6 seconds between P4 and P5. It is significant. Top 4 make their way through to the final. Great work there from Durand, keeping that one tight this time. He ran a little bit wide there before. Charles French has been very neat, hasn't he? Crosses the line, takes the victory. Alan Tapscott comes through, keeps it neat. And Durand's had a bit of a wild race, off twice. Stuart Emery, well, you've got to keep this one going, Stuart, got to keep it in. As Grant turns his car sideways on the final corner and takes it across the line. So semi-final 1 is done. We should know half of the grid then, shouldn't we? Charles French, Alan Tapscott, Pat Durand, Stuart Emery. A slow time for Emery, 4:12 with a complete pirouette, 360 spin earlier on in that race for him. Semi-final 2. Alan Crockett, championship leader, in pole position. Vince Bristow in between David Ewan on the outside of row 1. Steve Cousins in the Renault. Number 50 on the inside of row 2. And Ray Morgan starts alongside on the second row of the grid. Here we go, off and running. It's a good start again from Cousins. He seems to always leap forward, doesn't he? But he's got held up by 3 cars ahead of him, and it is our pole sitter who emerges in the lead, as you'd expect. Alan Crockett, a great start. Vince Bristow holding everybody off in P2, and P3 is as it was, David Ewan. Then Cousins has worked his way up from P5 to P4. Fell back a bit and then climbed back up straight away into that opening corner from Ray Morgan on the outside. But there is our race leader, Alan Crockett. The bodywork damage, as you can see, on the right-hand side, just over the arch, which isn't quite ideal, but it's not causing any huge damage. That's Ray Morgan. Ray Morgan's had a brilliant start, hasn't he? Because Ray Morgan has worked his way from that second row of the grid, on the outside of the second row of the grid, all the way through. It was on the start, got such a brilliant leap through on the outside. Got a leap on David Ewan, actually, didn't he? It was David Ewan in the blue Fiesta Mark III that struggled off the line. Cousins has worked his way through. Stays in P4, but he's moved back and forth a bit, as Cousins, as he ventured forward. It was Ray Morgan that forced his way between, stopping Cousins from getting through and making any advances on his start position. P4 is what he's going to need, and P4 is what he has got. David Ewan falling back a little bit in that Fiesta Mark III. Here is our man sitting in P3, P4 and P5, and he's really working Ewan, isn't he, trying to force the issue on Steve Cousins. 1 lap complete, they're on lap 2, and around they go. There's Bristow, there's our P3 man Morgan. It's the fight for P4, a real battle between these two, all at stake. And is it really the positions or the chance of getting into the final? Flashes up ahead, you can see just the gap between P1 and the rest. Alan Crockett 2.5 seconds up the road from Vince Bristow. These two still fighting it out though, but it is Cousins who's got the measure at the moment. Cousins looks quite assured in that Renault 5 Turbo 2. Such a lean, isn't it, on that car? It looks like it's lifting at the front, but I think it's because the height of the arch. It's a very high arch, isn't it, on that Ford Fiesta. There's Bristow. Still more laps to go. Here's a 5-lapper. Morgan in P3. No major issues. Don't do anything stupid. Keep it nice and neat and tidy. Don't have to go crazy to get yourself into the final. But you want optimal position really on that grid. It's in the background there. Cousins is having a bit of a fight with Ewan still. There's nothing separating those two. Just 0.3 seconds, it says on the timer, because there has to be something. Great work from Morgan, still keeping it neat and tidy. Keeping his eye on the prize. Alan Crockett, though, leads the championship and leads the way here. 6 points ahead of Charles French is Alan Crockett. Stuart Emery in P3 in the championship. There is Crockett, and Vince Bristow has struggled. What's happened there to Bristow? Well, Bristow slowed right down, and Cousins is climbing all over the back of him. And there's a chance now here for Ewan too, but Vince Bristow manages to keep that car as wide as he can, that BMW 318i as wide as he can, as they go around for the final time. This is Alan Crockett home and hosed, no real drama for him. These two fighting it out still for P4. Thought for a chance that Vince Bristow had lost his opportunity of securing a place in the final, but these two still fighting it through. Crockett is leading the way, and around he goes for the final time to secure his place in the final. A very strong position it was too. And P4 and P5 still fighting out. Ray Morgan and Vince Bristow looking like they are pretty happy. There he goes, that's Morgan. Bristow just ahead. He'll breathe a big sigh of relief, you'd imagine, as he made his way through, as Cousins just crosses ahead of Ewan. There you have it. Semi-final 2 is done. Crockett, Morgan, Bristow and Cousins, top 4 in this one, securing a place in the final a little bit later on. Wow, that was nervy for Bristow, wasn't it? Did all he could right, and made a big mistake. The cross cars will be next for their semi-final. 6 in semi-final 1, 6 in semi-final 2. We need 8 to make up our final. In the finals you have 3 cars in the front row, 2 cars in the second row, 3 cars on the back row, row 3 to make up the 8. See quite a lot of drama from the cross cars here today. Max Weatherly is the reigning champion in cross car. Steve Jones is a multiple RX 150 champion. And just looking down the list as well of other entrants in this. We know that Max Langmaid is racing in this one. Let's have a look at the starting grid. It's going to take a while for the starting grid to come down. Not sure where they are. I'm just having a look out the window. There are a few cross cars just making their way. I suspect we'll have a few minutes of downtime though, as a few more cross cars make it through, but probably a couple of minutes of nothing here at the track. So I shall be quiet and I'll start talking again in the next few into place for their 2 semi-finals. ready to go for semi-finals in the British Rallycross FAA Cross Car and the BTRDA Cross Car and the RX 150s as well. We've been treated to some decent action as you'd expect from the cross cars throughout the course of the day. Max Weatherly, reigning champion, starts in the prime position, pole position, just moving into space right now. There he is, the reigning champion Max Weatherly. It's had a decent day out there in the breeze, the breeziness. It is quite a breezy place here today, and quite good conditions, nice cool conditions. The engines do like it. But Max Weatherly in pole position, Stephen Burke in the centre, James Constantine starts on the outside of row number 1. Behind them you've got Bradley Turner in the multicoloured cross car, Gareth Jones in that black cross car with the number 10, and Ben Bartlett on the rear of the grid. Top 4 make their way through to the final, and the marshal runs away. We are ready to race. Here we go. It's a great start from the very centre of your picture. That is Stephen Burke, but on the inside, Max Weatherly just leans on, got to get through nice and neatly, and oh no, not another problem for Bradley Turner. No, he's got it back straight again, but Bradley Turner, what a torrid day he's had so far out there on the track, but he's managed to get it straightened up, and he'll be relieved about that one as up ahead they scamper away a little bit. Our race leader, Max Weatherly, second place is Stephen Burke. Then you see over the shoulder a few more just fighting it out. Number 44, that's Benjamin Bartlett. He's fighting with number 10, Gareth Jones. It's a 5-lapper, and there will be jokers as well. Remember, jokers, 5 laps all the way through these semi-finals, getting us through to the final. Somebody running off just there, somebody going into the joker, the shot as well. I think that was Turner, Brad Turner going into the joker. Steve Burke, wide line from him. It was Brad Turner, Bradley Turner taking that joker. In and out he comes, emerging in P5, probably P6 by the time he's worked his way through. As the timing screen updates, yeah, P6 for him. It's a decent extra time around that joker in these little cross carts. It has quite a big impact. 44, that is Benjamin Bartlett still battling it out with Gareth Jones. Can't seem to get through. Great Welsh name, Gareth Jones, isn't it? But he runs very, very wide. Can't get traction. It's so loose round there. And that's going to go straight into the hands of Ben Bartlett and into the joker, reacting very quickly, Gareth Jones, to that bit of an off, thinking, right, well, I need to get into the joker and get myself back in the game. And that's exactly what he has done. Race leader, Max Weatherly. Steve Burke is in P2. We won't see much of Max Weatherly at the moment because he's so far ahead, some 4.5 seconds up the road from the others. Max Weatherly. Top 4 still have to joker. That's the extra mandatory part of the track as a Chris Packett gets involved and decides to take a little jaunt across the grass. That's James Constantine, number 8. Stephen Burke just ahead of Bartlett, and into the joker goes number 32, Stephen Burke. He now takes that joker, gets it done. Max Weatherly has jokered, but look at the gap. It's such a big lead, isn't it? So early to take such a huge lead in this race. Max Weatherly in and out of the joker, gets the job done early on, but still has a 4.4 second lead over Benjamin Bartlett. James Constantine has fallen back even further. He's 1.8 seconds, sorry, 1.2 seconds off of Ben Bartlett. And still has to joker. Oh, they're coming together. Very, very close racing between these two little cross cars, going for it, hammer and tong. That's Steve Burke and Brad Turner. Top 4 qualified through to the final, and another coming together just there. Any damage, not quite so sure, but that was pretty unceremonious in the way it worked, wasn't it? That's Ben Bartlett all over the place just there. It's a tasty one if this is anything to go by. We are up for a very lively final. Well, Max Weatherly has the lead. James Constantine is in second place. Steve Burke is in P3, and Bartlett is fighting away too. But oh, a bit of an issue to that kart. The air is not looking good, sitting very low on the ground, isn't it? Leaning on the right hand side. Suspension maybe a failure on the right. I think that may be a retirement. A disappointing race for Stephen Burke. He was looking so good out there. Getting a bit sideways is Gareth Jones, but there's nothing he can do. Up ahead, Max Weatherly. He's still going strong, crosses that line and takes the victory for Max Weatherly. James Constantine, is he going to come around in P2? No, doesn't look like it because there's been a jump on him. It looks to me like it is Bartlett into P2, Constantine P3, Brad Turner in P4, Gareth Jones in P5. Stephen Burt there with a huge problem, but Weatherly, Bartlett, Constantine and Turner, semi-final 1 is done. How about that? Weatherly, Bartlett, Constantine, Turner. Well, Turner had his work cut out. That was lively for him. Our second semi-final then. We're going to know all the grids for all the finals once this race has been completed. We're missing a couple of the karts in position at the moment. Just wondering where they are looking out the window. It was quite a quick turnaround for the cross karts. We should have 3 cars on the start line. We haven't got 3 karts just there, but there is on the inside Liam McMullen, Stephen Jones in the only RX 150. We're missing David Kane. That's a very white cross kart. It's the whitest of all, but I think he had an issue last time, didn't he, David Kane? It was looking pretty good, and I'm not sure if he is going to join, as we see somebody walking over and just having a little chat to say what's going on. The second row of the grid, well, Max Langmaid and Will Ovenden in that red and yellow cross kart, and no Kevin Sharkey. Kevin Sharkey had the flip earlier, so I think his kart hasn't been recovered. And just having a look at it, I think that might be the 4 for this semi-final, which means they finish, they qualify for the final. Quite a big incentive for all. Yeah, there's a thumbs up, so that's going to be the lot. Looks like 4 karts. We know Kevin Sharkey wouldn't be able to make it through because of the damage he suffered earlier on. But no David Kane either. That was the issue with the gear shift. Remember, on the exit of the corner, he couldn't seem to select a gear, so maybe gearbox failure or something for him on those sequential gearboxes, unable to repair it in the short time they had between the last race and this semi-final. It was only about, what, half hour ago they had that issue, so just not enough time. They seem to have just stopped for the moment. Are they waiting? Just holding at the moment. I wonder if they're giving David Kane a moment to see if he can get through or not. It doesn't seem to be likely with that gearbox issue. I'm pretty sure it's a gearbox issue. Certainly was not able to select a gear off of the same corner every time. So final semi-final of the day. That's the issue. That's what we're waiting for. That is Stephen Burke's car. We saw it struggling. It was leaning low on the right-hand side. You can see him looking at it there. So it looked like a suspension failure maybe as he was going around. There was a bit of smoke pouring off the back and it was certainly leaning low, and you can see it's leaning low on that right-hand side. Disappointment for him because he's actually looking pretty good out there and almost set for a place in the final. So it will be frustration, and he will be frustrated. But it is a double header. Hopefully he can get the parts, the components to get that car back up and running for tomorrow. Tomorrow is slightly different here at Pembrey because we're running the clockwise track here today. Tomorrow it's the anti-clockwise route, so a slightly different setup. Not just that you have to turn a different way all the time, obviously, but there's a slightly different layout with the Joker, depending on which layout they decide to go for. There are 2 Joker options here. You have one at the Carter's hairpin and the other one at Hanson's. We've been using the Hanson's Joker lap for the clockwise. Sometimes with anti-clockwise they don't use that. They use the Hanson's right turn. As they come out of Carter's on the hairpin, you have the additional area just there. I'll let you know tomorrow when I know which one they're going to be using. Just waiting still for this track to be cleared. Start Marshall is making his way back, moonwalking across the track there. Chamon. I wonder if he's going to do some stick work, some martial arts stick work in a minute. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Do some moonwalking followed by some stick work. I'd like that. Don't think it's going to happen. Just still waiting for Stephen Burt's car to be cleared from the track. If you're wondering what the hold-up is, we should see it emerge in a few moments' time. Once they've got the crane out there, they can lift it, the telehandler, they can lift it quite quickly. There we go, ready to go. Got the thumbs up, the all clear. A grid of 4, no Kevin Sharkey, no David Kane. So you finish and you'll be in the final. Big incentive, keep it clean, keep it clean. And off and running, keep it clean. But these are racing drivers. Keeping it clean does not live in their vocab. They want to win. No matter what happens, they want to win. And Ovenden sends his very, very wide. Or just has to correct. And almost in that correction, sent himself straight into the side of Max Langmaid. But they did manage to keep it clean, keeping that power down. And it is Stephen Jones in second place. The only RX 150 out there. The others are all cross cars. And they're just keeping it nice and neat. It is a 5-lapper, remember, including the Joker. Ovenden is fighting it out with Langmaid. You want optimal position in the final. The way you get that is by winning your semi-final. Then into the Joker goes Max Langmaid and Steve Jones as well. So Jones and Langmaid take the very, very early Joker. They're just going to take the normal route now for the rest of their race. Whereas the other two, Ovenden got to take the Joker still, the additional extra loop. DNS for both David Kane and Kevin Sharkey. Keep your eyes on the times and let's see what the time difference is. You can see in your eyes that it's not great between these two, Jones and Langmaid, but our race leader is coming through. McMullen needs a 2-second advantage over Will Ovenden. Those two still have to Joker, but you can see Steve Jones, he's not far off, is he? Steve Jones is only, let's have a look here as it goes over the line, we get a proper update. 1.3 seconds. Jones is only 1.3 seconds off of Ovenden, and Jones has Jokered. There's our race leader. There is Ovenden. The race leader's got to do the Joker, and he's 2.2 seconds up over Will Ovenden, so now is not the time to do it, they decide. Oh, and he's gone so sideways, he's got himself completely off the racing line, and Jones has had to hammer the brake to stop that car, so he didn't plough into the side. That was, well, it was well done by Jones. Bigger picture is what he was thinking of, I think, just there. Also, Steve Jones, remember, has Jokered, so even if he's got Ovenden or McMullen right by him, he knows that when they go in and out of the Joker, he's got a huge advantage, but just getting it very, very sideways, too sideways, overcooking it on the brakes, flicking the car around too much, and hampering his own race. Somewhere, Max Langmaid's still in the picture, but he's around 6 seconds off the back of the race leader. Here's our race leader, Will Ovenden, and Liam McMullen stays out as well. Still not jokering. Oh, and another spin. And that's Max Langmaid all on his own. Has he done any damage to his car? He needs to finish the race. Oh, come on, Max. Let's see if he can get that going again, because he needs to finish this race. He needs to secure his place in the final. It's way down the order. Ovenden, McMullen, Steve Jones. Steve Jones 1.7 seconds off our race lead. They have still got to Joker P1 and P2. Keep going, firing their way through. Race leaders Will Ovenden, Liam McMullen in P2. They've got to Joker. We know that to be true. And Steve Jones has emerged ahead of them. After the Joker, Steve Jones takes it through and crosses over the line. They're still going strong. Still going strong. Look at that, Steve Jones very, very happy with his efforts there as he completes the race. Time screens didn't update, we thought they got one more lap to go, but Steve Jones did it with the Joker strategy, getting in and out. McMullen was lucky there as he got a bit sideways on, but no Max Langmaid. Yes, Max Langmaid now has completed the race. That was important for Max, had to get himself through. DNSs for those other two, secure himself a place in the final was the all-important thing. So here we go. Semi-finals all done. All the heats, all the qualifiers are done. Next thing we've got to do this afternoon let's look at the finals, starting with the Supercars. Then we move on to the juniors, both the British Rallycross Juniors and the BTRDA Juniors. Then we have production, then we have the classics, then we have the Swifts and the BMWs of the BTRDA, the super modifieds, the retros and the cross cars, and we finish off with the super retros. Quite a lot of finals still to come, or quite a lot of racing still to come. Everything is going to be determining the podiums, so make sure you join us in around 5 minutes time for all of the finals. finals to the end of this broadcast here from Pembrey for today. It's a double header. It is the Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy linking up with the BTRDA as well. But our attention right now is all about the Supercars. Supercar Final. Round number 5. It's a double header. Round 5 and 6 coming today. We're going clockwise around Pembrey today. Tomorrow it's anti-clockwise. The grid has been decided from our various races throughout the course of today. 3 qualifying rounds for the Supercars. And into position, very, very ready, very, very ahead of time, is Tristan Ovenden, taking his place on the outside of the front. As I glance at my commentary position, I can see more Supercars off in the distance. Patrick O'Donovan just there. I can see Derek Tohill. He's racing his way round now. Cars are emerging at the pre-grid. Patrick O'Donovan getting a bit of a start there, getting some heat in his tyres. He forces his way through, chomping at the bit. Or is it champing at the bit? It's champing, but chomping seems to work better. Patrick O'Donovan then is moving his way into position. The championship looks like this after 4 rounds. Well, Patrick O'Donovan is equal on points with Derek Tohill, both 74 points. Both of them have secured 2 victories and 2 second places. Will one of them leave here with a championship advantage, or will they still leave on the same number of points? That is possible because it is a double header here at Pembrey. There's Ollie O'Donovan. He'll be starting on the 2nd row of the grid, just over the shoulder of his son Patrick. So all these cars joining the grid in a pretty random order. Next car coming into position is the number 20. That is Julian Godfrey. And he is starting alongside Ollie O'Donovan in the Proton. Julian Godfrey in that Citroen DS3. Huge amounts of power in these 4-wheel drive supercars. Feels a bit nervous air around here at the moment. There's Tohill. Derek Tohill makes his way into position and lines up in between Patrick O'Donovan and Tristan Ovenden. This one could be extremely lively off the start. Patrick O'Donovan and Derek Tohill going toe-to-toe in the championship. Ovenden down in P5. P3 in the championship on 50 points. Former champion in P4. It's starting to form up, so a quick rundown for you. It's O'Donovan, Tohill, Ovenden on row 1, Ollie O'Donovan and Julian Godfrey row 2. John McCluskey in position now, Gary Donoghue taking up his position, and Colin Anson takes up his place on the outside of the 3rd row. Well, here we go. It is final time for Supercars here from Pembrey. Round number 5 of the championship. The Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy. We have got our grid set from all the action here today. Patrick O'Donovan starts in pole position on the inside of turn 1. Derek Tohill alongside. Then it's Tristan Ovenden in the red and yellow car on that front row, the Citroen DS3. Behind them, it is Ollie O'Donovan on the inside of row 2 with Julian Godfrey alongside in the other Citroen DS3. And on the back row, on the inside, Tristan Ovenden. In the back row, it is John McCluskey, Gary Donoghue and Colin Anson. Peugeot, Citroen, Proton, Citroen, Fiesta, Mitsubishi Mirage. P1 to P8. All these finals are significant when it comes down to the championship, but the reigning champion Patrick O'Donovan has looked extremely focused here and a bit frustrated this weekend as well. Wants to go faster as always. He's a racing driver. Never happy, are they? He's done very well in all his races so far. He's got a perfect score, in fact, in the intermediate classification. But that's out the window now. We are ready to race. It's final time. 6 laps, including the Joker, and they're all away cleanly. It's a great start from Tohill. O'Donovan Patrick has got the inside there and keeps it clean. Well, Tohill managed to get back through on the inside of the second corner. No, but Ollie O'Donovan has forced his way up into P3 ahead of Tristan Ovenden. And you see from the back as well, it's a great start from McCluskey, as he forces the issue onto Julian Godfrey, but up ahead it's Patrick O'Donovan, Derek Tohill in P2 and Ollie O'Donovan in P3. Ollie O'Donovan very clearly saying to me earlier on, look, I'm not a wingman for Patrick, I'm racing for myself, although of course the team result is also important. But Ollie O'Donovan would love to take the victory here and forget all about what happens with his son. It's all down to this final and Ollie O'Donovan wanting to get to grips with that Proton Iris that he's not raced for quite some time, as the door now opens on Tristan Ovenden's car. That is not ideal. Suboptimal is what we call it. It's very, very wide goes Godfrey there on the exit and may have even lost the position. Manages to keep it somehow as the others behind carry on fighting. That's McCluskey and Donoghue. He goes off. Continues to pirouette around and gets himself going, but Colin Anson will gain a position because of that. Patrick O'Donovan has the race lead. In second place, Derek Tohill. There is no love lost for them when it comes down to this championship fight, as Ollie O'Donovan keeps Ovenden at bay. Still early doors, lap number 2. We saw Ollie O'Donovan clatter into those tyre stacks a few times earlier on, down to bad visibility and a problem with his car as he was going around. And I know when I was talking to Patrick O'Donovan earlier, he was saying he and Dave Mansfield have been trying to work, that's his spotter, trying to work on a strategy for them to get a little bit quicker out there. They had an issue with the radio in one of the earlier races, and essentially Patrick was racing blind, but that's okay when you're way out ahead, as he is right now. Patrick O'Donovan leads 2.6 seconds up the road from Derek Tohill. He is 1.1 second up the road from Ollie O'Donovan, who himself is just 0.8 up on Tristan Ovenden, and there they are right now, still fighting it out. We've had jokers from Godfrey, from McCluskey, for Anson and Gary Donoghue, and now Tristan Ovenden comes in and out of the joker, and he does it, gets the job done. He's still in P4. Can he close the gap on Ollie O'Donovan, who has still got to joker? So has Derek Tohill, so has Patrick O'Donovan, but the gap is stretching between P1 and P2. McCluskey in P6, he's behind Godfrey, can't get any further up the road here at the moment. There's Ovenden. Tristan Ovenden, P4, has jokered. The gap between him and Ollie O'Donovan is what, 2.4 seconds. It needs to close up that gap. There goes Ollie O'Donovan. There is Ovenden in the bottom of the shot. Let's see where he's going to emerge. There goes Tohill in and out the joker as well. Tohill's in and out the joker. Oh, and I don't know why, but Ollie O'Donovan has jokered at the same time as Ovenden. I'm not quite sure why Ovenden would do that. He's done it anyway. He's gone in and out, and they are right on nose and tail. I thought Ovenden had already jokered. He went back through the joker. I'm not sure if he did 2 jokers. It's not saying he did on my timing stream, but you can see how close it is. They've emerged nose and tail from each other. It's going to come down to a race to the finish. Patrick O'Donovan has gone in and out of the joker. Derek Tohill, I thought he'd joker, but it's not showing as a joker on my timing screen, as Patrick O'Donovan collects a tyre stack, and it was all down to his own making. There was no reason for that. There is Tohill having to go around it on the outside, and that looks like the next 2, they didn't come a cropper, they were warned. Ollie O'Donovan having to take drastic action there to not collide with the tyre stack. So Patrick O'Donovan has the lead on this final lap as they head around the final tour here in this Supercar Final, round 5 of the championship. All again tomorrow, but the reverse way round, the anti-clockwise way around this Pembrey Circuit. Patrick O'Donovan putting in a decent lap time just there. His best lap of 38.256. Has to avoid the tyre stack that he put there from earlier on, but around he goes. Patrick O'Donovan takes the victory here. An important victory when it comes down to the championship. Derek Tohill in P2, Ollie O'Donovan P3, Tristan Ovenden P4, and around they go. Is it Godfrey? Is it going to be McCluskey? It stays as it was, as Colin Anson has a bit of an issue as he comes around that corner for the final time. Colin Anson gets it done, and there is Donoghue rounding out the top 8 in this one. Patrick O'Donovan, he's done it again. No victories for him last time out, but he's got it the first time of asking here in Pembrey and puts himself back in the number 1 position alone in the championship. Patrick O'Donovan takes the victory. Derek Tohill second. Ollie O'Donovan P3. Confirmation for you. Tristan Ovenden in P4 and Julian Godfrey alongside P5. McCluskey, Colin Anson and Gary Donahue rounding out the top 8. There's your Supercar final for today. More of this coming in just a few moments with the next race, the next class. Supercars will be back in action tomorrow morning here in Pembrey. So now we have the juniors, Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship juniors. Teddy McPherson starts in pole position here. The tyre stack gets put back into place. In the middle of the grid you see Caden Harris. Very tight in the championship between these two. Tommy Brown is third in the championship. It's very tight. It's equal points, in fact, in the championship between Teddy McPherson and Caden Harris. Caden's won 3 rounds this season, but by virtue of a poor results last time out in the final round at Mondello, last time out, and Teddy McPherson taking the victory, they are on equal points. Tommy Brown not far off them. He's just on the outside of that front row. And the second row of the grid, you see Harrison Foley wafting the door of his car, trying to get some cool air to go through. Will Hands is alongside in the green Swift. And I'm just looking to see if we've got Chechi Abubu. I don't think we do, because an issue earlier on. So no Abubu in this one. 5-car final coming your way. This is the Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship Juniors. BTRDA Juniors coming straight after. Slight hold for this one. More doors are wafting. Start Marshall makes his way through onto the grid. I think they're happy with the tyre stacks now being put back where they should be. So Caden Harris and Teddy McPherson equal points, 71 points in the championship, although 3 victories to Caden Harris so far out of the 4 races this season. Teddy McPherson has finished second to him on 3 occasions. Last time out to Mondello, he took a victory in the final round of that weekend, with Caden Harris finishing down in 6th place, only securing 11 points. That's why they're equal, but Teddy McPherson has got pole position. They are ready to race. Teddy McPherson's away well, so is Caden Harris. Who's going to have the lead into the first corner though? It's got to be McPherson, but he's dropped back and Caden Harris has now got that lead. That's exactly where he needs to be, over his shoulder, though Tommy Brown is trying to force something through as Will Hands finds a great line and manages to jump ahead of Harrison Foley, but up ahead it is Caden Harris who has the lead. Tommy Brown is in 2nd place and McPherson in P3. That's a disaster from him off the start. He had that pole position but just got left standing, didn't he, on that start line. So Caden Harris in the position he would love to be throughout the rest of this season, keep taking these victories, securing it, but it's not going to be made easy by the 2 behind. Tommy Brown trying to force his way up the order. Teddy McPherson will not be happy with 3rd place at all out here and goes straight into the Joker, getting it done very early on. 6 laps including a Joker for these finals. In and out he goes, drops back behind Will Hands, who gets sideways. Oh, he's got sideways and allows them through. I thought he may have got in the way, but luckily for McPherson, took that Joker and manages to jump ahead. I thought he might have had to take some real evasive action there to avoid Hands, but luckily not so. And McPherson is in P4 and is stuck behind Harrison Foley, and stuck is not what he wants to be. He needs to get past, needs Harrison Foley to almost allow him through. Harrison Foley is not going to allow him through easily and is holding up McPherson. He needed to get that done. He needed to get past Foley as quickly as he could and has done. He is the only one that's jokered so far, as into the Joker now goes Harrison Foley. And Tommy Brown has also gone into the Joker. So Tommy Brown, Harrison Foley and Teddy McPherson, they have jokered Caden Harris is the only one of these protagonists who is not jokered. He leads the way as they travel around again. McPherson has got the jump on Tommy Brown, and that is hugely important when it comes down to the championship. The significance, well, we'll only know the outcome as the season goes on, but it is Caden Harris who's up ahead, 4.9 seconds up the road from P2, Teddy McPherson, but he still has to joker. The gap between P2 and P3, not much in it, half a second or so. It is starting to grow though, isn't it, Teddy McPherson? And in and out of the joker, Caden Harris, he did that beautifully. He couldn't have made a mistake, and he didn't make a mistake. He got in, he got out, and is only just ahead of McPherson. These two in the championship, you can't separate them, and you can barely separate them on track as well. They're only 0.6 of a second between them. You can see the gap. It really is so close. One makes a slight error. The other one you suspect is going to pounce. And look at that. Teddy McPherson's closed the gap brilliantly there on that exit. It's so tight. You can't call this one. Any slight mistake from Caden Harris, and he is going to fall foul to Teddy McPherson, who's starting to gap Tommy Brown. These two not holding each other up. They're focused on the race. They're focused on pushing forwards. Tommy Brown has fallen away. A very different line. Teddy McPherson's asking the question, and sideways they go, and there is contact between the two, and McPherson has jumped ahead. Contact between the two there. It looked to me like Caden Harris just tried to slow it up too much on the corner and allowed McPherson through. There was definitely contact, but there was nothing McPherson could do. Harris slowing way too much, and McPherson wasn't expecting that and went into the side and able to get ahead. There's no chance he's going to give that position back, Teddy McPherson. This may come down to a steward's decision, but I tell you what, Teddy McPherson will be arguing there was nowhere he could go. Teddy McPherson's got into the joker. All have jokered in this race, so Teddy McPherson comes down to this 6-lap race. Complete this lap, one more to go. Around he goes for the penultimate time. Got to keep it together, and Teddy McPherson will be taking the victory here. They're on the final lap. Disappearing up around the Toyos, around Brooklands hairpin now, and disappearing along the Speedway straight before it gets loose after they turn right onto Carter's hairpin. Very loose around there. They'll take the left around Hanson's, get back onto the tarmac for Ollie's, then finish it off on the final right-hander at Senna's. It has been a real battle between Teddy McPherson and this man, Caden Harris. Tommy Brown out of the picture in P3. He leapt off the start, couldn't quite keep it in position though. This will go down, I'm sure, to a steward's decision or a steward's inquiry, but I'm pretty sure it's going to stay the way it is on track with Teddy McPherson going around. He waves his hand, crosses the line, takes the victory. Significant, we'll have to wait and see, but a victory for Teddy McPherson, provisional as it stands. A victory for Teddy McPherson, second for Caden Harris, third for Tommy Brown, fourth for Harrison Foley, and over the line. Oh, not over the line. Will Hans collects the tyres, sticks it into reverse. All he had to do was drive around the track. There was no one in the battle for that position. It was Will Hans tying himself up with his own hands there as he goes across the line to take the final position, P5 in that final. There's the classifications, provisional at this stage. Teddy McPherson, Caden Harris and Tommy Brown rounding out the podium. One set of juniors is done. There will have to be those tyre stacks put back into position, and Will Hans making sure it needs to be put back into position just there. We've got production coming up after the BTRDA juniors in their Swifts and Nissan Micra. Production next, and it's the BTRDA Classics before we go on to the combined BTRDA BMW Minis and the Swifts for the Five Nations BRX. So after this one here, the BTRDA Juniors, we have Production, then we have the Classics for both BTRDA classes, then we have the Five Nations Swifts and the BTRDA BMW Mini. Then we go on to the Super Modified, the Retro, then the Cross Car, before we finish the day with the Super Retro. If you can hear any hubbub from where I am right now, a little behind the curtains of where we are, the comms box here at Pembrey is in a truck by the start line, an old BRSCC or old BTCC truck in fact, team's truck, and it's also where the stewards are. The clerk of the course is listening to drivers explaining their actions vociferously at times. So if that's what if you're wondering what you can hear, that is exactly what it is. But it is final time for the BTRDA Juniors. Fuster, Harris and Brown on the front row. Jimmy Jenkins in the Nissan Micra and Oscar Cooper make up the back row. We are ready to race. It's a very long hold on the start, isn't it? And ready to race board goes up, or the lights go up. Revs start to build. Elliot Fuster, Hayden Harris, and Aston Brown on that front row, and it's a great start on the inside by Elliot Fuster. He goes in from pole. He's going to emerge from that first corner, that tight 90-degree left-hander in the lead, and in second place is still Hayden Harris. But look at that leap up the order from Jimmy Jenkins. He's on the outside though, so he may lose it, though. Coming into Toyo, he'll be on the inside. Here you go. It's about correcting it though from the inside of Toyo's into the Brooklands hairpin, and he loses his way just there, dropping back down to P4 as forced out wide fairly by Aston Brown. Great driving from him. So remember, 6 laps includes a joker in these Swifts and Nissan Micra. 1.3 front wheel drive, nibbling away at the surface below them. Use a dab of handbrake at times if you want to rotate, but mostly it's going to be about rotation and trying to get that car straightened up as quickly as you can, particularly in that loose. Fair amount of understeer, as you saw the 57 Aston Brown going out fairly wide using the understeer alone. The front wheel's trying to do way too much, and these little pocket rockets. Elliot Fuster has the lead. Great performance from Elliot so far today, but Hayden Harris wants to follow the antics of Caden Harris. Currently P2 for him, as P2 for Caden just a few moments ago as well. Aston Brown ran wide a few moments ago, but has kept it tight there. Have we lost a P5? No, we've still got Oscar Cooper out on the track, but quite a long way back, some 5.6 seconds behind the race lead, or was last time they went over the start-finish line anyway. Here they come. Let's see what the gap is. Well, Elliot Fuster, we can see the gap between Fuster and Hayden Harris is pretty much non-existent, 0.657 seconds. Jimmy Jenkins can't close the gap on Aston Brown. So we have 2 races going on here, P1 and P2 race, and a P3 and P4 race. The gap between P2 and P3 is about 2 seconds, so quite a big gap between them. No jokers really to speak of apart from Oscar Cooper at the very back of the field. He is 12 seconds off the race lead though, Oscar Cooper. Into the joker, we just saw 57 Aston Brown, I think it was. Yes, he did. He went into the joker. Just flashing past the camera. There's Jimmy Jenkins. Moves his way up into P4, but Aston Brown has jokered, so we'll look to close the gap on that Micra. Driver having to work extremely hard, but Elliot Fuster working hard and managing to increase the gap. 1.426 at the last point. As we're on lap 3 of 5, still have to joker the top 3. Fuster, Harris and Jenkins have to joker. Brown and Cooper have jokered. There into the joker goes the guy from P2, that's Hayden Harris. In he goes, and also goes Jimmy Jenkins. So Jenkins has also jokered. Where will he emerge? Will he emerge ahead of Aston Brown? We're looking at P2 right now. Oh, and Aston Brown has gone back through, retaken that P3 position from Jenkins. Couldn't quite keep ahead, could he, Jimmy, at that stage? Fuster has got the lead. 4.4 1.43 seconds up the road. Look at the gap there. There is the race leader. There is second place. That's a huge amount of track between the two. Fuster knows he's going to have to joker. He's going to have to get it done. He's on lap 4. Currently on lap 4 of 6. Will he take the joker now? Will he wait till the last lap? If you take it now and something goes wrong, you've still got one more lap to recover. Well, he goes in, gets it done, and emerges just ahead. That joker merge can be a bit perilous at times, but so can this corner. When you go around ollies for that first time off of being in that joker, well, the tyres are grubby, aren't they? And there you just saw Brown very hot into that corner, and that allows through Jenkins. Opportunistic drive from Jenkins. He manages to jump ahead of Brown. These two have had a bit of a ding-dong battle all the way through the course of this race. Fuster leads. Harris is second. Jenkins is third. Can he hold off Brown? He's held him off before for a few corners, but Brown is going to try and force this, but Jimmy Jenkins is holding out for a podium position here as they go round for the final time into the loose. Just got to keep it nice and tidy. Easier said than done. Here is our race leader, Elliot Fuster. He keeps it tidy. Behind him, so does Hayden Harris as they exit for the final time. And in the background, look at the shot, is Jenkins. Oh, he's getting all over the place, heavy on the brakes. They're finding a bit of a battle on that final corner. Jenkins manages to hold off Aston Brown, who tried to force as much as he could but couldn't quite secure a podium finish. It's Elliot Fuster, Hayden Harris and Jimmy Jenkins who take the podium positions. Brown in P4 and Oscar Cooper bringing it home in P5. Drama to the end, particularly in that final podium position, but Jenkins secures it ahead of Aston Brown. Another final coming your way in just a few moments, and it's these, the BTRDA production cars. BTRDA production final. Alex Fletcher starts in pole position. Neil Brooks in P2 in the middle of Edmund Shepherd and Fletcher. Finn Vore is on the second row with Will Noon. Andy Harris, Nathan Jones and Kezia Dawn make up this final. Alex Fletcher away really well on the inside, as you'd expect. Neil Brooks a bit slow off the line. To be fair to him, he's trying to hold that position. He's got a nice line though, but he has been jumped upon by Edmund Shepherd. So Shepherd and Fletcher fighting this one out. Finn Vore couldn't get ahead from where he started. In fact, has dropped back to P5. Not a great start for that bright orange Citroen Saxo VTS. It's all starting to settle down quite early on, but a couple of positions gained, a couple of positions lost in the pack. Alex Fletcher leads. Edmund Shepherd, they're going to be fighting this one out. Remember, 6 laps includes a joker. And into the joker we see 2 cars going, including Finn Vore. Also Will Noon there in the Renault Clio went into the joker. I'm not sure if any more did. I'm just going to try and keep an eye on the timing screens, but up ahead it is still Alex Fletcher and Neil Brooks fighting out that second place, with Edmund Shepherd holding out to P2 at the moment. So Fletcher is 1.2 seconds up the road from Edmund Shepherd. Shepherd is just half a second ahead of Neil Brooks, and there they are. It is so close on those. Neil Brooks in that Renault Clio, Edmund Shepherd in that Citroen C2 VTS, version très sporty, the sporty version of the C2. Race leader in the Honda Civic Type R. It's a decent battle there for Will Noon and Nathan Jones. Nathan Jones in that Honda Civic Type R. Finn Vore is behind them, but only Will Noon of the top 5 has jokered. Gap starting to build all over the place. Edmund Shepherd still trying to hold off Neil Brooks. And while all that's happening, Alex Fletcher has started to eke out the gap of around 2.1 seconds between P1 and P2. And into the joker Well, that goes Nathan Jones, allows Finn Vore to jump up that position as we have a quick look at the top. Yes, Finn Vore has made that jump. So Finn Vore has climbed the order by 1, with Will Noon now ahead of him in P4. And looks to me like we have a bit of a back marker situation going on. Not sure if there's an issue, but they're getting in the way. That's Kezia Dawn getting in the way a little bit in the aubergine coloured Ford Fiesta Mark 7. We've decided aubergine is the colour of it, it's not purple. There is the race leader, and there's second place, Edmund Shepherd, Neil Brooks there too, and Will Noon, all in that one shot. There's our race leader, Alex Fletcher. 2.2 seconds was the gap last time out, still got to Joker. Top 3 still need to Joker. Fletcher, Shepherd and Brooks over the line we go. Let's see what the gap is now. It was 2.1 or 2.2 seconds. It's now 2.6 seconds. That gap is growing. And the gap is growing because Shepherd and Neil Brooks are fighting between them, and essentially having to drive a bit more defensively is Shepherd, which is slowing him up a bit. Maybe they need to work together to climb the order a little bit. So you'd expect that Fletcher would keep this one tidy. Although we have seen a few cars out here today keep it tidy to a certain degree and then whack it into a tyre stack when they didn't need to. Alex Fletcher goes again around. Looks to me like he might be heading into the Joker on the final lap. As these carry on fighting, Shepherd and Brooks need to Joker, and we have a slowing car, and the slowing car is Brooks. Brooks was in second place and is slowed right down, so Will Noon has now jumped up and taken advantage. So that's disaster for Neil Brooks as he comes through as the checkered flag goes, but we've got one more lap to go. I'm not sure if the timing screen's updated. We've got a few over the line. It's all a bit confusing when this happens. They've got 5 laps on the board, but it's a 6-lap race. As around we go still. Yeah, the checker flag showing on my screen. It's not the end of the race. Thank goodness for that. I didn't think it was. Oh, and touching their contact, and Fletcher has fallen foul of a little nudge there from Will Noon. And Will Noon, I don't know whether he's going to be allowed to keep this race win, but over he goes. Will Noon, Shepherd and Fletcher. Finn Vore into P4 as around comes Nathan Jones crossing the line. So Will Noon has taken the victory. Alex Fletcher was nudged on the exit there of the corner, sent him wide. Will Noon went through on the inside. Edmund Shepherd was able to follow through. So much like one of our other races, I think this might be a provisional podium at this stage. Provisional podium, Will Noon, Edmund Shepherd and Alex Fletcher. Alex Fletcher was so far ahead of everybody. In out the Joker he went, was collected, maybe an error himself, but certainly collected after that one. So very much the provisional results as they all cross the line. So Brooks, while he was in P2 and looking very solid for a P2, fighting with Shepherd, fell back to P3 and then just slowed down to a halt at the end. A huge disappointment there for Brooks. Neil Brooks, DNF. Will be collected and towed away. Next up, as you can see on the screen, it is the BTRDA Classic. Well, you'll see on the screen in a moment, there'll be the Classics up next. Starting grid has been decided. There are 8 cars in the final, and there they are. Then there'll be the Retro Grid and the Super Retros also now been decided from the semi-finals, with the Super Retros and the qualifying list for the Classics and the Retro cars. Let's wait for that car to be cleared before we move on to our next final. It shouldn't take too long to tow this one away. So the Classic, the BTRDA Classic. Pole position, Mark Jones. Next to him in the BMW is Vincent Bristow. Steve Gaunt is on the outside of turn 1. That's been a fairly perilous position outside of turn 1, although we have seen the central car a few times bog down a little bit here and get pounced upon by some cars in the second row of the grid, which includes Tony Lynch on the inside and David Ewan on the outside in the blue car. A very high wheel arch car, looks like it's leaning backwards all the time, doesn't it? John Cross in the Stratos starts in the back row, on the inside of the back row. Helen Crooks in the Mini, and then Messi Evans makes up the final for this BTRDA Classic. Quite a big variety of cars: Toyota MR2, BMW 318i, Vauxhall Corsa, Peugeot 205 GTI, Fiesta Mark III, Lancia Stratos R, there's a classic Mini. It's pretty much all there, isn't it, in one place. Ready to race. Final for the classics for the BTRDA. Mark Jones, Vincent Bristow, Stephen Gaunt on the front row, and it's a great start from Mark Jones on the inside. Looks like he started completely differently to everybody else. Vince Bristow has got himself his P2, started P2, exits the first corner in P2, and the Stratos has worked its way through as well as running wide and slowing, and off the track goes Mark Jones. Well, Mark Jones had a brilliant race so far, brilliant day so far today, but in the final, the all-important one, it's come a cropper, as this man, Vince Bristow, has inherited the race lead, and the Stratos is dancing all over the back of Stephen Gaunt in that Vauxhall Corsa. Stratos is all over the place, it leans so much, it's so tail happy, isn't it? Such a short wheelbase. So much power pushed through the rear of that car. That's Vince Bristow, great car control, gets that car sideways and back on its way. He drives that car like a fighter jet, doesn't he? Using the back end like a hovercraft, pushing the car forwards in the direction the wheels are facing, which is normal, but he directs that back end, rotates that car huge amounts, and then scrambles onto a straight line as quickly as he can. Very different style. As Stratos dives to the inside once again, just reminding Steve Gaunt that he is there. David Ewan is in P4 in that Mark III Fiesta. There he is. Trying to close the gap on the Stratos, but no gap for him. It's a 6-lap final. They do Joker in the Classics. There are a couple of 5-lap finals on their way. Most of them are going to be 6-lappers. They go on lap 2, on lap 3 really. They've completed 2 laps. Vince Bristow leads the way. The gap is not much though, 0.6 of a second and only 0.5 of a second between 2 and 3, so the top 3 covered by just over a second, and we're on lap number 3 of 6. Jokers do need to happen, but a lot of them waiting. The Classics haven't jokered earlier today. No jokers earlier today for the Classics, but not telling me that they're not joking, so I am expecting them to joker, but it may be an anomaly on the sheet and no jokers required. We shall wait and see. They either all have to joker or they don't. If they don't, well, it's the same thing as them having to joker, isn't it? There was no jokering in the Classics, the Retros or the Super Retros earlier on, so maybe there will be no jokers required. It looks to me like there's no jokers required this way because no one has to this point, so let's keep on this route with Vince Bristow ahead of the way. Steve Gaunt in second place. Stratos still trying to find a way through. You'd imagine that if they were to joker, they would have gone through already. So that tells me that no jokers in this one, just not on my timing sheet here telling me that. They normally have explicit instructions of joker or no joker. So disappointing to see Mark Jones' car parked up on the side there, because he has deserved a decent result here this weekend. Bristow in the lead, though. That Stratos still trying to find a way through, but the gap is too big, too great. Gaunt just holding him at bay. 6 laps though, definitely 6 laps. One more to go after this. Bristow's done a fantastic job of holding them at bay. The Stratos has tried a very different line and takes himself off the track, and that allows David Ewan the opportunity to creep through. And well, John Cross will be very cross with himself for that one, because he forced his own problems there and was podium sitting and has now dropped back to P4, and it's on the last lap. David Ewan just has to hold this one together and he'll take himself a podium, and I wasn't sure he'd get that earlier on today. As around goes Vince Bristow, around goes in second place Steve Gaunt. The gap is just half a second. Bristow will be nervous, just got to keep it clean, keep it tight, and it's that sort of pressure that can make you make a mistake. As they come up to a back marker, that's not what you want as you go over the line for the last time, is it? And over the line he goes, Bristow taking the victory. And second place, Steve Gaunt. Third place is David Ewan. Fourth place, well, fourth place, Tony Lynch. Fifth place goes to John Cross. He fell off, didn't he, and couldn't get back on. Well, that was disappointing for him, as Messi Evans completes in the Peugeot 205 GTI. No joker, that was the answer there. That's the question we were asking, was do they joker? It said that they didn't, but I should have known. The Super Retros and the Retros and the Classics have not jokered at all today. Note to self, go with your instinct. Next up then we have the Swifts and the BTRDA Mini. Essentially a double starting grid here for the two different classes. So we have got the Five Nations British Rallycross Swifts and the BTRDA BMW Minis. Front row, Wesley Wickens. And no Lynn Llewellyn. Ryan Cooper starts on the outside of row 1, and Warren Salter is starting on row 2, but there is no Lynn Llewellyn, and I'm not sure why. That's a shame, because a great performance from Lynn so far today. The second grid, well, Matt Cake in the Swifts leads the championship and leads the way here today. Starts in pole position on the inside. That's the blue Swift you see with the door flapping in the background. Gary Harvey alongside him in the centre, and Neftali Ayeko just off the picture on the left hand side, and behind is Phil Seath starting on the back row. Here you can see all the cars. Shame for Lynn Llewellyn not making it through. Deserves a place in the final, that's for sure. Bit of a delay here. Not sure what the delay is. Maybe it's to get that stricken Stratos that completed the race, didn't it? There was certainly one car that didn't earlier on. Still we hold, and still we wait. 5 more finals for you, including this one. We're set for around about a 5:20 finish today here, but maybe even slightly earlier than that. Into position goes the start marshal, then taking up the place. So once again, here's the grid. Wesley Wickens in that orange and white Mini. Then it is Ryan Cooper in the white one. Behind those is Warren Salter, Matt Cake in the 630 Swift, blue and orange Swift, Gary Harvey and Neftali Ayeko. Phil Seath on the inside of the back row, and off they go. And it's not a great start from Matt Cake. And look at that start from Phil Seath. What a brilliant start from him as he launched his way up the order. Fantastic moving from the very back of the grid, but Matt Cake bogged down, couldn't get away, and has fallen almost to the very, very back of the pack as they try and make the cars as wide as they can to stop that Cake from getting through. But that Cake is quick, that Cake is swift, and it's very light. It's a lightweight Cake, and I tell you what, he's moved his way back up to P2 after a disastrous start. And there is the lead Swift coming through right now. And the lead Swift coming through right now is Ayeko. But Ayeko has got Matt Cake hunting. Matt Cake is very, very fast, and that gap has closed down from a Whopper to just a normal size hamburger, in fact, using the McDonald's measurement of size. Wesley Wickens has dropped back as well. Ryan Cooper got a great start, a great launch, and has leapt ahead of Wickens. Wickens has looked very, very strong this weekend, as has Lynn Llewellyn, but Lynn Llewellyn not making it out here into the final, unfortunately. So Ryan Cooper has the lead, but the gap is absolutely zero. Well, nearly as nearest to zero as you can get. Wickens looking for a slightly different line, just trying to make Ryan Cooper adjust his line and allow Wickens through, but Cooper is wise to it. He slams that door shut. Definitely jokers, by the way, definitely jokers, and definitely 6 laps in this final. Matt Cake closing the gap on Ayeko. The gap now just around a second between those two. Look at the top of the picture, can you see there's Cake right on the back now of Ayeko. In fact, it'll be about half a second by the time they go over the stripe. We'll see as they go over the start finish. I'll give you an update on the times as they go over, out of shot. But there is the race leader. There is Ryan Cooper. There's Wesley Wickens. There is Warren Salter. Where are the Swifts? There's the lead Swift. That's Naftali Ayeko. And there is Matt Cake. A disastrous start for Matt Cake, but forcing the way through. Matt Cake so far this season has looked absolutely solid. No one able to get near him in the championship. Win, 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 win. That's how his season reads so far. We've had jokers from Salter, jokers from Ayeko and Harvey and Seath too. Oh, and contact! Managing to keep it together though. This is Cooper and this is Salter really, really going for it. Ryan Cooper, sorry, and Wesley Wickens really, really going for it. Salter has joked and is well out of the picture. The contact, and oh, has Cooper got an issue? Because Wickens has sprung the lead and Cooper looks like he's slowing down to me. I'm not sure he's managed to gather it back up. As he's gathered it back up and round they go. Well, Wickens has the lead. Cooper is in second, Salter is in third, but has jokered. Matt Cake is leading in the Swifts, but has not jokered yet either, but leads by some 2.8 seconds over Ayeko. So here's our race leader in the minis. It is Wickens. There was contact. Ryan Cooper had slowed down, but has managed to get the pace back, and the gap between second and third, that is vast. 8.5 seconds is the gap. There's Matt Cake. Matt Cake leads the way. And Ayeko is a really long distance off now. We've completed 4 laps. We're on lap number 5. Wickens. Wickens keeps it together. And Wickens is starting final lap. Wesley Wickens 1.5 seconds up the road from Ryan Cooper. Ryan Cooper is short of a second place of Warren Salter. Keep saying Walter Salter. Warren Salter in P3. Now 7 seconds behind, so has closed the gap up, but not by much. Matt Cake leads in the Suzuki Swift Sport Championship. In the Swifts, the 1.6 litre Swifts leads by 2.8 seconds over Naftali Ayeko. Then it's Jerry Harvey, Phil Seath. It's the fight you're looking right now at, and the DNS for Llewellyn, unfortunately. But there is Wickens, and around he goes. Guaranteed the victory. There it is, the victory. Ryan Cooper in P2. Maybe there'll be a steward's inquiry or decision to be made there with that contact. But that's for them to decide. Warren Salter comes through in P3. Matt Cake, well, a disastrous start for Matt Cake, but he managed to gather it back up fairly early on and just showed why he has won all of the races so far this season. All of the races have gone Matt Cake's way. Great performance from him. So Matt Cake takes a swift victory, and Wesley Wickens takes the BMW Mini Cooper S victory. Super Modifieds are next. Twelve cars make up the Super Modified final. So it's a very, very large grid here, but there are some cars missing. So what can I tell you? Well, I can tell you that Sam Bovell is starting in pole position. His car's still hammering it around, and I'm not sure completely why they were lapped cars, but Ryan Cooper is heading his way through. There you go. Anyway, Sam Bovell starts in pole position. David Bell will start in the centre of the front row with Andrew Hawkes, who had a problem off the start line, remember, in that last race in the Modifieds. Super Modifieds all done by the intermediate classification, so Andrew Hawkes fell down the order because of that problem in that last one. Next row, well, we should be seeing Ricky McAlonan and David Crockett, and I can only see David Crockett. Row 3 should have David Caldwell, Richard Moore and Stephen Ratu, and I can only see Stephen and Richard on row 3. Row 4 is George Gray, no Dale Ford making it onto the grid, and Kieran Curran and Phil McLaughlin making up the back row. They are both there. So it's all coming down to this front row. You'd imagine some decent performances throughout, including Richard Moore in that SLK. Oh, and a huge jump start just there. Not sure what lights he was looking at, but that was George Gray. Super Modifieds do take the Joker, so I'm imagining we're going to get a Joker board shown to George Gray. Let's see, it should be an extra Joker. But no, they're pushing him back. So the Super Modified has been pushed all the way to the very back. That's the penalty for the jump start, so that's not great for George Gray. So far back, can't even see him. It's in the sea. In fact, I think he's going to be moved forwards because he should be going for a second Joker, not for a pushback. Yeah, there we go. It has been recovered the way it should be. Super Modifieds do Joker, so the marshals there were a bit unsure as what was going on. Super Modifieds do Joker, so he's been pushed back into normal position, you can see, and now we've shown the board to tell him that he must now undertake 2 Jokers. There you go, that's the board that says you must do 2 Joker laps, followed by a noise or a word that we certainly wouldn't be able to broadcast if you were inside the car. Drivers there wafting some air into the cars, trying to get some clear air as that start marshal looks like he's about to do a pole vault over them. Takes up his position. BTRDA Super Modified final here from Pembrey. Saturday. Tomorrow it's about the anti-clockwise loop. It's the clockwise one today. We are ready to race. And we are racing, and it's a fantastic launch by Sam Bovell. Almost in his own race there, up ahead he goes. Sam Bovell took that very, very early launch. It was an on-time launch, but it was a fantastic launch as the SLK of Richard Moore looked to go so well off the start, but has fallen back after the second or third turn. And further back, the 117, as you can see, that's Kieran Curran. When he started on the back row, leapt a bit forwards, but has now dropped back once again. But out ahead, there is 119, Sam Bovell, the green Ford Fiesta Mark 6, second place. Fighting it out. The SLK is doing brilliantly, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic V8 power out on the track. Somehow reining that all in. And a bit of a kick out there, a bit of a kick out wide and a spin round 2. It was a wide kick from that Philip McLaughlin car. Too much wide, in fact, as he got the hammer down, sent this car into a spin, the MG Metro 6R4. Race lead, Sam Bovell. And there he is. In second place, it's David Bell. Andrew Hawks in P3. P4, David Crockett. Try and climb the order if he can. SLK, it's a bit twitchier, isn't it, because of that power through those rear wheels. George Gray, we know he's got to do 2 jokers. Andrew Hawks is there. As we go back to our lead driver. My time screen decides to give up the ghost on me. That's good. So, no idea on how many laps. I have no idea on who was jokered. Unfortunately, the graphics and the timing is not updated. It's all going to be done by feel and who's doing what, where, and why. But I can tell you the race leaders. This one, the green 119, the Ford Fiesta Mark 6, driven by Sam Bovell. In second place, it is the 93, David Bell. No graphics for you, unfortunately, because nothing has worked on the timing. It's all completely showing 0 on mine, unfortunately. No idea on how many laps we've done or anything else at this stage, so we are completely flying blind, but that's okay. It's still good racing. Sam Bovell leads. The gap, as you can see, is starting to grow a little bit between him and David Bell in P2. Into the Joker goes P2. Out he comes. Should come out into clean air. Hasn't come into clean air. That's exactly what he needed. The gaps are pretty large, aren't they? We know that Sam Bovell still has the Joker. That is Andrew Hawks. Oh, and getting the back end wide. Can he gather it back up? Just managing to keep it together. That's Kieran Curran somehow keeping that together. Looked like he lost it for quite a few moments there. Looked like it was going to be a bit of a tank slapper on him, but he managed to keep it tight. As around goes Stephen Ratu in that MG ZR Turbo. There's Andrew Hawks. But where is Andrew Hawks in the bigger picture? There's our race leader, Sam Bovell. Derek Bell is in P2. Andrew Hawks, I believe, is in P3. Yeah, there's a quick flash of Andrew Hawks in the background. Now we have no idea if this is the last lap or not. We'll see if they keep on going, because around the corner comes Sam Bovell. He's going to go into the loose in just a few moments. Second place is David Bell. Third place, Andrew Hawks, as they were 1, 2, 3. That's exactly how they started this one. Keep it tight, keep it neat. Six laps, I think it's 6 laps done, as around the corner comes Sam Bovell. He's run very, very wide though, Bovell. Well, you're being nervous as he did that, and around we go. Bit of a trip up in the background too. Here comes Richard Moore. Also Kieran Curran. So Sam Bovell takes the victory. David Bell home and hosed in second place. I believe it was Andrew Hawks in P3. No graphic to confirm, unfortunately, so it's all very much done by what we think like this. There you go. There's Bell. There's Andrew Hawks. So timing there didn't update, unfortunately, but we had no timing from the start. So let's just hope the drivers knew what they were doing, because I certainly didn't. Move on to Retro. Retro's only a 4-car grid, but I think only 3 cars have made it to the final of those 4. This is a 5-lap race with no joker. Dan Swayland starts on pole position. Joe-Luke Eastwood in the centre. And Ian Halfhide in the Peugeot nearest to us. 205 GTI. So a 3-car final. If you finish, you get yourself a nice trophy because it's a podium guaranteed here. Dan Swayland, though, is looking good. Dan Swayland looking good in the championship as well this season. $37 points for him. It's Joe-Luke Eastwood in P2 in the championship. And Ian Halfhide way down the order, but still in the fight. 22 points for Halfhide in P6 of the championship. So it is Dan Swayland who would be the favourite for the championship as well, with a P2 and a P1, both from Linden Hill in their opening round of the season. That's the way it stands right now. Dan Swayland way out ahead of Joe-Luke Eastwood's. I believe once again we still don't have timing. So not quite sure why timing isn't coming through onto our screen, so we're having to do this one again by feel. It's a 5-lapper, no joker. Dan Swayland is way ahead. With 3 cars, it's much easier to work out though, isn't it? Dan Swayland leads the way. Next up is Joe-Luke Eastwood. Followed by the 205, Ian Halfhide. Gap's still pretty equal, but Dan Swayland is moving his way up the order. He was very impressive at Linden Hill, wasn't he, Dan Swayland? Especially heading down Hairy Hill into Paddock Bend. Joe-Luke Eastwood's a very different sort of car to drive from Dan Swayland's in this retro class and the Motorsport UK 5 Nations Trophy British Rallycross retro class. That's a decent margin. Heading around the hairpin. That's Carter's hairpin. Now onto the loose around Hanson's. Hanson's just there, flicking it right, getting you back onto the tarmac here. Then you have to deal with Ollie's, which is pretty much there, and then Senna. There's our P2. Fairly processional final, this one here, but 3 cars make it harder. We haven't now got timing showing up. This is good. I have timing screens working, and I can tell you the gap between P1 and P2 is now 5.5 seconds, and the gap between P2 and P3 is nearly 6 seconds. They're pretty much the same gaps between all the cars out on track. 3 laps have been complete. They're on lap 4 at the moment. 5-lap race. So Swayland goes across there. About to start his final lap. In fact, Dan Swayland is on that lap now. Swayland putting true on his last lap as he heads along the speedway straight. Hooks it right. Dan Swayland has had no issues at all here. 6-second lead and a 6-second or 6.5-second lead between Joe-Luke Eastwood and Ian Halfhide. So almost 13 seconds covering off P1 to P3. But Dan Swayland goes across the line, takes the victory. No issues for him. 6 seconds it was before. To finish at 6 seconds. Yes, is the answer. 6.775 to be precise. And over the line goes Ian Halfhide. So waving to the crowds here. 2 more finals to come. Cross car and the RX150s will be the first final. We'll be finishing the day with the Super Retro 6 laps. Jokers required. Max Weatherly starts in that prime position. Max Weatherly is the reigning cross-car champion, starting in a position he knows all too well. So pole position for Max Weatherly. Stephen Jones starts in the centre in the RX 150. Will Ovenden on the outside of row 1. Ben Bartlett and Liam McMullen in the second row. James Constantine, Brad Turner and Max Langmaid make up the final 8 carts. And there's a false start, not sure by who. I blinked at exactly the wrong moment because clearly I didn't see who that was. So if it was deemed a particular kart, there will be an extra joker lap required by that driver. Let's see what the marshals do. Bit of discussion going on. So just waiting to see what the marshals decide. We're pretty much in the dark here. We have to look out the window and see. So the marshal's running across. Who's he going over to? He's going to the second row? No. Going to the third row maybe? It's going to... They're going over to Max Langmaid. So it's Max Langmaid that ever so slightly crept forwards and gets the board to say an additional joker lap required. So Max Langmaid required to do 2 jokers. Car 15 at the back. Steve Jones, the only non-cross car out there, it's the RX 150. Max Weatherly leads the way, leads the championship, and leads pretty much every single race he's been in. Max Weatherly, let's keep an eye on him. Ben Bartlett, though, is not too far behind in the championship, 21 points behind. And Ben Bartlett will need to do something really extreme here as Weatherly goes through as he started off brilliantly. Look at that, a great start by Will Ovenden, moves his way up the order. Fantastic start from him. And there is 15, Max Langmaid's made his way up the order a little bit as well as Jones has fallen backwards as we'd expect, and Bradley Turner is struggling a little bit just there. But it's Ovenden who has been the biggest mover so far. Liam McMullen has moved his way up to P3. So it's Jones trying to fight off angry cross car as Max Weatherly has the lead. Ovenden P2. In third place it is, it's not Steve Jones, he's fallen down to P4. Liam McMullen had a great job, didn't he, off the start. There is Bradley Turner still fighting out with Steve Jones, but you've got to get up very early in the morning to get past Steve Jones like that. There's the 29 of Liam McMullen in P3. Once again, timing screen's not updating, which is a bit frustrating. Can't work out why that is. Could be internet, could be many things where we are here in Pembrey. Oh, and a big moment there. Too much power, buried the throttle. Max Langmaid, 2 jokers, now has got to get back on track too. Time screens have now started to update and come through, so that's good to see. Max Weatherly has the lead, 1.3 seconds leads over Will Ovenden, and Liam McMullen is in P3, and then you see P4. It's Constantine, he's about 1.5 seconds back too, so some gaps starting to emerge. Liam McMullen still trying to close up that gap on Will Ovenden. Will Ovenden is really starting to take the battle to Max Weatherly. Oh, and I think got a bit crossed over there, didn't he? Will Ovenden, that would have slowed him down, taken a little bit off the pace. Can he recover? He's recovered on track, still in P2, but can he recover and close the gap up on Max Weatherly? 2 laps complete, they're on lap 3. 6 laps, remember this one, 6 laps including the joker. Steve Jones has jokered, Langmaid's completed both of his jokers, 2 because of that penalty, and Ben Bartlett has also jokered as out of the race goes Max Langmaid. I'm not sure if he had a bit of contact with one of the tyre stacks. It did get all crossed up, didn't he, just around here in fact, and he's now pulled away, so suffering a bit of damage perhaps to that kart, having to make his way out and wait for a bit of clear air before he does that. Max Weatherly has the lead still, 1.5 seconds up from Will Avendon. Will Avendon has about a 1.2 second lead over Liam McMullen. Just saw him just there. There's first, second, third, just flashing through the shots. P2, Avendon, the Avendon family, very big in rallycross, particularly here on home soil, or home-ish soil. Into the joker goes Avendon, gets his joker done. Nice line there from Max Weatherly. A bit of a deeper line from Liam McMullen. Will Avendon has definitely jokered. It's not showing on my screen as joking, but I just saw him do it, so we can assume he has and the others have not. Max Weatherly and Liam McMullen do both need to joker as across. Max Weatherly goes. 4 laps complete. 5 is what he's on now. Six laps, remember this one here. There we go, jokering. Max Weatherly goes in and out of the joker. Definitely our time screen's given up the ghost on the jokers. Doesn't want to show us that jokers have happened, but there's Avendon right now going through. Across he goes. That's 5 laps. Have we got one more to go? Should be a 6 lapper this one. There's Steve Jones firing himself around as well. Across he goes. And it's Max Weatherly. Very happy with that. Finger in the air. Max Weatherly took the victory. Will Avendon and Liam McMullen there. So time screen showing the wrong number of laps and no checker flag being shown for either. So all good. Max Weatherly took the win. Will Avendon P2 and Liam McMullen securing the 3rd place. Ben Bartlett in P4. James Constantine P5. Steve Jones P6 for taking the RX 150 victory. Brad Turner in P7. And that DNF for Max Langmaid. It's going to be a recovery, so we're going to have to wait a few moments for that before we turn our attention to the final of the day. The final of the day, Super Retro. The likes of Charles French, Alan Crockett, Alan Tapscott, Ray Morgan, Vince Bristow, Pat Duran, Stuart Emery and Steve Cousins. If you think about Vince Bristow, you've seen quite a lot of Vince Bristow today. You're right, you have seen quite a lot of Vince Bristow today. You're not going crazy. He's racing in 2 different classes. So Alan Crockett leads the way in the Super Retro Championship. Charles French is in P2 in the Championship, but it's Charles French who's starting in pole position for this final, but side by side with Alan Crockett. It's mouth-watering propositions. We wait for the car to clear. It'll be underway in just a few moments' time, running a little bit behind time. This final was supposed to start around about 10 minutes ago, so not too far behind. Well, here we go then, the final of the day, round 5 from Pembrey. It's not round 5 for all of them though, because we're talking right now of the Super Retro Rallycross Championship. This is round 3 for these guys. The first round was Lyndon Hill. The second round was also at Lyndon Hill in that double header. So Charles French, he starts in pole position. Alan Crockett, who leads the championship, starts P2. Alan Tapscott P3. Ray Morgan and Vince Bristow making their appearance in row 2. Pat Duran, Stuart Emery and Steve Cousins make up the entire grid, and we are off and we are running, and it's a great start through the centre and on that pole position. Charles French out ahead. He starts first, he leads first, he comes through and he forces Crockett wide. Great bit of driving there, aggressive driving from Charles French, forces Crockett as wide as he could, and that has allowed a few of the other drivers to start forcing their way as Pat Duran gets a bit twitchy under the brakes. And he's got Vincent Bristow just ahead of him. Vincent Bristow has been around this track quite a lot of times here so far today. Alan Tapscott is P3. P4 is Ray Morgan. There's Pat Duran trying to make a little lunge up the inside of Vince Bristow, but can't quite get it done. And Pat Duran forced himself off earlier on with a spin. He won't want to do that again as Bristow goes extremely wide, but Duran can't quite get it done. No joker, 5 laps here in this final. The race leader is Charles French. Second place is Alan Crockett. In the championship, we know just how close it is between these two. Alan Crockett leads the championship on 40 points. Charles French is in P2 on 34 points. So only 6 points separate those two. But the opposite way round, with Charles French leading but second in the championship at this very early stage. In P3, Alan Tapscott. P4, it's still Ray Morgan. And then you can see Pat Duran trying once again on Vince Bristow just to force the issue. But Bristow is wise to it as they continue round once again. And once again, timing screen's not working, so I'm having to do this one entirely by feel. But I tell you what, Charles French has got the edge, hasn't he? He's got the edge over Alan Crockett, and Alan Tapscott there just trying to keep himself away from these battling three, because you get an idea if one of these got loose, it could be quite a torrid time for our third place driver. Charles French leads the way. Alan Crockett P2, Alan Tapscott 3, Ray Morgan 4, Bristow 5, Duran 6, Steve Cousins 7, Stuart Emery is in P8. All over the back of Morgan now is Vince Bristow. He's earned some calories this afternoon, doesn't he? Have a nice big dinner, that's for sure. 779, that is Alan Crockett. That's Alan Crockett's Opel Kadett GTE. The gap is about 1.2 seconds between him and Charles French. Look at Vince Bristow down there in P5. P1 and P2 now. This is the battle for first place, and French seems to have the edge. There's the Kadett though closing up on braking, and the Escort Mark II can't scurry away, can't get anything. The Kadett is a lot bigger, isn't it? You get to see the dimensions of it, much harder to find a way through. This looks like it's much bigger. In fact, they're probably about the same size. It just seems to have a bit more presence on the rear haunches. It's pretty much the same car though, really, isn't it? The Opel Kadett and the Escort Mark II. Probably upset a few people, but it is pretty much the same car. Great bit of driving, great launching through from Crockett, gets his foot planted. These two just still fighting it through. No jokers, remember, 5 laps in this final here. Oh, and a bit wide there from Crockett. Lost a bit of ground. He's a bit all over the place, isn't he? Lost his way. He needs to get his focus. He needs to get his head back in the game. But there you go, over the line. French and Crockett. Tapscott. Morgan, Bristow, Pat Duran. And they are all done. There is the results. French took it. Crockett in second place. Tapscott third. Fourth Morgan. And fifth is Bristow. Apologies for the graphics. Apologies there for not being able to see some of those. It was down to the fact that the time screens were not working. But there is the result for you. French, Crockett, Tapscott, Morgan, Bristow, Pat Duran, Steve Cousins and Stuart Emery rounding out the 8 in the final podiums for French, Crockett and Tapscott. The championship is certainly livening up, isn't it, in Super Retro? That's it for the action here from Pembrey for round 5 for some of the classes, round 3 for some of the others as well. But here's a double header, Saturday double header. We'll be back tomorrow for a whole load more action here in Wales, but the opposite way round. Make sure you tune in then. We'll see you soon.